Alright, welcome everyone. This is week 1, day 3 of our Checkmate tourney. I am your host, Kuroshiro, and I am joined with...
Myxieneo, and today we are going to be commentating for the first bracket of day 3. This is going to be Activators versus SelfMade.
Yes, and for today, Activators versus Self-Made, it'll be quite an interesting matchup. Here are the stats for both teams. For Activators, we have Unglad, Well, Akirachus, Popil, and Rahu for our Survivor side. And then for their Hunter side, they will have Miron and Miki. For Self-Made, they will have Yume, Ji, Akumu, Honey, Naish as their Survivors. And for their Hunter, they will have Kibo and Dreaming. Now, if I'm not wrong, Activator's Hunter will be going first for us today, right?
Correct?
Yes, so from Activator side, we will have Miron coming up first. Miron is a sculptor and a wheel main. S-Batch sculptor for 2 seasons, season 20 and for season 19 if I'm not, and he has recently picked up wheel. And from Self-Made Survivor side, we have Yume, Ji, Akumu, and Honey coming out for game 1. So Yume is a psycho main, G is their captain, he is a first officer and a mercenary main, has been playing Enchantress from time to time. Akumu is a Seer Pros Priz main, Honey is your full kiter, perf, and barmaid, 58 barmaid for this season, and then we have Knight, who is their sub, who will not be coming up for game 1. They are 26 anti and a Sea Badge Magician.
Oh, definitely an amazing roster.
Yes, from both sides of the team, they have quite a nice, very full roundup, character as well. They have their own rescue main, harasser, and 2 full-fledged kiters.
Yeah, absolutely. And with those types of team compositions, I'm sure they'll put up a really good fight.
Yeah, it'll really be up to Miron now to go against Self-Made's team for this one, because as long as Miron can get a point lead, it'll be easier for Self-Made survivors for second half. But that simply depends on if Self-Made Survivor does give Miron the chance, of course. His sculptor is something that we can look forward to. Quite scary. I've seen him play quite a lot. Quite scary, to be fair.
For sure. Coming from you, that makes me look even more forward to it. I know you're a sculptor main yourself, you.
Today I'll be judging him quite hard. Quite hard. It's quite of a bummer that he didn't stay up on the sculptor ranking, but at least we've seen him playing wheel along with Clerk and Bowman as well, with both B badges.
Oh, impressive.
Mhm.
Definitely lots to choose from, and I'm curious to see if they'll be going with one of those choices or just sticking to something they're more familiar with, since in the first round, the survivors will not have the opportunity to ban any hunters. All of the
Yes.
hunters are on the table for Mirone, so I'm really interested in seeing what they pick.
Now then, from Activator's side, it seems like they have banned Moonlit for this one, and for Self-Made Survivor, they have decided to choose Ever Sleeping 10 for round 1.
Definitely a solid pick, especially for round 1. We've seen it before. I believe just yesterday we had Ever Sleeping selected, and you've seen it a lot in other tournaments
Mhm.
where they'll go for that Ever Sleeping first thing. It definitely balances things out, but it does give good leeway for hunters that might be eliminated or banned later on.
Yes. But it seems to me that Selfmade has decided to give their hunters an advantage point since they decided to choose Every Sleep in Town. Because Selfmade doesn't actually have a priestess main. Their team comps depend solely on their own personal kite, especially with the likes of Psycho, Seer, Perfume, and Barmaid, which is highly counterable by Sculptor.
Absolutely. I'm definitely interested in seeing what kind of, even just down to the persona webs that they choose. We will be having
hmm
them select their persona webs prior to the hunter selection. So I
hmm
wonder if they're going to be anticipating that sculptor.
Yeah. I think it'll most likely be a sculptor for this game for self-made, for from activator size coming out. But I think for self-made, they're gonna focus mainly on their hunter Hebo, who is at 47 Dreamwitch in our server. Of course, Dreamwitch in this map is fairly strong.
Definitely, and I would love to see that Dream Witch gameplay. It's definitely a solid map for her. Uh,
Hmm.
definitely really like Ever Sleeping Town is a really great opportunity to I guess manage all of those ciphers or pressure the
Hmm.
survivors, force them off. I
Yeah,
think
of course.
we
But
are going
we'll
to
see. Mm-hmm.
Mhm. We are going to be proceeding to the ban and pick selection.
Now then, it seems like Self-Made Survivors is going to come out, and we will have Activator for first half from their side. Their hunter's going to be coming out. It's going to be really interesting to see though. For Miron's side, Sculptor and Wheel, those two are the main choices from his hunter pool. But let's see, from Miron's side, it'll be a forward first ban.
Definitely a good choice. I feel like I believe you mentioned prior you that Selfmade does not have a priestess main on board, so I guess Mirone doesn't have to worry about that and opted for forward instead. Forward's a pretty
Hmm.
solid pick regardless of map, I feel, and especially on one such as Ever Sleeping, a little less terrain for forward
Yeah.
to worry about with that rugby ball.
Mm-hmm. And now here from Survivor's side, it seems like Priestess and Prisoner has came out. I mean, Prisoner is a really good measure to counter Breaking Wheel or to counter Sculptor because of his rush.
For sure. Oh, I am really excited to see that priestess gameplay as well. You don't have
Mm-hmm.
to main priestess to know how to utilize her, especially on a map
Yeah.
such as Ever Sleeping. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
there's such good opportunities to have that double portal, making the map much more accessible in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see the same situation from yesterday as well from GGK's Priestess. That Priestess, two portals, and it became an immediate 3-man escape, not giving the Hunter any room for a tie at all.
For sure, that was a really tight situation for the hunter. It does look like we are going to be having the seer ban, prospector lock, followed by a mercenary ban. They are going to be opting for first officer as their last survivor.
Hmm. It seems like their captain has decided to pull out FO. I mean, First Officer is not a bad choice as well against Miron's Hunter pool. You have Breaking Wheel, and then you have Sculptor as well. So you wouldn't be too worried about failing the rescue at all, unless you get Terror Shocked, of course.
Absolutely. NetEase has made a lot of work reshaping First Officer and the utilization of that Poseidon Watch.
Hmm.
Lots of opportunities to get that rescue um, despite getting intercepted. There's a lot of things you can do with it. It's quite versatile, just as long
Yeah.
as you time it well, however. And of course,
Hmm.
as soon as you touch that chair, that the Poseidon Watch's effects is going to come offline. So
Yeah,
the first
of
officer will
course.
still have to be very careful, especially
Hmm.
considering Mirone's hunter pool.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how he deals with this, of course. But from Self-Made side, if they do want their point advantage, they will need a very good communication teamwork alongside with Priestess and Prospector, because Prisoner's definitely going to become first chase for this game.
For sure, definitely the squishiest member of this team. Although I am excited to see Prisoner Kite. They've also adjusted Prisoner to get that shock without
Yeah.
necessarily having to recharge at a cipher. Starting off
Mm-hmm.
with it too, I definitely
Yeah.
think it does give some good opportunities to at least transition to better areas, which there are
Mm-hmm.
quite a few on Ever Sleeping, despite being such an open map.
Mm-hmm. And of course, as you said as well, Prisoner with his electric shock stack immediately, well, not immediately, but it recharges over the span of 60 seconds, even though the cooldown is 45 seconds. Of course, that is NetEase's decisions, not ours. I think it's a great decision. I hate Prisoner. I mean, one before half rescue, you get your second shock, so it will be a great asset to do a rebound kite from Prisoner side.
Absolutely. And it does look like the self-made survivors have made their personal web selections. Mirone will be proceeding to choose a hunter soon after, but let's go ahead and go over what they will be bringing. It does look like we're going half Tide Turner, half Broken Windows.
So this is how to opt out for a full distance pulling from the hunter. Now, if Miron realizes this, he could potentially be running wheel, so then all their traits are, useless. But if he decided to opt out for Gala, then this will be an advantage point for the survivor side.
Absolutely. Getting that distance on a sculptor does mean so much.
Hmm.
I'm really intrigued by the lack of flywheel. We've seen flywheel used a lot, but of course we've seen how finicky flywheel effect can be. It's really easy to
Yeah.
miss it just by a second or sliver of
Hmm.
that.
Yeah. And of course, Pin. We can all blame it on Pin at the end of the day.
Of course.
But from Miron's side, it's really up to him now what he decides to choose. If oh no, it seems like he's gonna come out with Wheel for this one, just to counter the Priestess. But because of Prospector's existence, this will be a little bit harder to chair the prisoner for a second time. Of course, when he has 3 magnets, 120 seconds into the game.
Sure. Before we proceed onwards, let's make sure to just support our teams and not put anyone down. Let's be kind to everybody, both participating in the tournament, all of the staff running, and everyone in the chat.
Now then, it's really up to what Breaking Wheel decides to choose as well. We are waiting for him to choose his persona points as well. It's most likely trump card Incidents. Unless he wants to play it safe, Incident's detention always works out.
Absolutely. I definitely think that playing it safe is pretty good to get that point lead in the initial round, but as you mentioned prior, Mirone is a really, really notable breaking wheel main, so there's really no possibility of anything. We will be proceeding to the area selection shortly. I'm interested in seeing where they choose to spawn. I hope we are gonna see that Priestess setting up portals early on. You know, middle is such a strong spawn for her. Or it's a vulnerable spawn, best for Priestess to set up those portals.
Yeah, because if she decides to spawn in middle, then Wheel can immediately go for her at middle. So it's not such a good idea for Priestess to be at such a vulnerable spawn, as you said as well. Now, this simply depends on what Miron decides to do and what survivors have to do. What I'd say is Priestess will most likely be in Shrine for this one. As long as, like, Shrine is the best containment area against the Wheel. Let's say second to Graveyard because of that long window. So let's see what what the survivors decides to do for this game, and what countermeasurements does he have for this.
Sure. So it does look like we're going to be having that prisoner and prospector carrying the broken windows with Tide on the first officer and priestess.
Now, priestess, if Wheel gambles correctly and he finds priestess first, or even chases after priestess first, it's not going to be easy for this priestess after all to contain for such a long time. But of course, that only depends on if she gets spiked way too early. If she doesn't get spiked, then her containment would be very strong. But if she doesn't, then it would be a huge disadvantage point for the survivor side.
For sure. Oh, giving Akumu the graveyard spawn. Definitely a good choice for that prisoner. It is a bigger area, and it does put him away from the teammates as well if the breaking wheel does choose to focus on him.
Yeah. Oh, but it seems like Wheel has locked in between the triple survivors that he is not looking for. Honey being in the worst area possible for Wheel to chase in, and Yume is quite close, but that does not mean that the 2 windows next to him is going to be easy for a single spike to land on him at the end of the day.
For sure. Good luck to both teams. This is the first half of round 1 with the Activator Hunter versus the Self-Made Survivors.
Now then, on to the match we go. Well, we're on the waiting screen. But all in all, never mind. On to the game we go. It seems like it's ever sleeping time for this map, and we have Miro as our hunter for breaking wheel. Now, decides to go after Yume first. Not such a bad idea, but these 2 windows and this area specifically, it's A, hard to land your spikes, even though it seems like it's enclosed, and B, you can't land your traps here at all because of the obstacle above you. But seems like he'll be landing the first spike quite early right here.
Oh, there we see Yume utilizing that broken windows.
Now, he's still trying to loot here as much as possible, but it does seem like Miron has been able to get the second spike on. It's up to him. Well, I mean, all what Yume has to do really is to tie him right here, as she has her second magnet up. Her second magnet is almost up, so all what she needs to do is to stun for the hunter for as long as possible and contain as long as possible.
For sure. Excellent stun to buy some time to transition away from that area. We are going to be seeing Prospector towards the middle, however, where First Officer is decoding. And he is going to go down here.
Yeah, it seems like Miron won the mind game right here. Tried to bait the Prospector thinking that he was actually going to go towards the second pallet instead of the first pallet, and then immediately walk back and get the hit right there. And of course, down the middle, not such a good idea because First Officer Cypher is right next to him.
For sure. We are going to be seeing Prisoner decoding that cipher as well. However, that's where his connection has been. So there is a possibility of Akumu getting that cipher done regardless.
But now for them to actually revive Prospector, what we're doing right now here is looking for more tempo and momentum from the survivor side, getting a hit immediately right here and forcing the rescue. At least they didn't rescue early, which allowed Prisoner to decode for a little bit longer of a time. But it seems like he wanted to blink there for the double down and successfully has done so as well.
Oh, Prospector has moved over to the corner house where Priestess just happens to be. This is going to be a tough situation for Myxieneo to get that Prospector.
Yeah, but
he was able to catch sight of that trail, so here he is on that Prospector once again.
Now, I wouldn't say, now what I would say is to not actually get away from the shrine area, so then Priestess can aid as much as possible. But here, as you can see, a double down from Miron right here puts the survivors at a huge disadvantage because there's only two who are decoding right now, and it seems like First Officer has used his self-heal as well. That will be an opening for Miron to slug for endgame.
Sure, now we're down to 2 ciphers remaining, but Akumu still has to start those 2 ciphers while Priestess and First Officer are in the area.
They're doing a really good job as well.
We will still have Priestess with Tide Prisoner, but I don't know how much that will help them right here. Oh,
it seems like they just want to rescue just to get the Titan out because there's only 2 ciphers remaining, of course, thanks to Prisoner. Now, what the survivors has to do is they need to immediately heal each other up. The Priestess has to heal the First Officer up, or else the First Officer will be slugged for endgame right here.
For sure. It does look like, they've set up the long portal in Graveyard. And of course, Akumu still has that Prisoner shock as well. If he does choose to get that balloon save, he does need to make sure he gets that body block, so as to not farm the
Yeah, but Akumu needs to be more careful right here.
It could result in a double down too. Oh, Prospector was able to pick himself up. He does have faster healing, especially with a Priestess on his team.
Yeah, I mean, Prisoner did his job. While Prisoner did his job, all what he really needed to do was to stay nearby. But it seems like Prospector couldn't push the wheel out from Ridicule to negate that spike, sadly. Now that it being immediately snapped down.
For sure. I do believe that Prisoner was not able to land that shock. I saw it a little bit over there.
Yeah, but First Officer has to be very careful right here. He needs to use his watches. He can't be greedy anymore on the watches. Here, as you can see, landing another spike. That's 2 spikes, but Snap is ready in 5 seconds. If this guy goes down right here, then the Prisoner can, no, not the Prisoner, the Paladin can proceed in a slug tempo.
If I remember correctly, First Officer may have picked himself up if Priestess didn't prior. Oh, but he has moved over to the Priestess, forcing her off this cipher.
Yeah. I say the survivors still have a chance, of course, since like Miron didn't break the connection there at all from First Officer cipher.
For sure, and First Officer cipher is nearly popped.
So if Priestess gets picked up here, that's fine. First Officer needs to make sure that he hides himself away from the hunter as well as possible, but it does seem like they're going to heal the First Officer instead. He still has 1 watch remaining, but because there's a Prisoner here and accelerated decoding, there's still a chance for survivors to aim for the tie.
Sure. Mirone is making way over there, but First Officer has been fully healed since then.
And basement is here. Yeah. There is a chance that, yeah, Miron will be going back for this because First Officer can still be slugged. Priestess will be going over half as well once First Officer rescues Priestess, or there is even a higher chance of First Officer failing the rescue, but it seems like he can definitely get there on time. The most dangerous person right now is Priestess.
Oh, but he's able to get that First Officer. That was a really excellent use of the trap to get him right there.
Yeah.
So I do think Prisoner still has self pickup, the exit path.
Yeah, carrying First Officer, you know, it may not be the best option, but I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine for him. He's still able to get this down from Prisoner's side. I mean, not a Prisoner can't really kite Nepalung, who is max present, to be fair.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. The dungeon is quite far, and he is gonna go down here. Excellent job, Activator Hunter and Self-Made Survivors. This is going to be a 4-man elimination, 5 points to Activators, which puts them in the lead.
Yes. Now we will be looking forward to Self-Made Hunters, seeing how they would come back with this from their dream, which of course from Kibo's side. And then for our endgame stats, we have Yume Prospector, no decoding progress, contained for 111 seconds. Honey, 155% decoding progress, contained for 80 seconds. First Officer, 129% decoded, 106 second kited. Akumu, the Prisoner, 197% decoded and 55 second contained. We have 18 Mirror on the Bacon Wheel, 2 ciphers remaining, pallet destroyed, 1, 32 strikes, and 10 knockdowns with no terror shocks. The pressure will be on Kibo's side for their hunter, of course, but it depends on if they are able to give this opportunity for Kibo, of course. Now then, moving on straight towards second half, we will be seeing the ban picks very soon, but from their side now, what is going to be very interesting to see is who the survivors will pick. Because based off their team comp, they also have a relatively nice team with Merc, Seer, Patient, Forward, and a sub who is a non-meta player.
I would definitely be interested in seeing that non-meta. However, since they really do need to catch up, they might benefit from playing it safer, playing the meta for now, just to ensure they catch up in points.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they don't give Kibo any space to come back from that 5-man elimination given by Miron. But of course, yeah, it really depends on how Kibo will play for this one, though. At least for game 1, there will be no Hunter bans, where Kibo can freely use his Dream Witch. So it's simply up towards the survivors now on how well their communication and support skills are, because that is needed immensely to counter a Dream Witch. But of course, that depends on the survivor side. Now then, moving on, we have our point system right here. Activators having 5 points and Self-Made having 0 points. Now, Self-Made Hunter, Kibo, who will he ban for their first pick? I'd suggest Seer. Seer being first ban is always a nice start, especially for Dream Witch.
Sure, I was definitely thinking the same, and it does look like we are going to be getting that Seer ban first thing.
From survivor side, it's highly likely going to be Priestess and Merc. It's highly likely going to be Priestess and Merc. It's the usual meta pick for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely would love to see some more Priestess support. It does look like we are going to be getting that Priestess as well as Forward.
Priestess and Forward, it's not such a bad taste from the survivor side, but Forward may be useless if Kibo actually comes out as Dream Witch though, alongside with Priestess, because Dream Witch now isn't afraid of Priestess at all after Dream Witch's portal buff.
Really good point. And it will be harder for that forward. You know, you mentioned earlier, especially if Kibo, the Dream Witch main, is going to have that good leech control, it's going to be really hard for that forward to land the
Mm-hmm.
stun on the right leech. And of
Mm-hmm.
course, there's always that method where you get another leech alongside another who's ballooned a
Mm-hmm.
survivor. Really easy to
Yeah.
down them just once more.
Mm-hmm. And the only way for activators forward to play this is to harass during mid-kite. Not when the survivor is down, it's to harass during mid-kite. So it'll be annoying from the hunter side to keep having to change followers all the time. And of course, you know, to stall for patroller as well.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Though honestly, I would be interested in seeing a different trait as opposed to patroller first thing. It's much riskier, but I would enjoy seeing it.
Yeah. But
We're so used to patroller blink,
yeah.
but
It's only the Japanese who actually use Blink first.
I
From
think so too.
previous, yeah, for
Yeah,
previous conversions, yeah, we have Vampy and Silk who actually
Stampede.
runs Blink Dreamwitch from time to time.
It is really interesting, and honestly, I would love to see that a little bit more because it just makes things interesting.
Yeah, but the only problem with that is you may get a faster down compared to Patroller, but the biggest problem with that is it's a little bit inconsistent because you need to make sure to tunnel that survivor who's on chair down ASAP, or you're kind of screwed.
For sure. And it does look like we are going to be getting an acrobat ban second, and they're going to lock in psychologist as their third survivor, along with the mercenary ban.
This isn't so bad because priestess is hard to chase, and the only easy chase here is psychologist. Psychologist being able to take 3 hits as long as she can remove the spell to use Dreamwitch's leech to hit her and then dispel her own leech. That is activator's opening point. And of course, for self-made, the hunter needs a lot of openings here from the survivor. If they mess up, there is a high chance for the hunter to gain at a huge point advantage. So spawn picks matter the most here, and their solo containment. Priestess, not so much. It may help a little bit, but against a Dream Witch, it's gonna be really easy for the followers to catch up.
Sure. Oh, and we are going to be having Embalmer as our final pick for the activator survivors.
hmm They're gonna go full tie game for this. From what we've seen as well from Embalmer's side for a lot of tourneys, if he downs early and he manages to pull himself away from quite a far distance, being able to self-rescue means that he has successfully contained for 70 seconds on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And with a hunter such as Dreamwitch, it might take quite a bit just to get over there, depending on where
hmm
he puts down that coffin.
Yeah. But of course, if Kibo wants to utilize this Embalmer, then he cannot have his leech on Embalmer to be dispelled. Because during the process of Kibo running back towards the Embalmer, Kibo does have a chance to leech onto one other survivor for a full map control to stop their decoding progress for as long as possible. So if
Sure.
Kibo wants to earn more in this,
Hmm.
not so if Kibo wants to earn more in this, map control from the Embalmer, because Embalmer definitely gives map control vibes, because you need to rotate from one area to another, and he is easier to down, and to down them as fast as possible.
Definitely. And I am curious to see what persona webs they will be choosing. They'll have to choose their persona webs prior to the hunter selection.
hmm Yeah, and it's most likely that forward and priestess will be going tight for this one, but
Hmm.
there is still a chance for forward to run flywheel though.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see some flywheel because there weren't any survivors bringing it in the previous match. We've seen it utilized a lot in this tourney. Of
hmm
course, for better or for worse, it's a really hard skill to master due to the timing and of course, as you mentioned, ping. But
Yeah. But of course, since forward is quite a nice chase for Dream Witches, as we've seen in many tourneys as well, because the fact that the moment he pulls his ball, his own follower pulls back towards him. forward may be an opening, but if Kibo wants more, he can't go after the forward. Even though he's one of the best chases compared to the other three, he's the slowest decoder among the team comp here.
Absolutely, and that cipher progress is really going to matter, especially late game, especially against a Dream Witch. Uh, sometimes Dream Witches do opt for that abnormal, and that can be an absolute game changer if played
Mm-hmm.
right.
Yeah, of course. Now then, let's see. Survivors are still choosing their persona. Hopefully, it's if they want, they can just put Priestess directly in middle and Priestess becomes the bait for first containment.
Yeah, that would be a really good strategy, I think.
Yeah. But I think what needs to be done here is if Priestess wants to be bait, then Embalmer needs to be near Priestess to look at Priestess's face. So there's a lot of, early game organization to be done for their late game. But if Kibo manages to catch a single mistake, a single opportunity, it'll flop immediately.
For sure. It does look like we have those persona web selected, and we are going to be seeing the double tie turner from the priestess and forward, of course. But Embalmer and Psychologist are going to be bringing flywheel effect.
Embalmer and Psychologist. A Flywheel isn't too bad against Priestess. Not Priestess, against Dreamwitch. If Dreamwitch brings Patroller, which is highly likely, because you can stall one bite with one Flywheel.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very useful. It's very useful for mid-kite as well, especially when Dreamwitch honestly has nothing except for
Mhm.
her patrollers. The only times where you could stall the bite is during interaction animation, or sometimes for Acrobat when he jumps. That also cancels the animation, which is why a lot of CN and Japanese players do pick him first against Dreamwitch mains.
And speaking of Dream Witch, it does look like Kibo is going to be locking in as Dream Witch.
hmm Now, to be fair, first momentum needs to be very fast. First down needs to be very fast. Within 60 seconds would be the best advantage that Kyoto can get. Anything faster than that, then you can say it's going to be a guaranteed format elimination, because it's really hard to sell against a Dream Witch, even with this team comp. Yeah, it's going to be really up to how Kibo plays for this one then. Now, we're going to be waiting for Kibo's persona selection lock, but we'll go straight onto area selection as soon as he decides to go for his persona. Most likely gonna go trump card detention. It's what Dream Witch's main do go. And of course, Max Hunt.
Oh, absolutely. Hunt is definitely a really good trait or a good thing that Dream Witch can carry from the persona web. Definitely good point. It does look like we are going to wait a little bit before that area selection. I wonder if they're gonna opt for something similar. I do think they might benefit from having people spawn in both graveyard and corner house. They're strong kiting areas. They're where the basement is. They can locate that first thing.
Yeah. If the survivor wants, they can opt out Priestess in graveyard just to bait Kibo into thinking that it's like an Embalmer or a Psychologist that's in graveyard. Because Priestess in graveyard can contain longer than anyone in graveyard.
Absolutely. Though I wouldn't be upset if they ended up having Embalmer spawn there too. There's a bit of a back area past graveyard that honestly works, having a coffin there or having a world portal set up later on.
And of course, as well, from Embalmer's side, if he decides to do that, it's really up to Kibo's Hunter's instincts into finding if the Embalmer decides to go straight towards the corner to put down that coffin, or if Embalmer wants to rotate immediately away from the graveyard.
Sure. Oh, it does look like they're going to opt out of that graveyard, though Priestess and Embalmer will be somewhat close.
It seems like Embalmer will be directly next towards forward. I assume, you know what? I actually assume that they have gotten this done because if Embalmer spawns at that point, I'm sure he actually spawns inside the two-story.
Hmm. It's either inside or a little bit by the pallets, but we are going to be seeing Kibo spawn at the first stop of the tram. Good luck to both teams. This is the second half of the first round with Activator Survivors versus the Self-Made Hunter.
Now then, on to the game we go. This is Every Sleeping Town, and let's see if Kibo decides to go after the psychologist here first. Decides to walk very close, straight towards, but if Priestess places down a portal right here, this portal will be gone immediately. Now, Priestess can't use any more portals here, because if she decides to use any more portals, she wouldn't have any portals remaining, which means she is a no-item chase, which is really easy for Kibo to down her as fast as possible. And there is basement here.
Yeah, Priestess is going to have to be very careful over here. Oh, good job.
Didn't get the hit right there.
Yeah, without dropping the pallet. Though I think Kibo is starting to catch on. There we go. First hit on Priestess. But Miki X is transitioning away from the graveyard, you know, knowing that the basement does happen to be there.
Yeah, and it seems like Miki had decided not to avoid the reloop. Here, as we can see, immediately pulling in towards the distance right now from the Dream Witch. One hit right here. It really depends on if he gets pallets on her. Oh, he did not!
Excellent down. They didn't even have to use Patroller. Good job, Kibo. We are going
I know
to
what the
see-
good thing is. The good thing is that Priestess's leech is still there. So Priestess's leech can immediately be pulled away, because Priestess will be self-rescued right here.
Oh, really good catch.
Yeah.
That was an interesting choice. We did see the Priestess and Embalmer spawn together, so no wonder he was able to get that coffin on her. It does look like Kibo was able to find and leech Embalmer.
Yeah, what all his leech needs to do there is to give pressure to push the Embalmer away from that cipher. But of course, Embalmer getting the D-leech is starting to dispel the leech from himself right now. Priestess's follower is following back. If Kibo wants, she can immediately change for Blink right here, because he still has a huge advantage point alongside with a Dream Witch's main follower is now right next towards her, and Patroller is currently out. Ooh, we didn't bite the Patroller there. Ooh, okay, the Patroller didn't bite, sadly. Could it bite here? Oh, no.
Oh, the amount of portal usage really helped out. That got Miki X so much distance. Though the leech isn't far behind now.
But it's still a very successful rebound kite, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kibo definitely panicked there.
We are going to see forward moving in.
Yeah, and now the spawn follower coming in. Can he change on time? Nope, here comes the spot stun immediately.
Excellent. Oh, bit of a late excitement, I think.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the best excitement. Yeah. That wouldn't be the best trump card change, to be fair, because now Kibo has no traits to use to catch up to the Priestess anymore.
Sure, and speaking of Priestess, it does look like the leech is still catching up to that Priestess. We are going to see people focusing on the forward, though, going in for that sandwich scenario. Oh, but the main body is blocking the way right there.
Yeah, I mean the ball pull here from forward, very stable plays. But Hunt is ready, but should be able to fall that window. Ooh, couldn't get that hit, sadly. But finds the Priestess here, though.
Yeah, the Priestess actually moved in to get that anti-curse to delete herself. That was a really close call.
Yeah, this gives Kibo more of an opening, but there's only one cipher remaining.
Oh. It doesn't seem like forward was nearby.
Yeah.
Though Well was healing solo Speedy Matt close by. That might have been why they got tinnitus and decided to get on that excitement, though that does put one of the leeches without it. Need to be careful here.
Yeah, that was a prediction there from Dream Witch's side. But last cipher is nearly done from Psychologist's side as well. This is not good.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't get the hit. Didn't get a
Yeah,
hit on Priestess.
good body block on the forward.
Yeah,
It does
Cypher
look
at
like
53%.
Priestess is just about to get a portal. There we go. But we are going to see forward do another body block. Very clean. And the leech
Yeah.
is on forward.
I don't think he can go after Priestess anymore, because Priestess right
Mm-hmm.
now will take too long to down, and the Cypher will definitely be primed, so cheering forward is definitely one of the best options out there for Kibo right now.
For sure. And of course, if Priestess does choose to go for this rescue, oh, it doesn't seem like it. She is transitioning away, but it does look like the psychologist is moving in for that rescue.
If Kibo can find a psychologist outside, then this could potentially be a successful failed rescue, but it seems like Psycho is closing in very fast. Be careful of Tram, of course.
Yeah. Very close.
Now, Psycho next to the chair immediately. Even if there's a terror shock here, it's fine. But forward is after half, so if he can down forward here immediately after being rescued, there's a huge chance that forward will be returning to the main ASAP. Now then, no one's at gate currently. Gate opening will be a little bit slower than usual. But it does seem like the Priestess is at gate. Right now, there's a Psycho there, and there is a forward on the other side. Seems like he wants to look for the Psycho first. Psycho not being able to heal as fast, which is not a bad idea. But Dungeon's in the middle as well. He needs to make sure he at least gets one here, instead of giving them a 4-man escape.
Absolutely. Getting a 4-man escape would mean another 5 points, but it does look like the gate is open and Priestess has already set up some portals. Oh, unfortunately,
Yeah.
the spawn follower will not be able to make it in time, and it does look like Solo Speedy Matt is moving towards the middle area. He does have a leech, however, and spawn follower is trying to catch up here.
But couldn't control properly right there from Dreamwitch's side, sadly. I'd say there's a lot of scenarios where Dreamwitch panicked for this game, because there were two openings for Dreamwitch to bite the priestess there. One which is by the shrine, and the second one was the second portal near the shrine. Because priestess does have an animation where she stands still during the portal making animation. So because Kibo didn't catch that opportunity, most likely because he panicked. Therefore, this led to the priestess being able to successfully rebound kite against the Stream Witch.
Sure. Really great plays by Activators. They really put Kibo on their toes. It's a really intense match, and of course, it's really hard to play when you have such pressure on you, you know?
Yeah, of course. But it's still okay for Activators. If I'm not wrong, Activators, yes? I keep getting the team mixed up.
Self-made, because I do think
it's still...
Activators is the one in the lead. They do have a 10-point lead right now, but of course, this is only the first round.
There's still round 2 and round 3 for them to win. But if they can tie round 2 and somehow get a 10-point for round 3, we will be going overtime. These scenarios are still possible overall, but it'll be better for SelfMade to win their round 2 and round 3, to not give the Hunter too much of an opening, as now they are able to ban the main Hunter now from the Survivor side.
Sure. It does give room for more Survivor bans on the Hunter side, however. But, you know, we do have a big roster, and of course, they may opt to sub in. I know you mentioned someone being a sub survivor with off meta mains. It would be really fun to have some off meta picks.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to see. It'd be really nice to see it for that to come out. But of course, from Rahu's side, the non-meta player, it seems like she or he has been playing Anikourian, Acro, and Ench as well. But they mainly play Doctor. That's what I've seen anyway. They mainly do play Doctor. So I would like to see the Doctor coming out, to go against Dreamwitch if they decided not to ban Dreamwitch. But of course, that's only up towards Activators, what they want to do.
Mm. Honestly, it would be really fun to see some Dr. gameplay, especially a Dr. Kite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But even if activators do have the lead for this one, they still can't sketch over the top for themselves because Selfmade still has a chance to win their round 2 and round 3. For those of you who were watching IVL today, it was ACT versus GR. ACT UR being able to get a 5-1 elimination, a 7-point lead or 8-point lead for game 1, but proceeds to lose for game 2 and game 3, which led GR to the win. So activators can't really let their guard down at all for round 2 and for round 3.
Absolutely, we can have that opportunity too. And honestly, with those opportunities, it allows for more intense and enjoyable games to watch. So please do look forward to that and continue to support your teams.
Hmm. But of course, the most important thing right now for us is that the players give us a valuable and memorable matches. And of course, we need to respect the player as well for joining this tourney, as it does feed off to our own entertainment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There were 16 teams that we get to watch. There are 6 today, 4 more after self-made and activators. So do look forward to that as well.
It'll be very interesting to see as well. Now that we are going to, we are waiting for both teams to pick and ban their maps. But for now, though, Kibo needs to think. Forget about everything. Focus round 2, round 3. Same with their survivors as well from self-made side. And for activators, as long as they tie all, they can still run the Embalmer team comp, tie game 2, time game 3, or if they want to play a little bit more aggressively, aim for more points for game 2 and to end the whole round there.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, going for a more aggressive route might honestly benefit them. They really need
hmm
to close in that point gap and push for more opportunities. It would be really fun to get as far as to overtime.
hmm Of course, for our hunter side from activators, it seems like AT Miron will be staying with us for round 2. Now it's up to them as well to pick whether they want their hunter or survivor to come out first. But
Yeah, and
for
of course, Ever Sleeping Town is taken out of the table, but I would love to see an even bigger map utilized in round 2.
hmm Or they could opt out for a small map as well, since activators are going to be picking map for this game to give Miron a more advantage point to use either Sculptor or Wheel, depending on who Selfmade wants to ban.
Good point. They might opt for that breaking wheel ban, after going up against Mirone's breaking wheel first thing.
Yeah, it was a real tight situation from the survivor side as well, because they definitely could have been able to tie because the cipher was almost done, but because Miron was able to find the 2 other survivors who were healing, that led to him being able to get a huge advantage on the survivors to be able to down and slug them immediately.
Sure. Oh, it does look like we are going to be getting those map picks shortly. Manifesting, I'm gonna
Manifesting fast
call
map
it.
picks, please.
I was gonna manifest Moonlit, but that works too. Though I would like to see a little bit more of Lakeside just because I feel like we haven't gotten to see Lakeside in our brackets, you.
Yeah, or even Leo. I don't think Leo's
Oh,
memory has been used. Yeah,
Leo's memory would be brutal though. I feel
yeah.
like with so much terrain, it might not work as much for breaking wheel, but um of course I'm no sculptor main, but when I go up against sculptors on Leo's memory, it's really easy to get caught up by those statues because there's such closed off spaces.
hmm There definitely is, and of course, if Hunter wants to counter the pallet spam, which is a thing in Leos, because there's just that much pallets. If you bring
Absolutely.
slow pallets, you're kind of screwed. Yeah, you're screwed with slow pallet breaking in Leos. But that, of course, depends on what they decide to choose for this one. But in exchange, Leos will give the survivors more of an advantage point compared to the hunters. So for last game, it seems like Miron was able to successfully get a 4-man elimination, even though they didn't pick the map. They banned instead. So for this one, if Survivor thinks that the Miron can do it, Miron can handle the pressure, then they may opt out for a map that suits survivors more compared to hunters.
Yeah, really great point. I'm trying to double check where. Okay, so it does seem like for the second round, the winner of the first selects the band map, and then the losers will select the map itself. So it does seem like we're going to have activators ban a map, and then uh have self-made, of course, choose the map. Honestly, taking
Oh.
out, you did mention maps that benefit survivors, but with activators getting to choose the band map, it does give room to you know, ban a map that doesn't work in Mirone's favor as much. And it does look like
Mhm.
we are going to be seeing oh, self-made is actually banning Leo's memory. Okay, I see. So that's taken off the
There,
table.
there goes everything. They want to give their hunter more advantage, but I mean, church, just get a TME in church, and happy days for the survivors. Honestly,
It would be fun.
yeah, like
Uh,
flywheel, TME, done, game over.
oh my goodness, 5 Cypher Kite. It does look like we are going to be having a Sacred Heart Hospital as the selected map.
Yeah, hospital. This gives, yeah, this gives survivors advantage as well, since
Mhm.
Leo's has been banned. Sacred is more of a sacred appears more often compared to Leo, so we'd say that survivors have more, game sense, let's say, inside secrets, and they know what they need to do, like, priestess of portal, seers, one owl, immediate rotation into hospital, and then, setting survivors while crouching inside hospital so hunter can't leave their chair.
Yeah, absolutely. I am really excited to see how it all pans out, down to the picks, the persona webs, and the hunter selection. I am really manifesting Mirone sculptor, but I guess I shouldn't manifest it too hard in case uh
They banned
self-made
them.
survivors ban sculptor, because the bans will be in effect for hunter.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be a
Oh,
little bit harder for wheel to be played on this map.
it does look like self-made is going to sub out a player.
Their sub player will be nice. 26 antiquarian and a magician main. So with these two characters, it seems like Nice is a full-fledged kiter in this team.
Definitely looking forward to some really long kites. Would love to see
Mm,
some Antiquarian, a little bit of Magician as well.
yeah. But let's be fair, yesterday's antiquarian was the chef's kiss against that undead.
I agree. I was just thinking of that, the
Yeah.
utilization, especially of that, the flip. I think
Mm-hmm.
they really anticipated that dash by the undead, and
Mm-hmm.
they went for that flip as the undead went into the other direction. It
Yeah,
was really
of
good.
course. And like we think that undead actually counters antiquarian, but you know what? No, antiquarian counters undead instead, which is really
Yeah.
funny to see.
It was a pleasant surprise, Antiquarian. I'm excited to see the possibility of Antiquarian versus Sculptor, so long as they aren't
Yeah.
banned, of course.
hmm And of course, I mean, of course, antiquarian doesn't really get countered by sculptor too hard compared to Bonbon, but still
Hmm.
a very niche pick against the antiquarian from the hunter side. But once again, depends on what Selfmade decides to go for this round, what their team combo is going to be.
It does look like we're going to have a Knight sub in and switch out Akumu. I do
Mm,
believe Akumu was the prisoner in our previous match.
yes.
We will be seeing a Knight instead.
That'll be very interesting to see then. Because Akumu's prisoner definitely did what they were supposed to do, just hide and decode. And with the result of that, it did let them to be able to finish ciphers relatively fast. But it seems like for SelfMade, they decided to opt out for a longer containment time in order to try and gain more points for round two.
Yeah, definitely a safe choice. The longer you kite, of course, the longer they have to contain. But I do think sculptor, of course, with that graveyard, you can use that to force survivors off cipher. So hopefully we're going to see a lot of pressure from Mirone.
Hmm. Now then, here as you can see, from Mirone's Hunter, no, Survivor band, we will have Forward and Seer. It's the usual bands, yeah.
Yeah, for
But,
sure. Uh,
hmm
it does make way for some priestess, however. They allowed self-made to play priestess in the first round, and if they don't end up banning priestess with the additional bans, then perhaps we'll
yeah.
get to see some more priestess gameplay. It is a really strong map for her, as is any
hmm
map really, but that hospital plus priestess portals, definitely a threat.
Yeah, it'll be like one of the most successful rebound kites, of course. But as we can see, it seems like from Self-Made side, they decided to buy a sculptor for this one.
Um, I think we manifested too hard, you.
Yeah, but it'll highly be unlikely for Wheel to be coming out for this one as well, unless Miron thinks that his efficiency with Wheel is on the top level. But of course, since it's this type of map where there are really long windows, it's not going to be that easy to land your spike for this game.
Absolutely. And of course, they can optimize their spawns for that potential wheel pick. There are really strong
Mhm.
areas, especially by the shack. I feel even shack itself, you can utilize that window. There's a lot of ruins close by with windows as well.
Mhm.
Oh, and they are going to be selecting Priestess and Prospector as their first two survivor picks.
Yes, those are very solid to be fair, because they don't know what Hunter is gonna come out, but no, actually, they do know what Hunter is gonna come out. The reason that they chose Priestess and Prospector is because Miron is actually a clerk player as well. So even if Miron does have excitement, that does not mean Prospector is useless. Prospector still has 3 magnets remaining. After excitementing and downing someone, if as long as Prospector comes harass, that harass can can go out for as long as 20 to 40 seconds.
Absolutely. That even just 20 and 40 seconds, that's a lot of time for survivors to decode, especially if the prospector goes in for that late game harassment. It can mean
Hmm
a lot, especially with accelerated decoding. Oh, we are going to be seeing an acrobat ban for the third survivor ban and an antiquarian lock-in. Ooh.
Mm. It seems to me that Miro wants to lock in Clerk for this one, because it'll be highly unlikely for Miron to be running Bonbon when he has banned not prisoner, Seer and Forward, because Bonbon does counter both.
Course. Yeah, and I'm definitely looking forward to the clerk gameplay. She is one of the newer hunters, but since any character available for rank is allowed to be played in this tournament, it gives a lot of opportunities for newer characters such as Clerk, Antiquarian, uh, perhaps even characters like Hermit later on. We'll see.
Hmm Yeah, and of course for Hermit. It would be quite surprising to see Hermit coming out though if Miron decides to run Hermit, but as long as I've known, Selfmade's gonna go opt out for a full containment team
For sure.
based on their choices. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking at least one of them will bring Tide Turner, but it would be fun to see some flywheels, broken,
hmm
probably flywheel if they are anticipating a clerk by any chance. Just
Yeah.
because utilizing broken windows allows some leeway for clerk to get a recording of you taking a window vault, of course, even
hmm
if you gain distance on her. Oh, and it
hmm
does look like our final ban is going to be patient.
And once again, it seems like the captain from SelfMade side decided to get his first officer out once again.
Oh, definitely looking forward to seeing more first officer plays. That Poseidon watch is really versatile, so you can not only just use it for the rescue, but it would be really fun to see it during a kite because I feel as though we only got to see the watch when the first officer was getting intercepted during the first round.
Hmm. And of course, the hunter needs to be a little bit careful as well when he is predicting on where offers officer's location is, because there is still a chance for them to hit the chair during the prediction movement predictions. So from the hunter side, they need to be a little bit careful. And of course, if Clerk is coming out, she has a little bit of a wonky hitbox.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and having a rescuer on the team does allow some more flexibility for the rest of the survivors. You
Hmm.
mentioned them opting for a more containment-based type of team. So having, oh, okay. So we are going to be having a half tide turner team once more. Priestess and first officer are once again going to opt for that tide turner.
And then we will have Prospector going breaking windows and Antiquarian running flywheel.
Definitely interested in seeing the utilization of both trades, and it does, once again, it allows Clerk more opportunities to possibly get some recordings in. It's always really fun to see how clerks utilize their recordings of survivors with pallets
Hmm.
and vaulting windows.
Yeah, of course. Oh, it seems like Potting's gonna come out for Miron once again.
Oh, interesting.
It's not going to be easy, cause all was like 4 spawn points: ruins, shack, hospital, and then near the where again? Near the Mary statue, there is a long window there as well. So there's 4 impressively kiting areas against Pollen in wheel form. But it's really up to Miron's mind game for this one, as long if he can land the spikes or not.
For sure. Though honestly, I do think it will be okay because we will have Miro and I playing the breaking wheel. We've seen him play prior to this. We know his
Hmm.
skills. So despite disadvantages towards breaking wheel itself, there's always that possibility of Mirone pulling through. And honestly, with the point lead that activators have, it does give self-made the opportunity to catch up as well. I would
Yeah.
definitely love to see more of self-made in this
Hmm.
round.
Of course. But for Miron's side though, what trait will he be picking? If he decides not opt out for Blink, there's a high chance that they can contain for a ridiculously long time. If he decides to opt out for excitement, then he'll get harassed to death, especially with a
Absolutely.
double harasser.
Yeah. Then there are those priestess portals if he chooses to go through them in regular form.
Hmm.
I would be interested in seeing him bring something different because in the first match we saw him bringing Blink but then switching over to Peepers relatively midway, a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah, the immediate change I think is for the map control as well, since
Mhm.
yeah, since you definitely can rush wheel to a certain extent, but that's only if you are crouching properly, where you're giving tinnitus near the chair of where the survivor is chaired.
Absolutely. There are some really great areas. Sacred Heart Hospital is such a map with so much terrain, and while survivors can get stuck on these, they can utilize it to their advantage because all of these objects in the way do make
Hmm.
for pretty good hiding places.
Yeah, and it's really up to Miron now to sniff out where the survivors are going to hide, so then he can gain his advantage on landing the first spike and then immediately change to human form, ridicule, and then, you know, fail rescue right there to give him more advantage. But once again, this is our team. We have our survivors, Priestess, Prospector, Antiquarian, and First Officer. Our hunter will be Miron, who is going to play Breaking Wheel. I'd say most likely opting out for confined space and detention if needed, but insolence is not a bad choice.
Oh, of course, we are going to be seeing that priestess in the hospital. Gives her really good opportunity to set up those portals.
Let's see, from the survivor side, it seems like Knight has opted out to go straight towards the corner right next towards Yumet. Therefore, that means whoever gets chased will immediately rotate into ruins to contain for as long as they can.
Yeah, really solid picks here. We are going to be seeing this is round 2, part 1, the first half with Activator Hunter versus Self-Made Survivors. Good luck to both teams.
And then on to the game we go though. Well, to be fair, if Breaking Wheel does decide to go into hospital as well to go after the priestess, it's not going to be easy because there is a fall down animation where Breaking Wheel does fall a little bit slower, or maybe at the same rate as the survivor, but it's a little bit harder for him to fall down because he needs to make sure that he actually go towards the center of the hole and not, gliding by the side.
Oh, he did opt for that hospital where Priestess just ended up using a portal. She still has one more left, however.
Ooh, but it seems like
Oh,
that. Okay. You know what? Thank God that portal didn't come out because she was supposed
yeah,
to be going to portal near the wall. Yeah,
I thought that was gonna be a basement one. Oh my goodness.
yeah. But Honey's doing a
Oh,
really good job here as well. The second
I
spike came out. She
agree.
needs to leave ASAP.
Oh, unfortunately, she is gonna go down here, right by the basement too. I did like that she was kind of having this tango, you could say, between Mirone around the basement, because if he dropped down in his wheel form, you mentioned it prior, you, that falling animation is a bit slower.
Yeah. But for this one as well, though, I'd say the best choice for Honey there instead of using the portal early on was just to vault the window out and then portal
Mhm.
back in near the window.
For sure, that definitely would have worked as a really great alternative. It does look like Mirone has harassed the Antiquarian just a bit, forcing her off that cipher, but the first officer is making moves to go get that rescue. Oh, and drops down.
It seems like first officer can make it before half. Oh no,
Oh,
after
that
half.
spike pushed after half. That was a really good play by Mirone. Oh, and nice use of the watch, but Priestess is quite far. Oh,
You couldn't body
unfortunately,
block.
the body block isn't gonna go through, and the first officer really needs to be careful because okay, it does look like Mirone is going to ignore the first officer for now, but oh, getting into wheel form because the other two harassers on the team are close by.
Yeah. What the good thing about is as well as you said, the other harasser is here. That simply just means if Prospector can harass,
Oh, nice blink. That really pushed Prospector down. And with the double down too, Mirane does have a chair over here, so I don't think Knight will be able to get there in time.
yeah. Knight was predicting that the breaking wheel would be going straight towards the chair near ruins, but here as you can see trying to get Prozzy up as fast as possible. Prozzy being able to come up, he is the opening for a second chase.
Oh, getting that spike on Antiquarian as well.
Very nice ridicule cancel right there from the Antiquarian. Didn't get the hit right there. Should be able to disarm once again. Very
Oh,
nicely done by
nice.
Anti.
Oh, but there was a trap over on the other pallet.
Ooh, very nice flywheel. Miro misses that hit as well. And once again, yet another disarm. Very nicely done by the Antiquarian.
Oh, nice usage. Oh, unfortunately is going to get hit here, but that was a good flip attempt.
Now what's needed to be done is first officer is the opening because he is currently outside of the very open area where Wheel can land his spikes ASAP. And of course Ridicule is up as well. Seems like first officer will be slugged once again.
He has used his last watch as well.
To be fair, from first officer side, it would have been better to use his watch a little bit earlier during the time that Wheel was chasing after him, because then Wheel can't really, land any traps on you as easily, since first officer does have a really big radius when he uses his watch for the first time.
I
And then
agree.
when
There's
he
there's also 3 phases of it as well. You can really prolong it for as long as possible.
Yeah. But now Miron looking for his next target. It does seem like Prospector has been rescued, but Miron does not see.
First officer is approaching half, but I do believe first officer currently has the longest chair time in the game. He is gonna get pushed half here though, because they're gonna opt for. Oh, they aren't able to heal Antiquarian just quite, but oh, Yume is going to catch that spike.
Yeah, the problem here with Yume as well is she needs to dodge that. If she doesn't dodge that, then it's over.
Oh,
Snaps the anti
yeah.
down. Ouch. Now then, Prospector. Prospector can't go rescue as well. And there's 3 ciphers remaining, which means that the survivors won't be able to get the ciphers done
Oh,
at all.
excellent stun by Yume though.
But now the problem is this will be a slow death game for the survivors, since Prospector has a triple stack, and Antiquarian can just be slugged.
Oh,
Does not see the... that... The moment he took a peek, Colin was like, no peeking, go down immediately.
exactly. Not even a chance to drop that pallet though. Of course, it could
Yeah.
have gone through. Oh, Mirone is able to locate that Antiquarian right away.
But Auntie needs to stay near the pollen though, so then she can disarm, but it seems like wasn't able to do much, and the terror shock down.
Yeah.
Well, once again, let's congratulate Miron for the 5-man elimination.
Congratulations, that is 5 points to Activators. Oh, that was a really close match. There was the dungeon nearby. It is really tough to hold out that long though, because Prospector had just gotten put on his first chair.
Yeah, but of course from Priest's side, as well, it was very unlucky that the moment that first officer got spiked, Priestess went over half, or else first officer definitely would have been able to rescue the Priestess before half.
Yeah, there were really good attempts to try and salvage that priestess, you know. First officer went in trying to body block and using the watch for her, as well as the harassers on the team moving in to try and save her, but unfortunately it just wasn't possible. First officer was also pushed off. He got eliminated on his first chair as well.
Sadly. Now then, on to the match stats. We have 18 mirror on the breaking wheel, 3 ciphers remaining, 1 pallet destroyed, 0.5 strikes, no terror shocks. Oh, there's no terror shocks, and then 7 knockdowns from Yume Prospector, a 118% decoding progress, and has contained for 67 seconds. Honey, no decoding progress, contained for 36 seconds. SelfMade G, first officer, 82% decoded, 39 seconds contained, and Antiquarian 105% decoding progress with 2 heals and 84-second hunter containment. Now, to be fair, from Priestess's side, it was really unlucky. It was like we knew that she was trying to portal at the wall, right? But then it seems like the portal decided to go straight towards basement, but thankfully Miron cancelled it.
I would have been interested in seeing how that played out though, if she would be able to portal into basement. Really hard to recover from that though, especially if you have to go all the way up those stairs. You're just going to be greeted by the breaking wheel.
You never know. You never know. Maybe Miron will have a brain fart and actually go down with the priestess. You never know. Now then, for our point system, Activator is getting 5 points and SelfMade with none currently. If SelfMade wants to aim for round 3, they need to get the Hunter. Kibo needs to get a 5-man elimination for the second half.
For sure. I'm really wondering, there's a high possibility of Kibo's Dream Witch getting banned, however. So I'm wondering who Kibo will end up playing instead, if that does happen.
Yeah. To be fair though, from SelfMade's side as well, they definitely like the idea was great. The idea was great, Chantal, with their spawn picks, because it's like the top side of the map is the strongest kiting area of all, and then middle is just middle. But Miron was able to, scout for the survivor who was in hospital, because Priestess wanted to bait Miron into thinking that she was actually upstairs and not downstairs.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I wonder if Kibo is going to end up playing Axe Boy. If it is going to be Kibo, of course, SelfMade does have another hunter sub.
But it doesn't seem like Kibo is going to be changing out. They do have a sub though. But there is a chance that they could not play today. Dreaming, who is 19 Tournament and 76 Nightmare main.
Oh, interesting. I am really interested in seeing more of Kibo though. I'm hoping for some Kibo redemption and that push for a third round. It does look
Yes.
like they opted for the Seer and Priestess ban first thing.
It seems like they want to get all the support out of the way and wanting to down the survivor ASAP to gain more advantage on them.
Oh, and they are going to opt for that Dream Witch ban. Once again, I'm wondering if Kibo is going to play another familiar hunter to them, such as Axe Boy, or if they're going to surprise us.
Yeah,
Ooh.
there could be a sudden trump card here from Kibo's side as well, since he does need a 5-man elimination. For Axe Boy, it'll be a little bit harder to gain an advantage because, you know, his only way to turn the table is chair camp.
Yeah, especially with these two lock-ins, we've got the forward and Antiquarian. Oh my goodness, getting harassed as Axe Boy is rough.
Yeah, and it's highly unlikely for Anne to be coming out as well because Anne is more of a tie hunter than a 4-man elimination hunter, so there's a lot of
Yeah,
pressure on Kibo right now. Yeah.
for sure. Though despite all that pressure, we have seen a lot of interesting plays from Kibo as well. I
Mm-hmm.
was really hoping for a different trait. You know, we were talking about the standard Patroller Blink, but they went
Yeah.
Patroller Excitement. Of course, even if it doesn't work out, it just goes to show that Kibo does have more unique ways of approaching scenarios. And,
Mm-hmm.
the next thing we know, it's going to end out really well for them. I think if they're pushed to that limit, it could definitely pay off.
Yeah. But now once again, will Activator Survivor decide to run Embalmer again just to guarantee the tie? I
It
think
would
that's a questioning
be
hand right now, yeah, because they
for
definitely don't want to
sure.
give the Hunter any advantage point for any, chance of getting a 4-man.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are pretty strong areas to put that coffin in. They could even give that embalmer the hospital spawn. Getting that coffin up on 2-story does put it out of the way for the hunter to see unless they do chase someone in hospital. But
Mm-hmm.
otherwise,
Yeah. Yeah, once again though, but as you said as well, hospital, once again, most pain-wrecking thing for a hunter to deal with.
yeah.
If Kibo wants to opt out though, there is still a chance for Sculptor to come out for him, but with this team comp, it seems like Sculptor will be very hard to come out. I mean, it'll be hard for any other hunter to come out as well, unless it's Undead. But we've seen as well yesterday's match, Undead does get countered by this team. Once again, we're still waiting on the survivors to ban. How will Kibo aim for the 4-man in this situation? As we've seen, Enchantress has been banned right now. Decides with the fact,
Oh,
no, oh, and Bomber
oh,
banned.
embalmer ban. I think that's a solid pick. We did see some embalmer gameplay from activators in the first round.
Hmm. And especially with the Embalmer ban as well, that just means that there is no way for activators to be able to harass to help whoever was on Coffin to rebound Kaish, because that is still a high possibility of one of activators' strategies for this one. But it seems like we will have Entomologist come out for another solid soft support and containment character.
Absolutely. And we mentioned it in the previous match, where there's just so many options for taking those vaults and entomologists, not just with the bees, but with that additional honey to help with those vaulting over windows and pallets. Getting that set
Hmm.
up, especially in areas so strong, such as the Ruins by Shack, can definitely
Yeah.
benefit activators here.
Yeah. Oh, seems like prisoner has been banned from self-made side, wanting to get anyone who can support self-rescue and support decode out of the way. It does. They may opt out for clerk then, if this is the case, cause prisoner does kind of clerk when it comes to cipher connection.
Yeah, absolutely. In addition to that, having ciphers so close together, I feel like on Sacred Heart Hospital, compared to other maps such as Moonlit and Lakeside, when prisoner connects to the other ciphers, uh, if they're closer, the transmission loss is also less, and it just
Hmm.
ends up having prisoner send over more progress. It's really easy to get those cipher pops in that case.
Yeah, of course. But with this team comp as well, since hospital would be one of the easiest areas to support any character who wants to come in. Like Birdcage, for example, you can have a forward in Birdcage, you can just stand behind the pallet to immediately pull the pallet down for any of the survivors to buy them time to go up towards two-story and continue to loop in hospital. Especially with Barmaid here as well with our team comp. Barmaid and Ento. With these two, Barmaid wouldn't necessarily have to worry about not being able to heal up at all.
Absolutely, and it does give room for barmaid to even heal someone mid-kite.
Yeah. Especially when like, when there's a forward around to harass as well, just buys way too much time for the survivor, to heal up and to relocate into a better kiting area to avoid interrupting their teammates decoding.
Yeah. With that being said, I do believe we are going to be proceeding to the persona web selection. The survivors are just going to have to choose that before the hunter gets to select what character they're going
Hmm.
to be playing.
Yeah. But for this team comp as well, I think triple flywheel would do. Triple flywheel would do. Flywheel Barmaid, flywheel Ento, and well, not Ento, flywheel forward and flywheel Anticurrent, just so forward can tank an extra hit during mid harass. So it'll be a pain in the head for hunters.
There's a way to put it for sure. Um, it would really be fun to see more flywheel. I do believe seen some really great barmaid and flywheel usage. I remember there was a map or there was a match on Moonlit where barmaid used the flywheel and then used the Dufresne to avoid
Mhm.
hits twice. It was a really great usage. They're kind of similar in the sense they give like that additional beat boost, and of course, with Flywheel's additional bit of invincibility.
Yeah, of course. But if Barmaid does become first chase, though, the hunter needs to be really careful of how they're actually gonna chase Barmaid, because the usual counter for Barmaid is to wait out for Blink a little bit, hit Barmaid, and once Blink comes out, you can close your distance fast and then blink the Barmaid down, so then they can't heal,
Oh,
and there's no room for survivors to support.
yeah, great points, you. It does look like we're actually gonna go for a triple tie turner as opposed to the flywheel that you suggested. It's going to be
Mm.
barmaid, antiquarian, forward, bringing tie turner with entomologist being the only one bringing broken windows.
Oh, it seems like they. Yeah, I guess that will work as well for Ento, because her main, the only way she kites is by creating distance from bees. Of course, there are times that she can suffocate Hunter in a certain area, but usually she just uses the bees to create as much distance as possible.
Absolutely. And speaking of your predictions, it does look like Kibo is going to opt for that clerk pick.
For Clerk, then he needs to be a little bit more careful for this one, because even if you do have excitement, there is still the opportunity for Forward to come harass you again and for Anticurrent to come harass you again.
Absolutely. With that being said, with all of the harassment potential of this team, I wonder if the clerk is going to opt for that excitement or go another route. We haven't seen Kibo utilize Blink yet, but Blink, of course, is always a pretty good pick, especially with clerk.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not hunting. Sorry.
And of course, it seems like what I realized as well is Miki may seem like he's a hound, but this guy is 5th Dream Witch and
Oh,
27th Clerk.
interesting. I do
So
see.
I guess from last game as well, Miki does know what he was doing. Miki was Priestess last game, right? If I'm
I
not wrong.
believe so. Um, that is really interesting, though. It's always a pleasure to see people of dual faction playing in these tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Now then, let's see. We have from Survivor side Barmaid Forward, Antiquarian, and Entomologist, and from Hunter side we have Kibo gonna run Clerk for this one. Area selection mode would be quite interesting to see, because it's probably best to opt out mid for Barmaid. Give Hospital to Barmaid and everything is a-okay.
Oh, it looks like Barmaid's going to take that hospital spawn with Entomologist. Oh, switching with Antiquarian, who goes for that shack.
And of course, forward being in the most dangerous area possible. Usually, when survivors pick like this, it's for them to protect whoever is, at the third at a shack. It's usually for them to protect whoever is at shack, because Hunter won't be able to close the distance from any of the corners to shack. Therefore, whoever's in shack can rotate away towards runes, and whoever's in runes can come to shack in order to base.
Absolutely. And with this is the second half of the second round with Self-Made Hunter versus Activator Survivors. Good luck to both teams.
And it seems like from Kiwo's side, he has opted out for Blink. So very headstrong for this one. Knows that he wants to go after Barmaid first. Miki jumping down immediately. There isn't many areas here where you can put down pallets, because of the fact that there's a lot of drop downs. But seems like there will be a record pallet break right here, which will assist Kibo as much as possible. Downing this Barmaid fast would be very important. After Blink would be nice, but within Blink would be better.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like a good idea for Barmaid to opt away from the hospital just to avoid that basement. We did see basement in the previous match so early on. So good on the Barmaid for that.
Yeah, it seems like Kibo is panicking a little bit right here. Misses his pallet break record, but now not able to get a hit there on Barmaid because of the speed doubling.
Yeah, that's a really great one. It does look like Kibo is recording Barmaid once again, so she needs to be careful here. It does give room to, use that Dovlin.
But the good news is Miki doesn't actually have speed doubling anymore, so there is a really high chance for a blink down to occur right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like we're gonna see that blink, though Miki does have quite a bit of distance on Kibo right here.
Yeah, and it seems like Miki was able to successfully heal himself up right now, rotating back straight towards hospital.
Good hit for the clerk, however, because it did prevent the barmaid from mixing another Dovlin.
It's really better overall right here, but it seems like Barmaid will be going down right here. There is a chance. No, that did not Terror Shock. Oh.
It's tough. We do see that there are 3 ciphers remaining as well, with the cipher that Kibo has been watching is nearly finished.
And because Clerk did not bring confined space for this one, it seems like Barmaid is having a really nice time duping her around these pallets.
Oh,
then being able to take the hit right here. Yeah, but it seems like Well is here right now, and of course the Entomologist. It seems like they want to wait for Forward to finish their cipher ASAP before coming to harass.
Oh. Nice drop on the barmaid, but we are gonna see Well get hit over here.
If it's possible, Kibo needs to record the forwards recording, but it seems like forwards gonna come rescue as well. Decides to chair near somewhere that there is no pallets remaining. Not such a bad idea, but there is a pallet nearby, of course, for barmaid to take the rotate into hospital right here. Decides to break it immediately.
Good patience on the forward. Definitely a good idea to wait it out, especially because they have to get those last 2 ciphers.
I know all what Ford really has to do is just stay near the barmaid and become the bodyguard. So there's no way that Kibo can actually chair the barmaid for the second time. Now barmaid
Moves
looping here
over.
once again.
Yeah, no one has used up this area.
This is ooh, it wasn't enough. The hitbox wasn't enough, and now, ooh, did not get the hit right there though. But did open phase 2, is able to open that immediately and put the pallet down. Is able to vault.
Oh my
Ooh.
goodness! Although that was a really good dropping the pallet on the barmaid, she was really able to miss that just by a little bit.
Yeah, her movements were really good. Kibo, there was a really good flex from Kibo, but Barmaid's flex was even better from her side steps right there. But it seems like Barmaid will be going down right here with 1 cipher remaining, and the cipher has been primed as well.
Yeah, I do believe the forward was here, but it does seem like the forward is hanging out in the hospital, where Miki seems to be transitioning into going over the window with Well at the gate nearby.
Yeah, it's probably better right now for Kibo to actually go after the antiquarian right now, just because there's actually no one at the other gate since they opened the cipher at statue.
Oh, nice use of the blink, however.
Being able to record entomologist there with the gate opening, he can take his time. He can't really take his time with this recording, and they'll lock the gate once again for 12 seconds.
It seems the nearest survivor is solo Speedy Matt, but it would be fine for him to just go for that gate.
Yeah, he could just stay in hospital as well, just because he has like 75% ball remaining right here, as you can see as well.
Yeah, for sure. Despite the lack of tie turner after using it earlier, I do think that being able to stun would help out. Detention is also running out, to be honest. I do think that Antiquarian might end up getting eliminated if they don't get to the chair on time, but nice down on the entomologist here.
Yeah. And as you said as well, if they want to reach it on time, we see Ford pulling the ball as well. Being able to pull near the antiquarian, really nicely done by the forward. But Miki here is trying to stall as much time as possible for the other gate to open, because they only need a 1-man escape to win this game 1 for
It
today.
looks like Miki is trying to get that last Dublin mix, and if they can heal up, detention is just about to run out. They still have tied, so they could really push for this gate depending on how much progress it has.
But it seems like they're deciding to opt out to leave right now. As we can see, Ford wants to come in to give the tinnitus, and dungeon is near as well, so Ford can take the dungeon anytime since detention has run out.
Absolutely. It does not seem like he has any rugby ball, but it's okay. It does give time for, honestly, either of them to maybe. Nice body block.
Yeah, if that hit the entomologist, then it would have been Ento leaving immediately and being able to lock the gate once again. But Kibo is able to lock that gate though, so there's still a chance. There's really still a chance for him to win this round. But Ford is opening the shaft gate.
Yeah.
So it'll be a
I
bit hard.
see the Dublin has been used on the Antiquarian. There is the Antiquarian and Entomologist who will be dead on chair if they are to be chaired again. So hopefully trying to get at least the Entomologist here would be good. Oh, teleport.
Immediately trying to look for maybe barmaid. Antiquarian's at full health right now. Kibo looks at the other gate. The other gate has been opened. Oh no. Antiquarian at full health right now and has 50% staff remaining.
Oh, Antiquarian has also moved back towards that open gate.
There we can see a vault where anyone can just learn that. You're able to vault at that location instead of using a pallet if you wish to do so. Then the dungeon is here as well. Barmaid isn't too far away from the gate at all.
It does look like Antikyrian is going to push for this dungeon escape.
Can they make it? Can they make it? Can they make it? Can they make it? Keepo, 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 Keepo. Oh, no, disarm.
Nice! That was a really great disarm. It allowed Well to escape as well. Congratulations on the 4-man escape.
And of course, let us congratulate Activators for winning game 1 for today.
Yeah, congratulations, Activators, and well done, SelfMade. It was a pleasure to watch both teams compete.
Yes, of course, SelfMade did a really good job as well for today. It's their first time doing tourneys, especially in a setting like this. Let's hope we'll see them further on in the future for our, later community tournaments, if we're gonna have some. We'll see who is going to organize the next one. But let us once again congratulate Activators for winning this round and to thank SelfMade for participating and to give us such memorable matches.
Absolutely. Thank you to both teams. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing more gameplay from Activators in this tournament and SelfMade in future tournaments.
Now then, Activators will be moving on towards the next bracket for next week, and then SelfMade will be eliminated for today.
For sure. And for anybody interested, we are going to be having this tournament happen over the course of the next few weeks. It'll all take place on the weekend. After this elimination stage, I believe it'll just be on the Saturdays and Sundays.
Of course, of course, of course, of course. And we have learned a lot of new things from these players as well, for those of you who play either a hunter or survivors. It's a really nice learning curve for all of us. And of course, it does seem like Activators has dominated this round with 10-0 for round 1 and 10-0 for round 2.
For sure. And I think SelfMade definitely put up a really great fight. It was really great to see them all play and work together. I did like the characters that they selected as well. I felt like they did have some I really like the use of First Officer. I feel like he's not that commonly seen as much in comparison to the other survivors that were selected. So that was great.
Yeah, of course. And once again, Activator does seem like they have shown their dominance in our current Checkmate tourney. I wonder how they're gonna play for our next week's matchup, because next week we'll be closing in. I think it's gonna be the quarter or semifinals, right? Quarterfinals for next week. 16 teams age 4, and yeah, it'll be our quarterfinals for next week. Please come again next week if you want to see Activators. And of course, this will be the end of today for SelfMade versus Activators. Once again, let's congratulate Activators for winning this round and SelfMade for participating and showing us such great matches. And of course, we will see you all at 4:15 p.m. EST for our Game 2.
Yeah, please tune in to watch Discord Kittens versus Capital later on. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second bracket of the final day of our elimination stage. I'm your host, Myxieneo, and I'm here with Luci.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Oh, it's an exciting first round that we had today. A really exciting first round.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone did end up missing it, that was against SelfMade versus Activators, and Activators ended up proceeding.
GG's to both teams, they both did absolutely amazing.
For sure. And now we're going to be having Capital versus the Discord Kittens.
Wonderful name.
Absolutely. It does seem like we've got our rosters here for Capital. For the survivors, we've got Roblox, Mr. Mesmer, Finch, Magic J, and their hunter, I believe, will be Zedian. And they've got a couple of substitutes. We have one for the survivors, Moon Girl, and then Apollo as their hunter sub. Now, as for the Discord Kittens, we've got Caramel, Soulsec, City, FCOG, A Assassin 14, and Anonymous A14, with their sub survivor and sub hunter as Sakurai and Spill New Santa.
On Discord Kittens, there are some veterans mixed in with whatchamacallit. I think some of those are boss members, and I think a lot of them might be boss members. But those are some people that have been playing the game for quite some time, so I'm kind of excited to see how they perform coming into this next round.
For sure. And with that being said, I did end up doing a bit of, I guess you could call it research. Not quite to the caliber of you, our commentator from earlier, but you know, if we want to talk predictions of which characters these players are going to end up playing, my number one manifestation has got to be Anonymous A14's Mad Eyes. I saw on their profile they had a Mad Eyes. I would love to see some Mad Eyes gameplay today.
That would be really exciting, actually. Mad Ice games are always a little longer. They're kind of like photo matches, but unlike photo matches, they're always super exciting to see how accurate they are with the walls and the constant moving between one console to the next. It's really fun to watch. Really fun to watch. I definitely enjoy a lot of the Mad Ice games.
For sure, and despite the length of those games, you know, with Mad Eye's capabilities, there's a lot of approaches you can go for with strategies. I've seen some Mad Eyes even opt for slugging, kind of like undead. But honestly, sometimes it works, and it would be fun to see how that would pan out. But regardless of their picks, I'm sure that both Discord Kittens and Capital are going to put up an excellent matches.
Of course. As this entire tournament has so far, I don't think I've really been disappointed or anything with how these matches have kind of played out. I think every single one of them has been really exciting and a lot of fun to watch so far.
Absolutely, and we've got so many teams, 16 in total. Lots of veterans, like you mentioned, Luci, as well as some new faces.
Agreed. I am excited to see if I have the right person. I'm fairly confident that Anonymous A14 might actually be a Nightmare main too, so we might even see a Nightmare main. That could be exciting. We don't see a lot of Nightmares in competitive or in rank, if I'm honest. So it would be really cool if we could see a Nightmare come into fruition.
Absolutely, and it does seem like we are proceeding to the ban and pick, starting with the maps. We've got a Lakeside ban, so that's taken off the table, but we've got Arms Factory selected as our first map.
Amazing. And we are going to see Discord Kittens. They are going to be the ones that are hunting first, so that means that that Capital is going to be on the survivor side first. So I'm kind of interested to see is just like yesterday, in a lot of the higher tier like Asia server tournaments, Arms Factory is picked as kind of a round 2 map a lot. So I'm really excited. I'm always excited when I see a round 1 Arms Factory. That's how you kind of know that a lot of teams are really used to playing or are really familiar with this sort of map, or that means that they're playing or planning something to play something like BQ or Dreamwitch, as well as something like Exploit as well. This map is kind of fit really well for those 3 hunters especially.
Absolutely. And having been chosen as the first match, having chosen as the first map for the first match, it does give room for any hunter to be chosen at all because the survivors won't have the opportunity to ban any hunter.
Really exciting, really exciting. I think that Arms Factory might be one of my favorite maps to witness around one on because there's so many normally banned meta hunters that you'd see that are really good and excel on a map like this.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll get to see some of those. There's always some more room for that those off meta picks later on.
Agreed, agreed. We've seen a lot of off meta picks yesterday. I commentated the match that that featured I don't know why I'm spacing their name now. Terrible, terrible.
Yeah, no worries at all. What character really caught your eye then?
They played Hermit, a wonderful Hermit game. Um,
Mm.
and I think that they ended up getting really early down, and it kind of just snowballed from there. And it was a lot of fun to watch, and really like really impressive. I've seen him being played to a high enough caliber, but not something that puts survivors kind of on their heels the entirety of the game. So it
Yeah,
was good
for
to see something
sure. Yeah, that's really great to hear, especially considering that Hermit is one of the most recent characters. We are allowed to have players play any character as long as they're available in rank, but of course, there's a lot of discourse surrounding Hermit and his viability. So just knowing that he was used so efficiently in this tournament so far really gives more potential and possibility for Hermit or other characters that haven't quite gotten the chance to shine to be used.
And Enderton's was their name. I don't know why I could not remember that for the life of me, but Enderton's played an absolutely amazing game on Arms Factory as Hermit. And I think I've haven't really been too interested in too insightful on Hermit so far. I've kind of just let him slip under the radar. But I mean, consider with how well Hermit's been played so far this tournament, he might be on a lot of teams' radars. I mean, he's still kind of finding his way in the meta, so it'd be interesting. It's kind of interesting to see what hunters are kind of doing with him this early in his release.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely looking forward to that. And it does seem like the bans are going through, and the hunter for Discord Kittens has opted for that Seer initial ban.
It is something that honestly is a lot of the times hunters are going to try to guess the basis of a comp based on the first two locks, but it's also said the other way that survivors are going to kind of see who and trying to get some sort of insight on who the hunter is going to choose based on bans. But Zero would say is always a safe ban for about 90% of the hunter roster in IDV. Just the ability to eat 3 hits without really needing to do anything too taxing in the beginning of the game is just something that is kind of unmatched. So he is a super easy ban for hunters like Dreamwitch and BQ, and essentially any 1 hit or slightly like to call them 1.5 hit, any 1-2 hit hunters that are kind of struggling in getting that second hit other than their basic hit. So it is kind of a tall tale ban there, so we can't really see too much coming from Seer.
Absolutely. Great points, Lucy. It does seem like the first two lock-ins were Forward and Acrobat. Really interesting picks alongside a Patient. I do see that Entomologist was taken off the table, but they have opted for some other really great containment potential survivors.
And Ento is kind of underrated, specifically on Arms Factory. She makes a lot of the hunter's job really difficult. A lot of the really great kiting areas are super narrow, and it makes maneuvering around bees or avoiding the bees really difficult. So I'm not too surprised seeing that. I gotta ask, with the mech ban, Ento ban, and now the Seer ban, are you have any guesses as to what the hunter is aiming to play, or?
Question. Honestly, I'm surprised seeing the mechanic ban. I do feel as if she's been falling a little bit in terms of usage, and um, I believe NetEase has also acknowledged that and are seeking to adjust her. But it is an interesting choice among all the decoders, of course. I feel like smaller maps are pretty strong for prisoner as well due to the lack of transmission loss. There's a lot less. Oh, and it does seem like a psychologist is our last pick for the survivors.
And I think that wouldn't was that that's kind of a pick that I would expect to see really early on. I mean, she's gonna be normally she's a pretty high priority band for a lot of the hunters. Just like she's a lot like Seer, but I would say in my opinion, slightly better. The ability to Wi-Fi heal is just something that is pretty game changing. So if anybody gets time to even whistle, we could see something big happening here.
Absolutely, especially with this harasser support. I do believe I got to witness some forward support on top of the psychologist whistle in a previous match yesterday, and it just really allowed forward to not only harass but to rescue. It really made up for the situation was kind of the forward went in for a second balloon rescue, but the hunter popped that excitement. And although the forward was able to get hit there, they were able to recover from that by getting that psychologist to tank that hit and have the forward at full health for that rescue. So I'm hoping to see similar situations here. It gives Capital some room to bounce back for any errors such as that.
Yeah, it's really. I think a lot of people actually underestimate how fast that whistle comes through. Not only does it open up forwards and kind of make his job harassing and rescuing really safe, but on the counter end of that, that whistle is only a little bit of distance and a stun away from popping with the person with the person kiting. I mean, if you give the person kiting a little bit of distance and follow it up with a forward stun, that whistle can possibly be popped on the person kiting, and they just having to basically give that free health state for free to the person's main chase is going to be really difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that we do have the full survivor composition, we are waiting in for the persona web selection. Once that's been settled, the hunter will get to make their first choice, and then we'll proceed over to the area selection. I am hoping for a little bit of flywheel effect, if I'm going to be honest. I feel as though it hasn't been utilized today as much as other days, and it's always a pleasure to see how that works out, or or the sort of mishaps that can happen when you don't nail it.
It can be something that's very powerful, and honestly, it was something that completely pushed Wheel out of the meta. He didn't really need to be nerfed to the ground in order to be kicked out of the meta. All it took was Flywheel. So if you can properly plan and time the Flywheel correctly, it's something that is honestly game changing, kite changing. Really, it's something that you can either add 5 seconds, or if you're dead harding to secure a pallet, something that might secure an extra 15 seconds onto their kite.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great points. It does look like we are going to be getting half of the team with flywheel effect, and the rest of them are going to be bringing that tide turner.
Wonderful, wonderful. Flywheel is something always excited to watch. It's exciting to see a really good flywheel, and witness the how well NA has really come accustomed to this trait. But at the same time, it's also really exciting to see these hunters kind of bait this normally super overpowered shake up to him.
Sure. We are going to get that custom set up, needing to invite everyone necessary, but I am happy to say that the Hunter Discord Kittens has selected is going to be Dream Witch.
Pretty much exciting. Like I said, I mean, it's a round one arms factory. It's almost too good to not choose something like Dream Witch or BQ on this map.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a really strong map for her, and depending on the amount of leeches she's got on the field, it really great opportunities to uh, get get that Cypher pressure going, forcing everyone off. even just down to healing, if she's able to keep the survivors on their toes like that, it's going to be really tough for them to heal, deleach, get to old ciphers that they've worked on.
And the reason why she excels on a map such as this is this Arms Factory is a super center focused map. A lot of the times you're gonna see minimum one cipher, but you do have the possibility of seeing two ciphers in middle. So that's something that's kind of game changing for a hunter with as much map presence as Dreamwitch does have.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they'll get lucky with their cipher spawns as well. But that is a really good point, having those two ciphers in the middle and taking the risk of working on them. It's going to be really tough. On top of like the possibility of having survivors kite nearby. You never know where the basement is going to end up either. Middle is really close to the factory basement, and honestly, Dreamwitch basement is pretty tough, especially if you manage your leech as well.
I agree completely. I agree completely. Yeah, and flywheel on the counter end of that, flywheel is going to be something that um, is going to be even more impactful in this game. I mean, Dreamwitch is a single hit hunter, and being able to flywheel out a patroller animation is something that, if timed well, again, can be something that's super impactful on how fast, or if at all, the Streamwitch will get these downs and how fast these chairs will come in. Because Streamwitch is a hunter that benefits solely on less about kills and more about map control and chairs. So if she can get a really early chair, she can kind of snowball off that and speed the game up, which is something that Dreamwitch players are always aim for. So it's going to be a pretty tough match. I mean, flywheel is something that's going to give the Dreamwitch a lot of trouble, but it's going to be super exciting to see how they play around it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also looking forward to. We saw it before with Kiwo. I know usually the standard for Dreamwitch is pretty much Patroller along with Blink, but I wonder if there'll be opportunities for the Hunter to go with a different trait, because I know in that instance Kiwo used Excitement, but of course there's some Dreamwitches that end up switching to Abnormal due to the pacing of the match and just the opportunities to choke those survivors with that Abnormal, especially on such a small map.
I agree. And just the ability and of the Dreamwitches being able to give themselves that leeway and that wiggle room to be able to switch to a trait like Abnormal. You have to be really comfortable with sandwiches and leech map control, because once you switch to Abnormal, like I said before, I mean, the Dreamwitch's job in the chase gets even more, if not 5 times more difficult, because you just took all of your chase away, essentially. I mean, the only chase the Dreamwitch really has is her trait, so that something like Bleak and Patroller kind of make the Dreamwitch's chase. So when you switch to Abnormal, it becomes really exciting, being able to see the amount of multitasking that a Dreamwitch is able to do with a perk like that.
Absolutely, that's a really good point. And of course, with builds like that into account, Dreamwitch doesn't get to have that fast palette breaking that other hunters will have the luxury of having due to the pretty standard Dreamwitch build. But I'm really interested in seeing how this pans out. It does look like we're going to be having Roblox on Psychologist, Magic J on Forward, Finch as Acrobat, and then Mr. Mesmer as Patient.
I will say this is a really good team comp for facing a Dreamwitch. You have, I mean, Patient is going to be able to hook away, and mainly just building distance away from these patrollers can be something that helps you kite a patroller out. I mean, Psychologist with the 3 hits, and Acrobat is just probably arguably one of the most consistent and best kiting characters in the game currently.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, it does look like we are proceeding to the match, and the Dreamwitch has selected the spawn in which 3 survivors are around. Good luck to both teams. This is the Discord Kitten Hunter versus the Capital Survivors.
I am thinking that this Dreamwitch is going to kind of be aiming to chase the Acrobat first, is what it's kind of looking like.
It does look like she has tinnitus right here. No one's quite here, but I believe that is
Mr. Mesmer, she's aiming to chase the Patient first.
Interesting. And in such an area like deep sandbags, there's a lot of opportunities to get some solid kites here.
I agree. I agree.
Ooh,
A
first hit.
great first hit, amazing. I mean, it is taken with the leech, so it's not something that's too terrible for the survivors. But it's never good to see an early hit like that. She drops patroller now, and this is going to be really difficult to kind
Oh,
of kite out in an area like this.
psychologist moving in. They could dash to one another. But that spawn follower is catching up. Nice hook. Oh.
Oh, we didn't have time for a dead hard or a body block. That's just the dangers of Dream Witch and Patroller. Even with an early hit, taking the leech as the early game hit. I mean, her potential of ending a chase so fast, especially as a patient. I mean, you can't really hook away when you have a Patroller on you. It cancels your hook animation.
Absolutely. And that was a really close call. I did enjoy seeing that patient utilize the hook so precisely. That put him right in front of the pallet. Although unfortunately he wasn't able to get rescued there. Oh,
Amazing save. Oh no, he hit the trail and that hooky wasn't able to break around the corner, and that's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate.
sure. Hopefully the forward won't get hit over here. Uh, there may be room for the forward to harass, but of course, with that leech in addition to the spawn follower, it could be tough. It looks like Magic J is moving away, however, and getting leech right here.
It's an amazing game by Anonymous so far. I mean, they're really early down with patient only requiring the use of one patroller, and then if you notice, the redown off this patient's rebound wasn't even used. He didn't Anonymous didn't use his leech to read down the patient, so now he has that extra leech, and his leech just got back. His leech is about to come back up online at about 19 seconds. So this is where Dream Witch really gets scary and really starts to snowball when you allow her to have more than one leech on the field.
Absolutely, and it does look like they are a little bit behind on ciphers, though two happen to be about halfway done. Psychologist did unfortunately have to abandon that factory cipher.
I think the plant getting hit. I don't. I'm. It was really risky getting that close to chair. I understand wanting to give tinnitus, but giving out an early hit like this when you've had such honestly a too fast of an early game. This is something that's going to be really difficult to get back under control.
Of course, and nice usage of the patroller by the main body. Magic J really has to be careful here. We've really seen Anonymous utilize the patroller and their sandwiching with the leeches to really control. Oh, it seems like they've switched over to Blink.
We may see a blink here right after he slams his pallet. Amazing mind games. He doesn't even require the blink. Amazing job by Anonymous.
Yeah, that's really great. They were able to activate the dungeon, but of course, they're still quite behind. Psychologist also ends up getting leeched here. The only other person with the anti-curse is the forward getting chaired here, so if she does choose to delete herself or prime that leech, it is going to take a bit longer.
It is indeed. And sadly, Acrobat has absolutely no leech mark on him, so he can't even help anybody take off a leech. This is something he's about to pick it up, amazing. But this is something that you really have to balance early game. This healing and the leech removal, and that's something that I think they've been kind of lacking on in this early game. And that's the one reason why Anonymous has been doing so amazingly is he's been able to keep these leeches up, and he's been able to get these down without requiring the use of said character leech.
Absolutely. Oh, and unfortunately, forward is going to get pushed just after half here, but Acrobat is able to get that rescue.
On a chair hit too, so Acrobat was able to get that rescue successfully with forward getting away, and we do see the blink going through. But we didn't see the blink go through, I'm sorry.
No worries. I do believe we are going to be seeing Magic J eliminated right here, though. It was a really unfortunate situation, but you know what? Having that Acrobat get away at full health at such a crucial moment does matter. Better to not take that terror shock, you know?
In a game with an early game such as this, I mean, Acrobat did the right thing. If he stayed there and would have body blocked, I mean, you're opening yourself up for a rough early game. At this point, they need to plan and prep for getting at least one person out here.
Oh, excellent flywheel to avoid that hit.
Oh my god, and the blink terror shock. the slow volt killed him. If he was able to get a fast volt on this, that would have been the blink would not have been able to terror shock. Maybe it blinked through the window, but that slow volt really put him in a bad position.
I agree, and it was really a good opportunity for both parties. I mean, that was a really precise bomb over to the window. All he needed was to vault, but that momentum just wasn't there. Really great terror shock.
And
I will,
sadly, he does.
however, yeah, I will, however, note that I do think it's good that Finch moved away from the dungeon. He was decoding right there, but like Lucy mentioned, we really have to get Capital to push for at least the one-person escape.
Again, see the premature Dead Hard. Dead Hard is something that is game changing and kite changing for the survivors, but it's only as good as you really are able to time it. And we've seen a premature Dead Hard there, and that's rough. That's something that's really impactful in a game when you miss your Dead Hard. But if you do look, middle is at about 70, 80. So if they can get somebody that can kite well enough and have maybe a psychologist work back to mid and finish off that cipher, it's going to make their job at getting one person out way easier.
It does look like Psychologist went back to her old cipher at Factory, but Anonymous has definitely caught sight of that too.
And this is something that the survivors really need to do and should have done a little earlier and earlier on in the game is opening up these ciphers. You don't want to rush and speed up your game against the Dream Witch, so opening up this second cipher is a great call by the psychologist.
Sure, Acrobat did a great job of avoiding that blink. I think, oh, it's not quite primed right here, and Psychologist is gonna go down.
He is going to go down for it. It is at like 98. That is a really close. That's
Yeah.
so unfortunate. That I think she might have been able to get that pop off had the skill check not came as soon as she pushed off of the cipher.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really rough. I do think going for that chair was pretty smart because Psychologist still had that exit path to pick herself up.
I'm not sure if Acrobat's going to have enough time to delete here.
Yeah,
If they
he
are
has
going to get
been.
one person out, it's going to be really, really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
It is
Oh
looking to be hard in this
no.
game.
Yeah, that was right into the boxes. Really great plays by both teams. Congratulations to Discord Kittens for getting the 4-man elimination. That puts them at 5 points.
Amazing, consistent Dream Witch gameplay all throughout the entirety of that match with the early down hit and following everything up with again a read down on the patient without requiring the use of his leash is amazing. If we do look at these end game, you do see that the Acrobat had the longest amount of cutting time. I mean, and a patient not getting above 60 is something that is if you are able to cut a patient short and maybe cause the fumble on maybe one or two of his hooks, that's something that's really impactful because patient is not something that's like to the kite level and opportunity as Acrobat is, but he is still considered one of the safest kiters. A lot of the times he's put with Tide just because the power of his hooks. So to see the Stream Witch control and play around those hooks so well was amazing.
Absolutely. You know, we saw from Mr. Mesmer there was a really precise, nicely ended off hook at the factory, but unfortunately the hook fell short over by the tri pallet because he was able to get stuff by that tree, giving that leech the early hit after Tide.
It's something that is honestly really unfortunate. The Identity 5 map has kind of interesting hitboxes with objects sometimes. So it is really unfortunate to see something like that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, congratulations to both teams. That was really, really well done. I'm really excited to seeing the next match because, of course, uh, they've really got to catch up Capital. A little bit more pressure on the Hunter. But, of course, it is the first round, so there is some leeway there. Hopefully we can push for a third round, and if necessary, maybe even some overtime.
Agreed. and winning this first round, regardless of how you win them by points, but just making sure that your team comes away with round one with a win is super big. I mean, with a round one win, you can aim to just draw out these next two matches, and that's a win for you if you're able to draw these next two out. That's two draws, and your team comes out with the only win. I mean, that's huge, being able to start with such a strong, kind of win condition. I mean, now Capital, I'm sure, is feeling the pressure. They either have to damage control and try to get as close as they possibly can to a 4-man, or try to draw this one out. And I think losing, taking the risk that they need to take to kind of secure this 4-man, coming into this, is something that's going to be super difficult. Now that the survivors of Discord Kittens know that they only need to play for a 1-man, it's going to get increasingly more difficult to secure that 4.
Sure. It does seem like the Discord kittens are going to be the survivors next, but they are going to have to sub in Spill New Santa due to a Assassin 14 not being available at the moment.
It is always exciting to see, and as a sub, get to play. So unfortunate that we Assassin could not be available for this, but excited to see what Santa is going to bring to the survival lineup.
For sure. I'm honestly really looking forward to it because they were listed as dual faction. I do believe they are the sub hunter, but just due to these circumstances, they really had to get that last person in. We are going to be proceeding into the ban and pick though, and Seer was first ban as well.
I think the first officer lock is a super underrated pick.
Mhm.
Regardless, of this, the hunter is safe. You can guarantee the safe officer, not safe officer. First officer is going to be able to secure a really safe first rescue. With the addition of that, I know you touched on it earlier, but with the addition of the tide with the watch, I mean, it's something that's kind of not with the other hunters. Yeah, with Merc, you can secure that guaranteed rescue, but he can still be stuffed. But first officer, it is if the watch is timed well enough, it is impossible to stuff him.
Absolutely, especially depending on your hunter, you know, those single hit hunters are considerably weaker to that watch capability because once you get that hit in, it just gives room for that rescue. Oh, we are going to see the entomologist and mercenary bands. Have a look at their picks, Lucy, if you want to discuss their team comp. I'm really interested in this.
So with the Seer ban, like I said before, I mean, really common, really expected. The Ento ban, again, like I said, she's a character that the support in itself is really strong, but on a map like Arms Factory, it gets increasingly more prevalent with all these really close in corners, and corridors such as Factory, middle 3 pallet locker, shack. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities. Little girl lock is something that we don't see a lot, so I'm really excited what they bring to the table. I mean, little girl has something that has really amazing support if used correctly, but it's something that is super risky with the timing of the pages. Well, we see it all the time, could cancel the attack recovery. I think that might honestly be one of the more prevalent things with Prospector and Enchantress that cancels the attack recovery, is just because sometimes it's really difficult to time that page. As well as a Dancer lock. I mean, another really, I think, underrated character being chosen here. I mean, she's something she's not terrible, but she's definitely not seen in competitive a lot. So I'm really excited again to see what they do with this character. This could be a comp, and these are characters that they possibly have a lot of experience with, and that are practiced with a lot. So going into this, I don't think they would choose Little Girl and Dancer for just the heck of it. So I'm assuming they have a plan, and so I'm excited to see what they do with this.
Absolutely. This is really going to be interesting. I do like the versatility of female dancer despite I guess being an uncommon pick. I know they don't have a decoder, but having those fast boxes not only helps faster healing, it also helps with decoding and just like faster speed. There's a lot of areas in Arms Factory where you can set down those music boxes to not just encompass a single palette, but you know, you can put these music boxes to cover both a palette but also a cipher if you want to double it out the area as a kiting area. You can have it span to a window and a palette just due to the map layout. So I'm really excited to see how female dancer is utilized here. And of course she has the twirl. The twirl can really help with transitioning, especially if you time it right. You can use it twice so long as you're in that radius.
I'm glad you actually touched base on that. That's something we don't see a lot coming from dancers. Is she can also play support really well if she sets a music box up in an area like three palette, whether it be a slow music box or a fast music box. That's gonna make kiting and looping in that area a lot easier, and it's gonna be something that you can maybe get one, two, three, if not four more loops out of that, and kind of utilize that kiting area longer than you would had that music box not been there. So I think that's something an amazing point that you bring up. The support possibilities with Dancer I think are astronomical. Whether that be support with putting a music box on first officer's kiting, the first officer's decoding to speed that up, or helping the kiter with the either box really.
Yeah, for sure. And it does look like they've got interesting persona picks as well. First Officer is the only person on this team going to bring Tide. Everyone else is opting for Flywheel Effect.
Not too surprised by that actually. So a lot of the teams, and the kind of majority consensus with Flywheel right now is it's nothing has really changed. You kind of want to push for two Tide, maybe two Flywheel or some sort of Flywheel in the team, other than something like Bonbon. Maybe Window Volt is better, but when you're kind of pushing for a draw or a one man, bringing three Flywheel and one Tide is to be expected. Really, I mean the main thing that you want to focus on with securing a one man minimum is less about saves and rebounds and more about making these kites last. If you can make this kite last, you can sell these survivors because you realistically don't need to go for a save. So if someone does maybe even a slightly suboptimal kite, it's not out of the realm of these survivors just to sell that and secure the draw maximum one man minimum.
Absolutely, really amazing points, and it really rings true for the Hunter pick, especially. We've got the Capital Hunter choosing Sculptor first thing. And you bring up really great points. There's always the possibility of selling these survivors. They really have to contain this hunter for as long as possible. But once that presence is really accumulated, especially on a map such as Arms Factory, where it's so much smaller and there's so much terrain and objects around, it's really easy to get caught up on those statues. Once she hits max presence with that nobility statue, it poses a pretty big threat to not just a kite, but even to locating the survivors.
And I think honestly, First Officer was a really a smart pick here. I mean, they did ban Mercenary, but they locked First Officer as one of their first locks. I mean, I would choose against something like a Bonbon and a Sculptor. That those are two hunters that are really known for making saving difficult. If you could have a guaranteed first save or a guaranteed gate save, I mean that's something that can impact your game from a loss to a draw or a draw to a win with a character like First Officer. They can get a guaranteed save against this hunter that is normally and is known for making saves impossible, if not difficult, at any sort of presence, whether that be first or second.
Sure, for sure. We are going to be proceeding to the area selection shortly, I believe. Oh, I think they really need to be careful where they choose. I'm. I just feel like because they need to prioritize that longer containment, they want to make sure that they get into really good areas. We saw, for example, like the patient spawning in deep sandbags. I feel like deep sandbags is a little bit underrated, but it's a really solid place. Outside the shack as well is pretty solid, but of course, there's always that possibility of the basement. But when it comes to basement and these sort of circumstances, like you said, Lucy, it's definitely possible to just sell someone, especially if they end up getting basemented. Even just baiting out tinnitus. I remember you mentioning that earlier. Uh, basement baiting out tinnitus for a supposed basement rescue really helps if that hunter is just camping at the top. You could just stay on the outside, make it seem like you're gonna go in, but never really go in at all.
I mean, especially with a hunter like Sculptor, again, they get increasingly more dangerous and snowball super heavily at full presence. So, not allowing that for that Sculptor or making the job of the Sculptor to reach full presence increasingly difficult by just not allowing her to build presence off of that rescue, and the read down is an amazing choice and a great choice, especially when you only need to secure one. we are going to see little girl choose locker, and first officer is going into to Shack Gate. I mean, this is a very common sort of spawn. I think that was an amazing choice with little girl. I think little girl should have stayed at the other gate. I mean, me and Sikey touched on this a lot yesterday. That's exactly what almost every hunter is going to do. If you give them, now he has 3 different options on where he can go instead of just being closer to one person. I mean, allowing him that many options of who he can and who he's able to chase just because you're giving him 3 people on 3 out of the 4 sides. I mean, that's something that you can't really risk, but I guess we'll see what they do with it here.
For sure, and this is the second half of first round. Discord Kitten Survivors versus the Capital Hunter. Good luck to both teams. There we go.
We are going to see the first chase is going to be, I mean, the most impactful choice of the game. I mean, your rebound matters, but who you decide to chase is basically going to decide how fast this chase ends.
Oh, nice pallet stun.
We
I
are
did
gonna see her
notice
rotate.
the little girl teleport over, so she's moved over to sandbags, but yeah.
I think they might have been expecting her to go towards the little girl, so I think teleporting was kind of the way of leading her over where someone wasn't. So if she would have committed over the locker and the little girl teleported out, now she's wasted that much more time going to someone that essentially just doesn't exist there anymore.
For sure. Good on Sarian for going for the factory instead. Oh, we are
Statues
going
being
to
placed
see.
here.
Yeah, and that's going to take out Psychologist
Oh my
Bubble.
god, amazing job.
Oh!
She got hit in perfect line of the statue chained directly into the hit, so her stress didn't have time to give her the stress. She didn't give her stress enough time to actually bring that health state down a little bit, so she got
Same
immediately
with
down.
same with that flywheel. Oh,
Amazing
female
statue and
dancer
amazingly
did
played.
set up. Good choice of dismantling. Oh, nice.
Two
nice.
statues. She walked back into the statue after the stun. This is gonna be a really difficult rebound.
Is, yeah. I really think female dancer needs to pick up this last box. It just increases the chair time for the psychologist. This is going to be her last box, however, because the sculptor did break the earlier slow box.
This is a risk again when you only need to push for one person. Stressing this rescue like this is not something that you really have to do, and something that they really shouldn't do. I mean, they don't need to overextend. They don't need to have 4 people out. So it might be best just to sell here.
Oh,
She's going to
nice
get amazing
flywheel.
amazing flywheel. She is going to get stuffed here though. She went back in.
Yeah, I definitely would have expected to just escape, using that flywheel to escape, and now the sculptor can break all of your boxes, rendering a female dancer without any to use. Really unfortunate.
That is really unfortunate. And again, like I said before, feeding a sculptor during a rescue is something that you never want to do. So you should never push for a rescue that you don't have to get against somebody like Sculptor or Bonbon. I mean, they get increasingly more difficult to not only kite, but just to overall play again with the more presence that you give.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
Amazing
putting some
statue.
pressure on first officer. That was really good. He's still got his watches, but he really needs to be careful. Sculptor is one of those hunters that could definitely cancel out your Poseidon watch.
If he needs to get like really close to chair before popping that watch. So when you pop watch, you actually get, I think it's like 5 seconds of tide. So if you can chain the 5 seconds of tide into a rescue, it doesn't really matter if you get terror shocked or not. After your tide, of course, you're going to go down, but I mean, that's a guaranteed rescue regardless.
Nice prediction on the sculptor side, but I think it's really good discipline on the first officer to not go in as soon as possible. Oh, female dancer is gonna get hit right here though.
And this is going to be something that is kind of difficult to get a one-man out of. I mean, especially since Carmela is now...
Oh, abnormal!
And that's something that is both a big risk and might be actually a smart play. I mean, the longer and the slower that this Capital Hunter is able to play this game, the better. I mean, these statues are only gonna get. I mean, at this point, they're as difficult as they are the dodge. I mean, full presence is gonna be super difficult in tight areas like locker and deep sandbags. So this is gonna be something that getting one person out at 2 ciphers is gonna be very, very difficult for these Capital survivors.
For sure. I really like the utilization of the nobility statue to find the first officer. Of course, the cipher was shaking too, but always a good thing to see hunters utilizing their characters' abilities. Oh, and there we are going to see the nobility statue help out Syrian for finding the first officer. It just kind of shows the direction, but a first officer is doing a really good job breaking that line of sight over here.
He's doing amazing dodging the statue so far. I think going to that cipher off of Tide was a huge misstep on the survivors side. I mean, Carmel really should have died off in shack corner, what have you, so they could have got that middle cipher done.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, one cipher remaining, however. First officer is doing a really great job, and there we are going to be seeing that pocket watch usage.
Being able to kite that long without being able to use your watch is something that's really commendable for a first officer. If you can kite that long without needing your watch and then pop your watch when absolutely necessary, I mean, that's something that's super dangerous in first officers. That's something that can delay a down, I mean, by a large margin. You're seeing it now.
Sure. I'm really glad that first officer moved away from the middle. I was getting a little worried because Sculptor does know that that's probably going to be the last cipher they're pushing for. There's a decent amount of progress, but of course we still have Sculptor with the abnormal. She's not that far off from the middle either.
And if she is able to hit those statues while the little girl is still in that little box in mid 3, that's a really cramped area, it's going to be very, very difficult to dodge these full presence statues.
For sure, and it does look like we are going to be seeing that abnormal once again.
But again, if you notice, I mean, first officer is doing an amazing job of spreading the pressure with these ciphers and doing that cipher in locker that is now, I think I saw it pinged at about 50%. So
Oh no!
amazing
Yeah,
down.
that was a really good statue. I do think it was good that he went over to that cipher though, because they might have anticipated Sculptor going for that cipher in the middle. As soon as he noticed that the Sculptor wasn't on him anymore,
Amazing
just went and
statue.
left. Oh, nice page.
I will say first officer and little girl have been doing an amazing job at dodging these statues so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like the usage of these pages, pushing Sculptor back a little bit more. Soul Deck is gonna need all the distance they can get. Oh,
Listen,
does get
statue hit
statue.
mid-page. Amazing job from the sculptor.
Oh, nice. Using that flywheel to avoid that pallet hit.
Amazing statue. I mean, this is something, like I said, it's going to be very difficult. Once you give a sculptor full presence, it's something that's really, really difficult to come back from.
Absolutely. Oh, a little bit unfortunate because she is going to be chaired near the dungeon, and first officer is kind of on the other side of the map.
And sadly, he did use his watch mid-kite, so he doesn't have the watch to kind of give him that security blanket playing around dungeon.
For sure. Oh, going the opposite direction as well. The sculptor also has detention. I'm sure that was a bit of a gamble because lots of sculptors don't, but yeah.
Amazing mind game almost worked out there. A really last-second double back from the first officer saved him.
Absolutely. Oh, but is gonna get hit over here.
Absolutely amazing game played from the sculptor, and again, like I said, securing and saving his team from a round 1 loss. That is something that's really, really difficult to come back from. So amazing job from the sculptor.
Yeah, GG's. Well played for both teams. It was a really interesting, intense match to watch. It is gonna put Oh, I think this is good because now they're tied. They both got the 4-mans.
They did indeed. So it's something that is super, super stressful leaving on both of these teams going into the next 2 rounds. Is that they don't have to reach for more than they need here.
Yeah, for sure. I am going to wrap up a little bit because I'm going to be handing it over to Sikey though. Uh, I'm definitely going to tune in though because uh, both teams have really shown that they're putting their all into this tourney and really putting up a good fight for both sides. It's hard to tell who's going to end up victorious, but all the more reason to watch.
I agree completely. An amazing 2 games played by both teams hunters so far.
For sure. All right. We are going to be moving into round 2 shortly as well. We're going to see different maps, more bands. Really looking forward to it.
I agree. I agree. I mean, just from what we saw with the potential of these hunters, now I can't wait to see how more how I mean honestly bands more the more bands you give a hunter, the more exciting these matches will get.
Yeah, for sure. Uh, I'm really hoping for that even the possibility of overtime, because if they stay consistent with these ties, I know there were some teams like when this tournament just started off, it was Halcyon and No Fly Zone. That was really intense. They were always neck and neck. I feel as if though, uh, these teams have the potential to go neck and neck once more, and of course, it's going to be really entertaining to watch.
I agree. I agree completely. And Sculptor has been something that is a hunter that has kind of fallen out of the meta, and
Mhm.
only recently kind of made her reappearance. Really like recently, honestly. But now, I mean, just with this game, I mean, you see the potential that Sculptor still has. I mean, all it takes is a relatively early down and some well placed statues early game that can really lead to a snowballing game with the Sculptor.
Sure. I'm really happy to see all that, especially in round 1. Uh, there's really any hunter as your option, and they really went for that sculptor, showing everybody that she's still a threat. She's still really viable and really fun to not only play against, but to watch.
Yeah, I agree completely.
I will speak it into existence, though. I know I talked about it a little bit when this bracket started, but I'm hoping for some more off-meta picks as well. Really, really, really manifesting for that Mad Eyes.
Yeah, I agree completely. Mad Eyes would be something that is extremely exciting to watch. I mean, any off meta pick is really exciting, to be honest. I mean, I love seeing off meta played. And that's why I enjoyed watching Anderson's play so much yesterday. Is that I honestly don't think he has a single on meta hunter that he has on his competitive roster, which makes him a really exciting and a really scary survivor to hunter to face. I mean, it's impossible to ban everyone that he has the possibility to even play.
Yeah, that's really brilliant. Okay, so I am going to hand it off to Sikey. So you're going to be having Sikey and Lucy as your commentators, but I've been Myxieneo, and I'll see you next time. Please continue to support the teams.
Thank you so much, Myxieneo. Oh god. Thank you so much, Myxieneo, for commentating these past few brackets and rounds. I'm your new commentator now, Sikey. What is going on, everybody? Lucy, we got here as well. What is going on, Lucy?
Nothing
Hope you
much.
have a
Nothing much.
great day.
I did. I mean,
Hello.
exciting first 2 matches. So I'm feeling really great right now. Really high caliber gameplay coming from both of these hunters. Even with that sculptor securing that high pressure foreman to tie this round 1 up.
Oh yeah, that sculptor definitely brought in the clutch for the team, but I will say it's really nice to see an off meta hunter also getting that format. It's very impressive seeing that happen. Right, it was off meta hunter.
Yes, yes. We
Thank
no
you.
Dreamwitch first and Sculptor second. So 2 relatively meta-ish
Second
characters.
chat.
Sculptor, Yeah.
Someone in the chat said relatively often. Never mind. I was probably reading the old chat, but yes, Dream Witch and Sculptor. Those are pretty meta hunters. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, you usually don't see, or at least so far we haven't been seeing. I mean, obviously you normally see them in top tier, but normally you haven't been seeing Dream Witch in this tournament. So it's always nice to see some S tiers, but I'm also very happy to see some off metas as well. Very cool
I
to
agree
see.
completely. Dream Witch matches are always really fun to watch. I mean, just to being able to witness how well these Dream Witch mains can multitask, and that's kind of what makes Dream Witch just so scary.
Exactly. The ability to use that following to your advantage. The whole reason people actually, back when Dreamwitch first released, she was she was called the worst hunter in the game. She was notorious for being the worst hunter in the game, even worse than the current worst hunter, like Hellumber or something like that. Even Hellumber was better than Dreamwitch, and that was before Hellumber even had his flames. Or that puppets could attack. There was none of that. Dreamwitch was considered to be worse than that. And that's because people didn't understand the fact that when you move with your main body, the leech follows you and you can actually use that to your advantage. Even though you can't control the leech, by not being able to control it, it means it follows you. And that's what Dreamwitch is ever since then, since that season. People have discovered more and more that the way you want to use Dreamwitch is not by controlling the leech, but by actually making it so that the leech goes outside the zone and that it controls itself. And that way it makes it so you can multitask two leeches at the same time, even though you can only control one at one time. Impressively enough.
I mean, I agree completely. I agree completely. She's a kind of hunter that has the potential to be really good. That skill ceiling being ridiculously high, but the skill requirement to kind of make her feel like a good hunter is also relatively high. And I mean, that's why you see her played in a lot of high tier tournaments. But I mean, these tournaments that aren't as high caliber, you're not going to see a lot of Dreamers because she's not a hunter that has quite that these other possibly newer hunters have got really accustomed to yet.
Absolutely. She is one of the harder hunters to master, mostly because of the fact that you need to know when you're doing what. You can have the ability to do almost anything with Dream Witch. The question is, should you? And that's what makes Dream Witch so difficult to use. Even then, though, once you get past that fact, she's probably the best hunter in the game, I would say, for years and years.
Agreed. I mean, it's tough to argue that she's not. She's been the hunter leading the meta. I mean, since essentially the super early seasons.
Absolutely, and it's very impressive seeing these Dream Witches multitask going back and forth. But also, I also have to hand it down to the sculptors. You know, sculptors make it look so easy nailing those statues. You know, it's one thing to drop a trade and not miss your blinks and hit those patrollers, but it's another thing to consistently get those fast-moving obstacles to actually push the survivors. Because very often you miss it by a little bit, you completely waste your ability. That's very often what happens with less experienced sculptors. But the more experienced sculptors, you'll see them this amazing accuracy with every single one of their statues, and it's very impressive to see. So both props goes to both hunters, both very difficult hunters to use. Statues, you know, once we get full presence, less so, but it's all about mastering that first presence, because if you don't master the first presence, there's going to be no such thing as you taking advantage of full presence. You need to master the first presence first, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. I agree completely. I think it's kind of the difference maker between like these good sculptors and these really high level sculptors is your ability to hit these single statues, whether that be placing them at a well enough time to hit after any sort of window vault, pallet vault, or to cut off these narrow areas like pallets and these doorways such as factory. I mean, we've seen it time and time in that match. I mean, he's hitting these early game statues that are really important for not only a faster down, but mainly just to build presence. The ability to hit these single early game statues is kind of what makes and breaks sculptor games sometimes.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have the map selected here. So it looks like we have Discord Cadence going Moonlit. Interesting. Usually we see Moonlit banned and not picked at the very least, even if it isn't banned. But this is very rare that we get to see Moonlit as one of the maps, especially round two. Maybe you might see this like round three or something like that, where Geisha or Wheel become more of a bigger factor when you can ban those better survivors that do a good job countering them. But it's very cool to see round two Moonlit banning Lakeside. That's to be expected. I would say Lakeside is even worse map for survivors than Moonlit is. But that Moonlit map, that large map I feel like it makes it more difficult for the hunters. You know, large maps are bad for survivors as well because of how split apart everything is. But at the same time, large maps really test the hunter's ability to it really tests their positioning, because if you position yourself poorly, you won't be able to make up for it as easily as on like Arms Factory. Let's say there's a cipher that you need to control. You won't be able to make up for it as easily if you didn't position yourself better ahead of time.
And I agree completely. And I think these maps like Moonlit and Lakeside are maps that you really have to plan and prep your transition ahead of time before you're ready to actually do so, just to make sure that you're not taking these hits in between transitions, which is kind of what makes, like you mentioned, makes these maps so difficult for survivors, is how kind of spread everything is. I mean, you can't really tight kite in an area outside of two-story or tenant ruins really for too long, because there's not enough there that you're going to have to transition.
Absolutely. And the thing about Moonlit is it doesn't exactly have super great transitioning. So it's not easy to stay in one spot and it's not easy to move out of one spot, which makes it a map where you kind of need that survivor support. And as we said on Never Sleeping, that's kind of what separates the survivors that are just relying on themselves versus the survivors who can work together, because it's very difficult to work by yourself on these kinds of maps. It's a lot easier if you have teamwork going on, but the teamwork in it of itself is also extremely difficult, probably even harder to master. But if you can master it, it becomes way easier for everyone overall.
I agree completely. I think the meta now is super support based. We've seen in times past before where it's the meta has kind of shifted to super individual. The longer your first kite will depict how well your game goes. But now, I mean, now you don't need to cipher rush early game as much as you possibly can, as long as you have two people decoding and you have somebody there to decode and support. I mean, that's really what makes and breaks good survivor teams nowadays, is how well you can support that kiter.
Absolutely. We actually have some bans going on here, so let's take a closer look here. We have Seer and Priestess banned, very typical. Not very expected. Seer on a big map makes it harder to support with the other survivors like Forward and Priestess, just because the bigger map makes it, once again, makes it more problematic to try to position yourself. If you position yourself poorly, it will give you a harder time to do that. Do that support. But with Seer, you can do it from anywhere across the map, so it totally makes sense for the Seer ban. Just so no matter what happens, there's not going to be like random support coming in from across the map. Priestess, same idea. World Portal is probably the same idea, and we see a wheel ban. Very interesting. We didn't see wheel yet this bracket, but wheel is probably wheel's second best map, maybe third best, maybe first best. I would say wheel's best map is Ever Sleeping, but it's up to debate in terms of Moonlit. It's a really good map just because of how few windows there are. The windows that do exist are pretty decent against wheel, but there's very few of them. And no surprise, we see the Forward and Acrobat. Forward, great support, great at everything, especially helpful on a map where you do need that support. And Acrobat, not just a great kiter on Moonlit, probably the best kiter on Moonlit, besides Patient maybe, which we also see was banned afterwards. But Acrobat can also support, which Patient cannot do, which is very interesting to see that we maybe the hunter was planning on banning Acrobat, but they chose Acrobat first, which would have been a great prediction from the Survivor team. You can move on. You can take this out, Lucy.
Okay. But I mean, I agree completely. Not only the kite potential, but the support potential is what makes Acrobat arguably one of the best survivors in the game currently, and that becomes extremely prevalent on a map like Moonlit when he can essentially kite it forward stop with nothing but his balls. He doesn't have to waste these pellets, or waste his vaulting speed boost as early in the kite. I mean, he can kite essentially from nothing, only using his balls and forward stop. That's why he's placed it forward stop a lot of the times. Somebody like Ento, again, you touched base on it a little bit, Sikey. I mean, something that makes the map, surviving on this map and playing as a survivor team on this map and making it like consistently well enough to win and draw games, is supporting survivors in between these kiting areas. And Ento does that, I mean, better if not as good as, I mean, anybody in the game currently. Ento has amazing support and amazing transition support, pushing that hunter back and giving them enough time and enough distance to actually make that next kiting area. As well as someone like Psychologist. I mean, she is, in my opinion, somebody like Seer, if not a little better. I mean, like I said before in round one in Arms Factory, people really do underestimate on how fast that whistle comes through. All it takes is a little bit of distance and a forward stun to get that whistle off. And that becomes, again, especially more prevalent in a map like Moonlit. If you're able to take the coaster and accept the whistle directly after the coaster, that's game changing. That's something that coaster is going to give you enough time to pop that whistle, and it's
Oh
going to
man, that's
essentially
dirty.
reset. It's essentially going to reset the first chase of that hunter. So we have to be really careful, and we really have to watch with how they plan to use the psychologist and the roller coaster this game.
You're right. That is extremely dirty to be doing that. We might see like something that can move quickly to counter that from the hunter. Maybe something like a Geisha or maybe a Dream Witch. I'm not sure if Dream Witch can catch up in time. She might need a second leech at the second stop already. Where following enough won't be fast enough. The thing about Psychologist is that you have to not be moving, and that sacrifices 7 time of time you could have spent moving away from the hunter. So now that that distance that you could have been making is now exponentially lost because you're staying still. You're going at a rate of 0 instead of like at a rate of 1 meter less than the hunter in terms of speed. So like a 4 times speed difference because of that, since you're not moving and the hunter is moving. That is something to keep in mind, but for the most part, Psychologist is extremely good at. What I like the most about this combo is I actually think what's even nicer about the Psychologist 4 combo is not so much the helping the kiter, because you do sacrifice so much stun time just to usually get hit as a result, because yeah, you got the heal, usually you just get hit immediately after that because you wasted all that time staying still for the heal. I think what's even better is healing the supporter up who did that, who risked their life, and if they made a mistake and they got hit, well, good news for the forward, that's perfectly okay. They can recover from that mistake with an easy heal across the map, something that Seer cannot do with forward as easily. He would have to do it before the hit, but with forward, it usually happens very quickly. You don't have enough time before like something terrible happens to the forward and they take damage, in which case Psychologist can do that even better. It looks like we have our hunter pick here, Lucy.
It's going to be a bonbon, which is and it's a situation that Psychologist really becomes relevant in securing if the survivor team wants to push for anything more than a draw. Having that Psychologist not be your first chase is going to be something that's really well, because I'm not sure how many people know this, but if Psychologist is at a quarter of health and she whistles, she will still whistle the entirety of that half health state of the other survivor. Obviously she is probably going to have to eat that self heal, but I mean that's something that might be game changing and pushing for more than a draw.
Oh yeah, because absolutely, when you get chipped even a little bit as forward, it's not possible to do that rescue because you're almost always going to take a second bomb on the rescue, unless you get like a miracle stun off, maybe like right off the chair, in which case that's not a miracle stun, in which case you just sacrifice chair time to be able to guarantee a rescue. But in this case, if you don't want to go for that, it is very essential that you get that chip damage healed, where normally no other survivor could protect you from that. And that's the power of Psychologist. Even though you do sacrifice an extra bit of health that you goes wasted, you do still get that. Just the point is to be able to get that risk go. I will say Bonbon is a little bit of a risky choice on Moonlit because this is a really, probably the biggest map besides Ever 2v8 Ever Sleeping, not counting that. Moonlit is probably the biggest map in the game, I believe so, horizontally at least. And Bonbon is gonna need almost certainly a teleport to deal with this. And even then, it could get really bad because if you have to use a teleport early on, it's fine. It's just you had to waste 45 seconds of free kite time. Looks like we're getting our spawn positions here, Lucy.
And I'm honestly not too surprised by these. You see Acrobat and Psychologist and those are probably going to be two of the most preferred targets, if not Ento. But you see nobody is placed in the middle of the map, and the reason that is Bonbon, like you said, is going to struggle on a map this big, and one way to really make a Bonbon struggle is regardless of how first or how fast or slow his initial chase is, if you die in a corner, it's going to make his game significantly harder. He is a super slow hunter, and he doesn't have any sort of movement skills, so...
Very interesting that we also see people going in the corner. Usually I say not to go in the corner, but in Psychologist's case, completely okay because the roller coaster is doing so much blocking. Whoa, we're actually going to see the entomologist potentially run into the hunter. That is a critical mistake. Hunter didn't go for basic there.
I think that's one thing that a lot of bonbons really get too greedy with is aiming specifically for so many bomb hits. You see it work out there. He did an amazing bomb, followed up with a basic hit. She doesn't have the distance to make this. I don't think she was looking in front of her.
I actually realized that the correct play there is to not swing because the idea there is you want to get a bomb hit first before you give them that hit boost. In fact, if I was the Bonbon on second bomb, maybe maybe even not give the hit for even longer because he's got her in a really bad spot. He doesn't have to hit her until she gets her at half health, so maybe a little bit of time could have been saved there. But overall, that was a really good first starting chase, mostly because the Ismail just kind of ran into the hunter, unfortunately.
And I agree. I mean, amazing first chase. This is where Bonbon again becomes really dangerous. Is building that presence as fast as you possibly can. And now they're forced to sell so early, so they can aim for anything above. Anything like they have to aim for a draw now. They have to sell this. They have no chance at opportunity, and they really shouldn't risk a save.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, then again, you could say this about any hunter. No matter how bad the hunter is, if you get it early down like this, the survivors are in a lot of trouble. In fact, I can't see how they can come back from this, frankly, because this is a 5 ciphers left situation. He's got the teleport, as we mentioned, which means the map had nothing to do with what kind of hunter he picked. He was able to... Beautiful bomb chain, by the way. He was able to just recover from it. A second bomb hit, wonderful.
And this is why you need to rotate with bonbons and sculptors, because if you get pushed in an area like this, you're just gonna eat so many statues. It's such a cramped area. It's hard to dodge any of these.
This is admittedly the issue here. She can't really go anywhere. This flywheel isn't doing her any favors because the flywheel is just not good against in this situation. It would have been way more helpful to have a window boost there, just to get that window and get out of this really crappy situation. Flywheel is not going to do jack squat there. She needs to be already in a good area. This is the downside of flywheel. You need to already be in a decent area for flywheel to be good. Otherwise, your flywheel is not really going to do anything. In this case, Brooklyn was sort of 100% been better. Going for a swing, that's going to be
amazing football. Amazing football there.
Yeah, beautiful football. Critical mistake from the... Oh, never mind. Great bomb. Easily making up for the swing that slowed him down. Didn't go for the swing on the forward. A little bit surprising. Oh, no, maybe he's trying to... Oh, I see why.
This stun there is really unfortunate.
Yes, that stun did miss. He's only got a little bit of football left. He's actually going to let the psychologist go because of that stress. And it's actually probably going to work out better for him because the point here... Okay, look at this patience. Wonderful.
Not a lot the forward can do there. I mean, this is something we don't see a lot of bonbons do enough is zoning these survivors, zoning a survivor to an area. We just saw it with forward there and psychologist here. If you keep them in this area and cut all forms of their transition off, that's where you can really become dangerous and where you don't need to necessarily get in a one-on-one follow chase. You have the ability to kind of sit back and throw these bombs and honestly hit a lot of these. I mean, it's really hard to dodge bombs that you can't transition away from.
Absolutely. And that's the key with Bonbon. You don't want to be too fast with your bombs. And you also don't want to be too fast with your basic hit. The key here is to lock them in because the whole idea with Bonbon that's different from Sculptor and really any other hunter is that you don't need any other thing to support your ability. You don't need walls like with Sculptor. You don't need to have your ability off of cooldown as much with Bonbon because he has multiple stacks of that ability. He does not need walls to get damage with his bombs. He just needs to drop them and he needs to lock them in around walls where the survivor has even less maneuverability to try to dodge them. And that is exactly what this Bonbon is doing with that forward. That's exactly what he did at the 2-story with the entomologist before doing the basic, just securing that the survivor takes a bomb hit first before a basic hit so that they don't get that boost to health. But yeah, this game is looking like it's getting wrapped up. Does he see the psychologist? He does. And it's going to be, ooh, that's kind of strange what happened there. I feel like a hit could have happened there. Fortunate for psychologist, that did not happen, though. Definitely could have gotten dicey there. Great bomb chain, though.
Amazing. I mean, we've seen these amazing, consistent bomb chains throughout this game. I mean, Anonymous is being really precise with these bombs that he's dropping. I haven't really seen one wasted.
Exactly. I mean, obviously there have been a few, but for the most part, there's bound to be a few, but the consistency between them for the most part is what's really impressive. Blocking off this pallet so that he at least gets the bomb hit on them. And with this time bomb, this should secure the down. Being really patient about it, making sure that she's not like secretly transitioning on him behind those walls. And gonna be safe with this bomb, yeah, absolutely. Not getting too greedy. He knows that as long as he doesn't activate the bomb, she's dead. He just needs to make sure that she doesn't like dodge, and then that animation of him blowing up the bomb is going to be enough for her to get around the wall. He does not want her to break a line of sight.
Mhm.
Doesn't look like he notices that Cypher is shaking. Oh no, because it's not shaking. Acrobat is actually going behind the tent. Very smart from the Acrobat, stalling for as long as possible. Now, ideally, what the Psychologist should do here is she should not heal up, because she wants to bleed out. Because the longer this Acrobat doesn't get found, the more time it gives their team to bleed her out so that one of them could at least get dungeon. Though the Acrobat must keep in mind about crows here. He does have to be mindful.
And I agree completely. And if you take a look at the map here, Sikey, I mean, you have fourth that is 98 at this point. I mean, you have two-story that's at about 70, 60, and then you have 10th that is at about 30. I mean, the Cypher progress is there, but like you said, it's really difficult to come back from an end game that it has, I mean, that much snowball with Anonymous getting that really fast first down. They've had the Cypher work, I mean, since the game started, but like you said, it's really difficult to come back against any hunter, but I mean, especially someone like Bonbon that essentially you have no save potential with. It's really difficult to save against a Bonbon with any sort of presence.
Exactly. There's just no way you're even going to deal. I mean, there is a way, obviously. There's always a way, but it's almost zero with Bonbon in that area. I shouldn't say almost zero. It's more like it's usually always in the survivor's favor. But the problem is, even if you do get the rescue off, you sacrifice so much damage that if you get found or teleported on later in the game, you just immediately die. And that's the problem with Bonbon, is that he can so easily get 1/4 damage. Where it becomes difficult for him is getting the 4/4 damage, getting all those bomb hits. Because usually in between them, there's always a flywheel avoiding a bomb. There's always an ability avoiding a bomb. Or there's just breaking line of sight with those walls. Another big thing against Bonbon. This Acrobat is hiding in the same spot, which is usually not recommended because at this point the hunter would check every spot at this point. But they keep checking the same spots, and they're being most mindful about the Psychologist. They don't want the Psychologist to get healed up, because otherwise that's a second time that she can potentially get up and waste even more time. So look at this. Psychologist is doing exactly what we said. Not healing up because she wants to bleed out. She wants to bleed out because if she doesn't, if she just picked herself up, in that case, then now the Bonbon will immediately come after her, and now she knows. Now the Bonbon knows there's no way she can pick herself up without the Acrobat helping, in which case he can safely leave her behind.
And we need to acknowledge, I mean, again, if you take a look at this map, amazing rotation work coming from Finch. The Acrobat just waited until he teleported to that two-story Cypher, and then rotated in there directly as he leaves. So right now, I mean, the Bonbon has no other choice than, again, like you said, to kind of pick her up and let her struggle free so he can read down, if not chair her, just for that little extra time before she bleeds out. I mean, Acrobat's done an amazing job staying out of the not only line of sight as the Bonbon, but also the tinnitus range. He's done an amazing job at hiding and avoiding this entire time.
It is true that he is buying himself a little bit of time. The problem with the Bonbon strategy here is that he also doesn't gain anything out of it, so it's just stalling. And I suppose he's purposely leaving her alive, which is extremely risky considering these Cypher progress we've seen. As you've mentioned before, Luci, there's the first one. She knows exactly what she's going to do. This is the problem of leaving survivors up. Is that this can happen, is they can start popping Cyphers, and now they're actually a lot less worried about, just bleeding out and this other survivor getting found. The whole idea here was for her to bleed out.
Mm-hmm.
But she also doesn't want to use her self-revive to pop these Cyphers, otherwise she immediately gets chased, and then she can't pressure the hunter later on. But in this case... Oh, it looks like the Acrobat finally got found.
If you really look at the kind of potential that he's... kind of the lose potential that he's giving himself, I mean... Psychologist, again, like I said, can heal an entire half health state even with the one sliver that she has. So if he leaves her up and he chases Acrobat can, regardless of how much damage he can take, if he can successfully take that roller coaster a far enough distance away to where the Psychologist is able to heal that half health state, I mean, Psychologist can then either bleed out or self-heal to finish off that Cypher. Now that we see that 10th Cypher has now been finished, so the last Cypher is two-story, and that's already at roughly about 65-70%, so he's really taking a lot of risks here.
This is a little bit scary. I do question why the Acrobat chose to leave an area that was his best area and go God Corner. It caused him to take so much damage that he could have just kept staying at first stop, and that would have solved the problem entirely. Oh, so I was choosing to do a new Cypher, which I think... Yeah, so really the biggest mistake here was that Acrobat, when he jumped, he chose not the highest value jump for starters. And second of all, he chose to leave the area. He could have at least stayed in the same area and just used another bomb, because that 12 seconds cooldown on the acrobat bombs would have definitely lasted him until the hunter caught up. I don't know. Definitely could have stalled even longer. I think that was a little bit of a mistake because now the psychologist is not even going to be able to help the Cypher. He does see that the Cypher has some progress now, so he knows the psychologist has been here.
Again, he took a very big risk letting her free. I mean, now again, look at the map. You're seeing her already rotate in for that rescue. So now they have the chance of even disappearing, if not resetting, and making this job 10 times more difficult, especially when, again, you look at that two-story Cypher being at 65, 70%. When you take a look at how fast the decoding gets sped up by accelerated decoding, that 65, 70% really just kind of turns into an 85 to 70% Cypher. I mean, the speed up is ridiculous. So he's really taking a big risk here.
Interesting heal there. It actually okay. I don't agree with the second one though, because they were lucky they even got the first heal off. They're definitely not getting a second heal off. So now as a result, she's actually not going to be able to get onto the. Oh god, yeah, this is why the heal was risky. Because once he downs her, I mean, she could still pick herself up, but now the acrobat has to fight at least 30 seconds because that's how long it takes to self-recover. Thankfully, he's gonna miss that bomb though for the acrobat. For the acrobat, good that he missed.
He could potentially take this roller coaster and decide to prep for that, and that's exactly what he's gonna be doing. Now he knows the psychologist is on her last leg. Now that he knows psychologist on his last leg, if they click second stop, he's already on his way to dungeon. This is going to be increasingly more difficult. Regardless of the teleport, he's already in the range of the dungeon. The psychologist is really close to bleeding out. It's really looking like a one-man escape here.
The thing is, even if he's about to don the acrobat, she's just going to pick herself up. In fact, I dare say she should pick herself up here instead of hoping... Oh, he messed that up. That you can do that, bomb. Okay, she should pick herself up here because if she picks herself up, she can at least still pop the Cypher.
We might see we are going to see a one man here.
Wait, he's gonna make it out.
Amazing one man. Again, the risk was taken and it didn't really pay off. Amazing job from the survivors there. I think that end game was played as perfectly as they possibly could have played it for having such a rough early game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really came down to just not being able to find that acrobat because of that, because of the hunter just failing to check that one spot on the map, it caused him to not be able to find the acrobat at all. And after that, the acrobat realized, all right, I'm getting way too lucky hiding here. I'm eventually gonna get found. So he did choose to leave, and thankfully didn't get found.
And again, you did see the amazing rotations, him moving into places that the Bonbon was just leaving, and that's what made it so difficult to find him.
The end game was a little bit dicey there. I think the first heal was fine, but the second one they should have immediately started moving because the psychologist, as soon as she dies, he just needs eyes on the acrobat if she dies. The whole idea there is you gotta get them split up, so even if one of them dies, the other can still be safely at a far distance. And that's the whole idea there. But thankfully he was just able barely to get that off, get that dungeon escape off. She died at the perfect moment. That bleeding out really did save them. It took a little bit of risk not healing up there because the moment she chooses not to heal up, well, there's no turning back on that anymore. She's dead. But at the same time, if she picked herself up and the acrobat would make it to dungeon, in which case that would be a mistake. And it's a really hard choice to make there. Because if she picks herself up, well, yes, in theory, she could do the Cypher, but no, not really, because the teleport would be up then. So in that case, they would have to stall out even more. But I find typically in games like that, it's easier, it's way better to stall typically, especially because the acrobat was gonna die anyway. But oh wait, no, acrobat was hit on chairs, so then and dungeon is on his side, so it could get a little bit dicey. I feel like that could have all been avoided if they just spent time immediately moving instead of going for the second heal. But yeah,
I agree completely. Even I mean, if they're prepping for this one-man escape like it was very apparent like they would, I agree with you completely. I think taking this time to heal that psychologist really could have came back to bite them. Regardless, I mean, I would have stuffed psychologist and kept her in the line of sight of that bonbon to kind of force him to down her so she can again bleed out as fast as possible, so that acrobat could already be rotating towards dungeon and not even get in the line of sight of the bonbon and risk anything.
It's really unfortunate as well that Anonymous actually missed the bomb hit on the acrobat when he got on the roller coaster. That's usually a bomb hit, and that's usually where the survivors usually lose that because of going for that. But thankfully for the acrobat, the bomb missed that last bomb, and he was able to just break away completely. Not even a teleport could save him at that point, and it was just all down to that one mistake. Of course, though, had the survivors just not healed, yeah, I think it would have been also avoided in that case. So a lot of, in the end of the day, a lot of the power was in the survivors' hands. Everything that happened was really just a result of mistakes happening. But really, a lot of the power was in the survivors' hands, and that's what's so cool about survivors, that even though you're the ones without a weapon, you actually have way more power than you think over the hunter.
I agree completely.
We got some bans here, Lucy. You want to read them out?
I will go ahead and read them out. Yes. So the first band coming in is going to be the Priestess and Seer band. Again, something that me and Sikey we've already discussed this. I mean, Seer is the head front runner for being banned all the time. I mean, his ability to just take a free hit without needing to do anything too taxing is something that a lot of hunters really can't afford to let through. And on the same side of them, I mean, Priestess's support on maps like Eversleeping and Chinatown and Moonlit become extremely difficult to deal with when you have somebody that can, but not only the world portal, but the middle of that map, being able to portal through the river area is really a pain for a lot of hunters. Priestess has always been a really good survivor to pick regardless on the map, but when you play him on something that like this that are really difficult to play around, both being a big map for world portal and having areas in the middle that portal through and essentially might lose you a chase. Really clear choices for that, as well as a BQ ban. Again, BQ is a really good hunter on Moonlit. It's really difficult to kite out a mirror when you don't have a lot to not only break line of sight, but there's not a lot of level changing in this map as well. So that's why she's an amazing hunter to pick and a clear ban choice. You want to go ahead and read out the locks, Sikey? We are seeing our first 2 set of locks and our third ban.
Exactly. I do see it, and we have a little girl. Little girl might seem surprising, like, why little girl? And the whole idea with little girl is that I forgot which team picked the map here, but if it was Discord Kittens who picked the map, well, then this makes perfect sense. Why they're also going little girl, because this is probably something they practice going little girl Moonlit, because this is probably little girl's best map when it comes to teleporting away. The fact that you can see where the hunter spawns. Now, in the past, you'd have to memorize key spawns in tournaments, but now that you can select your spawns, you already know where the hunter is. You already know where the hunter's probably going to go, and you can teleport across the map. So unlike Arms Factory or Church, where if you teleport, because of how small the map is, and if the hunter never came for you, well, you could still get found relatively quickly if you chose to go for a teleport when the hunter didn't actually go for you. In this case, Moonlit, if the hunter didn't go for you and you teleport and you just teleport across the map, you're definitely still not going to get found. So that's the risk of running a little girl on swamps, is that if you don't know if the hunter's coming for you, so you just kind of have to teleport before you get a heartbeat. It could be that the hunter was predicting that and going in the direction you think they were going to teleport. With Moonlit, even if they do that, it's too late because of how big the map is. So that's why little girl works so well here. Mercenary, no surprise, really big map. Super synergetic with his elbow pads, able to go across the map, play from gate to gate. No other survivor can really do that effectively, and it doesn't matter the map, really, as long as a good mercenary can maneuver their way around walls regardless, but this just makes it even easier. Embalmer, though, after the mercenary ban, we had psychologist ban. Mercenary pick, we had psychologist ban. Very fair, absolutely fair, because once again, that long range. But we followed it up with Embalmer, which is just another long range supporter. So if they can't have psychologist long support, they'll have Embalmer long range support. And Embalmer is a little bit of a slept-on survivor in tournament gameplay. In ranked match, it's usually not a good idea because there's almost always better survivors. But on certain maps, in tournaments, when a lot of survivors are banned, it makes a lot more sense. Because Embalmer, even with a teleport, you get that 8 seconds of invulnerability. You're able to start off usually in an area away from a teleport, away from a cipher next to it. And even if there is a cipher nearby, a good survivor team is actually going to purposefully pop the cipher that is closest to the coffin. This is really dirty. People popping ciphers on purpose before the coffin gets value. I've seen this before, and it's an amazing strategy. Just besides possibly escaping out gate. But man, Mind's Eye? Wait, what?
Mind's Eye lock is definitely a shock there, and honestly, I'm kind of excited to see when they take this. This is a super kind of off meta team to be played in round 2. I mean, we talked about a map that we don't normally see in round 2, and I guess we're following it up with a comp that we really aren't used to seeing, as well as some survivors we really aren't used to seeing this early on in rounds.
I am amazed to see Mind's Eye. Now, don't get me wrong. Obviously, it's not a high tier choice, but dude, Mind's Eye is an extremely fun survivor, so I'm very excited to see this. What Discord Kittens brings out. This is hilarious. I love this so much. And you know what? You know what? It actually might not be as bad of an idea as it appears. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Embalmer needs to record her appearance, which means he has to get near her. We might see the Embalmer spawn next to the Mind's Eye here, just so he can get her appearance. I wouldn't be surprised.
Again, and a Mind's Eye, I would agree with you, is kind of not an out of the realm pick here with Little Girl that can both speed up the decoding of the mercenaries, so the saves and the kite time isn't going to be as needed necessarily as it normally would be. But I mean, even outside of that, I mean, her kite support with Mind's Eye might actually be something that makes Mind's Eye be able to extend not only her kite, but even avoid getting found entirely. I mean, those pages are ridiculously good at offering a free transition to any survivor, much less Mind's Eye that struggles tight kiting because her animations are so slow. So if you take kind of the need to tight kite and volt and do all these slower animations that kind of makes Mind's Eye difficult to kite with, that's when Mind's Eye becomes not as big of an issue. So I'm kind of excited to see how they pair Mind's Eye with Little Girl and where Embalmer comes in to fit with this comp.
I will say, as I'm starting to think about this, and as I'm starting to get excited over, oh my goodness, Mind's Eye, I'm starting to realize, yeah, this might not actually go as well as we expect. Now the Blood Queen ban makes sense if they're gonna go Mind's Eye, but there's still so many problems. If Blood Queen counters Mind's Eye, well then, what about every other hunter that's better than Mind's Eye? Then she's absolutely gonna get destroyed. That's the problem of banning Blood Queen here. So there are a lot of problems with this strategy. First of all, Wheel immediately counters this Embalmer Mind's Eye strategy. Little Girl maybe could support with a page, assuming the Mind's Eye doesn't get trapped, and there's a whole lot of issues there. Sculptor, unless like this, like the problem with it is that this is spawn selection. You know, if this was like just random spawns, the Mind's Eye could get like the 2 in 4 chance of like getting one of the 2 spawns that are like far from the hunter. In this case, there's just, and even then she usually just gets teleport on and like followed by quenching thirst, which is a very easy thing for Sculptor to do. Even then, it's really bad, especially now. It's especially bad because there's pretty much 100% guarantee that Mind's is going to get chased. I'm realizing now, unless they had a second decoder, this is not going to be as great of an idea, because you want to be picking the weakest survivor to be still a really good kiter, because someone's getting chased at the end of the day. And so when you pick Mind's Eye or Mechanic to be your decoders, at least Mechanic can still keep decoding. Mind's Eye, you're basically picking Mind's Eye as your kiter, which is really bad. Like, she's not going to be your decoder. She's going to be your kiter because she's guaranteed going to get found. In that case, why pick Mind's Eye? Because if you're going to pick a kiter, just pick a stronger kiter. And I know she's not a kiter. She's a decoder. But in this situation with spawn selection, she's a kiter in this exact situation because she's always going to get chased. Which is the problem. Unless she like pulls on an amazing hiding spot, which is again, Hunter knows the rough area where she spawned, and even if Hunter by some miracle doesn't find her, quenching thirst will find her. And there's so many reasons why this goes wrong.
I agree completely. And if you take a look, they're not only taking a big risk with Mind's Eye, but the entirety pairing the other 3 survivors with Mind's Eye is also a big risk. If you take a look, yes, you have Little Girl for the support, but if you look at the other 3, nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, has any sort of real harassing potential. So if Mind's Eye does get downed early, there's nothing there to kind of support the possibility of a safe rebound outside of Little Girl. But again, if you have Little Girl staying on Mind's Eye the entire game, now you have Mercenary that's already a really slow decoder on top of Embalmer. I mean, that's not only taking away from your decoding, but that's also like, I think maybe another harasser, if you're gonna play Mind's Eye, might have been more worth it than Little Girl.
Absolutely. So I'm still very curious to see what happens, but usually I've seen this way too many times. Usually this does not result in a very, very good situation for the survivors. And we do see that Sculptor. So the Sculptor is almost certainly going to run Teleport now, because they're not going to need, frankly, a Blink to kill a Mind's Eye, and they're almost certainly going to need a Teleport in case something happens with the Coffin. And so in this case, there's really no situation, because Sculptor is so versatile. In what situation was the Sculptor not going to be able to run a build to be able to counter this exact strategy? Never. There's always going to be something that Sculptor can do about this. So I'm very curious to see what will happen.
I mean, I am as well. And if you do see, it is going to be, like you said, a Sculptor pick, and that's kind of not something we see often on a map as open like this. Like it's not as closed and closed off quarters that something like Arms Factory or Hospital would offer up. So I mean, not even Hospital. I mean, there's a lot of open areas, and majority of the time when you're picking Sculptor, you kind of want not necessarily a super small map, but not as open of not as open of a map to where it's going to be easier to dodge even your full presence statues.
Absolutely. So, this is just like the first presence. On top of that, the first presence is going to be so hard to kite. The full presence is going to be almost certainly impossible to kite. Let's see the builds here. We got looks like Flywheel on the Embalmer, Flywheel on Little Girl, Flywheel on Mind's Eye, and Tie Turner on the Mercenary. Overall, makes sense. They had to avoid the wheel by picking all these flywheels, but as a result, the hunter is able to know what kind of builds they're running before they pick the hunter, and so for that reason, they just went Sculptor. It makes perfect sense. Embalmer gonna start off at 2-story so he can set up a coffin. Problem with this, he doesn't have the Mind's Eye's appearance, so he's not gonna be able to use a coffin to support. In fact, Mind's Eye put herself at first up, which is actually fine in this case because she's gonna get an immediate. Oh, you know what? Caramel's just gonna hit the stop sign at the second
That's what I was about to bring up. Is this is a really good and a really popular spawn? Is having your main decoder spawn at first stop, and they're essentially gonna immediately take that first coaster. But you've seen the little girl spawned at second, and they're immediately gonna hit that, and that's essentially gonna take the decoder all the way to the other side of the map, and it's gonna give the hunter two options. One of which being not chasing the decoder or taking all that time to go over the decoder, and that's not even guaranteed that you'd be able to find them.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because they also put the little girl at second stop. So even if nope, never mind. Little girl is basically inside the heart the terror radius. So look at this. I love the discipline from this hunter already. She knows that if she's gonna chase that Mind's Eye, she's gonna take the roller coaster. Best case scenario, little girl won't have time to press the button. Worst case scenario, she will. Little girl will teleport to the Mind's Eye, then that's gonna happen, and now it's gonna be almost impossible to chase. This way, little girl actually. Yeah, great statue, by the way. I will say that was impressive hit. Look at this angle that the sculpture's going at. So even if she gets paged here, it's not going to lose as much distance. Great job avoiding that statue.
Great pallet patience.
I think that stun was a little bit fortunate, but the point there was to just avoid the statue. I feel like Caramel should have at least hid behind the statue just in case she, sorry, not hid behind the statue, hid behind the pallet just in case she didn't walk through. But this also works in this scenario. Gonna use the wall to block off that page from pushing the hunter. Awesome.
Amazing
job. And even though she's...
Amazing flywheel. Oh no, the statue, a statue paired with a Terror Shock. That's a ridiculous amount of presence to be giving a sculptor so early game. And we've seen it last game with the Arms Factory game, Sikey. I know you weren't here, but I hope you were watching. I mean, all they needed was one out, and they just fed so much presence early game. And the hunter, Capital's hunter, really capitalized off that. No pun intended. So we might see another situation like that here. Another statue. This is going to be a fast down on the Mind's Eye.
Blocked her.
Amazing flywheel. He's making it. Carmela, you see, she's going to click that second stop, hopefully, or. She was able to. She clicked it. They took it to third stop. Great teleport. Amazing teleport. This actually just saved him the game. All the way to fourth stop. Amazing teamwork coming from the survivor side. This is just the danger of the roller coaster. Amazingly played. Amazing teamwork and amazing coordinating this with Mind's Eye.
That really sucks for the hunter because if the hunter just, I don't know if you picked up on that, Luci. Oh my goodness, that still counted somehow. Luci, I don't know if you saw, but. That sculptor actually got the first hit on the Mind's Eye. Beautiful. Second statue just barely counted, and unfortunately they went for the swung when the statue blocked them, blocked their basic. The Mind's Eye should have been dead there, but really fortunate for the survivor.
I mean, she should have, even if he was a little more patient and just chose not to swing, he could have hit her out of the roller coaster. It was just, again, patience, impatience playing into that. Honestly, we can't really expect the Mind's Eye to kite too much longer, though. She did an amazing job making it to roller coaster and making it to the opposite end of that map.
This is kind of the difference between what we saw in terms of patience between the Bonbon the last match and the Sculptor from Capital this match. Is that the Bonbon last match, they weren't using their abilities willy-nilly. When they dropped their bombs, even the time bomb, they weren't activating it right away. They were being more patient until they could guarantee get the value. Here, they went for the basic hit without first ensuring the statue isn't going to block them. And that really just comes down to experience. Do you remember? Hey, they just brought this back!
Oh my goodness! Amazing
Serene
stuff.
just brought this back! Yes, keep going, Luci.
Amazing stuff. I mean, I'm gonna say, I'm sure exactly what you were gonna say. I mean, Sculptor kind of got put in a really rough position here. He got he had a really rough chase with the little girl, and then essentially Mind's Eye took the Sculptor to the other side of the map and lost his not only his first chase, but now Mind's Eye was on a fresh chair. Absolutely amazing comeback from the Sculptor. If that stuff didn't happen, it was really looking like a draw here.
It was guaranteed a draw. Probably a win. Probably a win because of the Cypher progress that they would have had. Actually, it was the mercenary who was rescuing that, so they definitely would have had enough for a win. Oh my goodness, these statues! These
Statues are amazing. Oh my god, amazing statues.
Oh no, please pick up the Embalmer so he can't use it. No, if he picked him up and then dropped him, he wouldn't be able to use the coffin. Ooh,
I mean,
okay,
I don't
so
know. I think that might have been the better play here. Now he doesn't have the coffin for endgame because you do see that these. I think he has all of the survivors recording. So taking the coffin out endgame when you have a pretty secure late game here, it might even be the better choice. You know, it's gonna be really difficult. It's going to be really difficult for the survivors to bring anything more than a one-man here, strictly because not only nobody has any sort of save potential, they're all wounded, but now Embalmer doesn't have the ability to essentially get Carmella off the chair for free here.
You're right, but at the end of the day, he also would have just been knocked down, so in that case, he also wouldn't have been able to do anything either way. Oh yeah, that was a great hit though, still. Unfortunately, they're just going to get progress on the Cypher now. This Mercenary has been overhapped, so this should be another down for Serene. But they are going to pop that Cypher, it looks like. No, they aren't. It's 75. It's very close.
Very, very close. You might even see Carmella kind of hide back here in the back. They did get found, though. Amazing statue being hit there.
Very fortunate for Serene, just barely nailing that statue. Great dodge from Caramel, though. And then hopefully she's got a few pages here. In fact, she's got all her pages. Followed up by a flywheel. But this trying to finish the Cypher is extremely greedy. But they don't have another choice. If they don't finish this Cypher, nice flywheel. Gonna get the statue out. Problem? He's still going to die to the basic. So unless he doesn't swing here, okay, he should swing there because the Cypher wasn't like 95 or anything. In which case, he's always going to have time. Great teleport there. Just secures the game. And that little girl is now on a 7-second cooldown. Not going to be able to use a second page to protect her. So, Luci, what do you think? What went wrong with this game?
A lot to unpack here. Absolutely a lot to unpack here. I mean, I think Capital's Hunter played an amazing late game here. He really brought it back. He struggled early with the... we're seeing the selfie. I guess we're counting this out a little too early. I guess we kind of let them finish before we talk about the game. Amazing time selfie. I don't think Capital Thunder was really expecting them to selfie. I'm not sure how much they can really pull out of this, but they're really trying to push for this one man.
Caramel actually still got up though, so she can totally get this one person out. It all comes down to I don't think we're gonna be able to running in the middle of the map. Not going to be able to do themselves any favors trying to stay hidden. It really all came down to hiding, but it looks like this is probably going to be it. The Embalmer has no self-revive. You guys can see on the right there, it's grayed out, the self-revive symbol, which means that the Embalmer already used it. We can also see that the flywheel's like 34 seconds left, so even if the little girl helped him out, he would usually die right on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Great statue, of course.
You have to give it to the Survivor team, really pushing to try to put this one man and tie this round 2 up. But it does look like Capital's win. I mean, you have a draw first round and now a win second round. Capital doesn't need to push for anything risky round 3.
I believe this is a win for the round for Capital. They did tie the first round, but this second round, it seems like everything was going in order. There were some really good ideas here coming from the Survivor side, but I feel like Serene could have actually prevented that with a few less mistakes. Of course, they were still able to get the 4-man out, 4 people out of the game, and that was still really impressive. But could have definitely been a lot cleaner. Regardless, though, that was still a lot of great statues. Just a few things here and there that would have just sealed the game for Serene much sooner. Just a little bit cleaner.
And if you see Carmela with that little girl, with that 126 kite time, again, like you said, this is her arguably her best map, if not no debate being her being her best map. You see the dangers of the little girl, but even with that, I mean, everything was going well for the survivors, and it looked like you said, everything was in order for them to draw at the very minimum. But it was really looking like a really solid 3-man win, because Bomber still had his coffin up late game. But again, that just shows you the dangers. It doesn't matter whether it's Merc, Psych, or any of these other survivors that are able to eat a free hit. That just shows you the dangers of a full presence sculptor. And again, that comes into feeding so much presence early game, and it really came back to bite them again.
Exactly. Even though they had such a great setup early on, and even with the Hunter's mistake, barely not killing that Mind's Eye on the roller coaster, allowing her to get so much free kite time that she really had no business getting if it weren't for that small mistake. Even with that, the sculptor with the full presence is just able to still come back. And in fact, it's the whole reason that Mercenary wasn't able to even get that rescue. Actually, the whole reason was actually the terror shock, so never mind. But I suppose it knocked him off the chair a little bit, and then he tried to get back on the rescue, and that knocking him off was able to just make sure that he took too long to do the rescue and got hit as a result. Again, probably if that was a little bit more carefully played, watching the sculptors swing, he could have probably gotten off the chair before getting hit, but as a result, it just meant that now the Mind's Eye dies, Mercenary gets chaired, Mind's Eye just not going to be able to obviously get rescued. So it made it so difficult because in that position, 2 ciphers remaining, 1 person on chair, 1 person rescuing, they had everyone they needed on the ciphers. Because of that, now they no longer don't have the necessary people in the ciphers. They need 1 person to go rescue the Mercenary, 1 person dead. Now 1 person is also expected to finish 2 ciphers, which is a huge task to ask for because of how big the map is. That really comes down to positioning. That really comes down to, like, can your teammates not make mistakes? As if they make even 1 mistake, that's where the map comes in. If that was Arms Factory, they could have at least still popped that cipher. There was no chance there because of just how much time they had to waste walking from the first cipher to the second. Now that Embalmer had to rescue the Mercenary.
And not only that, I think that really shows the importance of getting those middle ciphers, all of the ciphers in the middle of the map done. I mean, that map, like you just said, I mean, it's really difficult to kind of play around that cipher. That cipher is kind of in the middle of nowhere, essentially. I mean, there's nothing near that's well enough to kite. I mean, especially a sculptor that is so good at cutting areas off. I mean, you have nowhere to go, essentially. There's, like, the kiting areas compared to the cipher are really far between. So, I mean, even full health, you're probably going to take a hit if they start coming back to pressure that cipher. It's really difficult to kite off of. So maybe getting that dead bridge cipher done, and maybe putting more focus on to one of those ciphers, maybe at 4th stop or 1st stop, probably would have been the better play there.
Absolutely. It's really hard to make the call on a lot of these moves because so much could have happened, so much should have went wrong, so much should have also went right for both the survivors and the hunters. So regardless, though, each side took advantage of the other's mistakes, and it really all came down to just that full presence still coming out on top. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to Sculptor, you make just a few mistakes, usually the Sculptor comes out on top purely because of that full presence, which is really frustrating when it happens, unfortunately. But still,
yeah,
I gotta give props. That was a impressive show. I didn't think it would go as well as it did, frankly, because honestly, that was a win. That was a win for Capital. Sorry, not Capital, for Discord Kittens, for the Survivor side. But that did not happen, all because of that one mistaken rescue followed up by the by everything else that happened. There's just not enough time to do everything at that point, and it really sucked.
And again, like we talked about it in the beginning of the game, I think this game really showed how dangerous having good communication and playing around that tram can actually be. I mean, the Mind's Eye took 2 statues really early and honestly looked like she was done in the water. I mean, that would have been a double down situation, so close to each other. But the roller coaster not only took her to second, but not only to second to third, and not only to third to fourth. I mean, that's literally all the way across the map, and that makes it so difficult that you have to either change your target or waste your teleport, like we've seen the sculptor do.
Absolutely. I like that strategy though. That was a very cool strategy because at the end of the day, we do have to remember that even though the sculptor stopped that whole early game idea plan from happening, where the mind's eye gets on tram, little girl presses the button, maybe even little girl hitches a ride with the mind's eye just to make sure that she stays safe, and protects her later on. She completely prevented that. The sculptor prevented that by going after the little girl, but that doesn't change the fact that now mind's eye can just freely decode. I will say it's kind of unlucky that there was no cipher at first stop. If there was a cipher at first stop, Mind's Eye would have just decoded that. But as a result, there wasn't. So Mind's Eye had to do one by third stop. So when little girl got chair there, she immediately started getting chased. She actually would have died if it weren't for getting blocked by that statue. But in that case, what the Mind's Eye should have done, she should have backed off a little bit. So that whole situation where she could have died and it was so close, that wouldn't have happened. She would have already been safe. And that's the thing about Mind's Eye and decoders. You have to play it slow. You have to play it safe. And that probably would have been the difference maker, honestly, for these survivors. They still got really close, and unfortunately, it came down to the rescue. But it could have been avoided even like before that, really, because when you have to think about what went wrong, you can't just think, oh, it was specifically this. No, it could have actually went down even deeper, down to the root where, well, the Mindset wouldn't have even been in this situation if she just had taken the roller coaster from the beginning and just stayed full health without risking any of that possible death.
I agree completely. As a Mind's Eye, I mean, you don't have a lot of kiting potential with your base kit as well as the animation speed. So the majority of the Mind's Eye's job is to just stay out of the line of sight of the hunter. And I mean, if she had done that, the decoding probably would have got done a little faster, maybe resulting in not as rushed of an end game as they had.
Absolutely. But this is definitely, as you said before, Luci. Now what this means is Capital can just kind of play it slow. They can play it safe. They just need to get equal of the amount of survivors that the other team gets, or more than the other team gets. Because if they do, well, then they take this game. They're able to just win this bracket and move on to the quarterfinals. But if Discord Kittens win this round, it gets tied up again. We go into overtime, and it's actually going to be decided by time. The final overtime match. I don't think we've seen an overtime yet this tournament.
We have not. We have not. If we did, this will be the first overtime of the tournament so far. And honestly, I couldn't think of a more fitting game. I mean, this first game of their set was absolutely amazing to watch and really close.
I mean, we have a high chance.
I think we do as well.
I think
it'll be a really exciting overtime match as well.
Because these Discord Kittens have definitely shown that they have some really cool strategies in mind. And if it weren't for just a few things, they would have had it. I think they can still bring this back. They can still win round 3, in which case it'll be 1-1 overtime. Boom, and we're going to see a last final game to close up between these two teams, and I think they can do it. But if Capital can just secure also a tie hunter, like maybe Blood Queen, and Bonbon also works wonders, because once you kill someone, well, it's too scary to go rescue. I mean, you kind of have to, but then you run so much risk doing it. You kind of need some backup just to make sure something doesn't go wrong. Maybe like a mercenary, so he can take an extra bomb hit and like still rescue. Though he will go down, he'll at least get the rescue. Maybe something like a seer owl would be really helpful. But it's gonna be so hard because it's round 3, so all that good stuff to prevent the rescue, from being stuff is gonna be banned. So like stuff like I'm expecting almost for Capital to go their Bonbon as we saw last match, because this is an even better map for Bonbon. And I'm expecting them to go maybe like Mercenary ban, Priestess ban, of course, maybe even a Seer ban, maybe a Forward ban. They'll have to choose between Priestess and Seer. What's more important? Probably they'll choose Forward over Seer as their bans. We might also see a Bonbon ban from Discord Kittens, though, because they know Bonbon is going to be even better here and on this map for Church.
And if you're Capital on the Survivor side, you don't really need...
I would like to apologize. I think Discord Kittens was the one with the Bonbon. I'm so sorry, guys. Discord Kittens was the one with the Bonbon. My bad. Capital is the one with the sculptor that we saw last match, correct, Luci?
Yes.
Yes.
Bonbon was... I apologize. I didn't even catch it. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, they could, but I mean, at the same point, I mean, if you're Capital survivors, you don't really need to be worried about the Bonbon necessarily, as long as you just need to play for a draw here. I mean, if your survivors draw it out and your hunter gets a draw at the very minimum, I mean, again, that still puts Capital in a that means they win this set and this their section of the bracket so far. I mean, like, so you have to think Capital is really aiming to ban hunters with more win potential versus these more popular tie hunters such as Bonbon and BQ and such.
Interesting. We actually did see these the survivors that I suggested. We did see the mercenary priestess here, although for the wrong team, albeit, but still great picks because I have a feeling Capital is gonna go for something that is very difficult to rescue on, and also but typically stuff that's difficult to rescue from is easy to support against. So if you ban that support followed by the ban that rescue, you kind of cover both sides. Just to guarantee that there's nothing they can use to their advantage to rescue, and there's nothing they can do to their advantage to support. Now, they will have that forward. As a result, that's the problem of picking Seer over forward, is that now they have that support instead, which could be even more dangerous, frankly. But we'll see. Maybe they don't want to pick a Chip Hunter. Maybe that's why they ban Seer. Maybe they're going to pick something that's strong against forward. In which case, Bonbon would be strong against both forward and Seer. But besides the point. But yeah. Blood Queen and Clerk as the hunter bans. Interesting.
I mean, BQ. I mean, I guess it's not too surprising, but Clerk is an understandable ban because again, you have to take a look at maybe that's a win potential, a really high win potential hunter. I mean, an end game can go south very, very quickly. Looking at her control of gates and that last cipher. So I mean, understandable ban, but BQ maybe. I mean, if you need a draw here, I mean, why not let BQ through? I mean, Discord Kittens should be banning hunters that I guess are more difficult to secure anything more than a draw with. And so I think maybe the BQ ban might have been a smart move, but I guess it just really depends on who they're going to prep for. And we also do see that Capital is subbing the I'm not sure, Saren out for Apollo. So Apollo is going to be coming out for Capital in order to hunt this round. That might be why you see BQ and Clerk play. They might know that the band not played. I apologize. They might know that Apollo has not only a BQ but a Clerk that is kind of more dangerous and more worth the bans.
Absolutely. So I can see the Clerk, I can see the Blood Queen. Both are scary hunters, but we've also seen the Sculptor. The Sculptor is also just as scary. It almost looks like they're preparing for the Sculptor by picking stuff like First Officer. Interesting. Though we do have to keep in mind, if you're running the forward against Sculptor, it's very scary to go for balloon rescues with forward. You kind of want to do it before the person dies, so you're not just feeding presents every single time you rescue. Because if you don't get a good rescue off, so that the survivor has time to move, it usually just means the person just immediately goes down. That's even more presence. As soon as the Sculptor hits full presence, that forward is going to be dead if you you really got to do while the person's still alive. Oh, by the way, we have an antiquarian pick. Very interesting. I wonder what they're playing around by picking antiquarian. What hunter does antiquarian just do really well against top tier?
I mean,
not a whole lot. Maybe
not a whole lot, and it's super risky playing her on a cramped map like this. I mean, especially if you're prepping for the Sculptor. I mean, you might want to play a character that is more consistent with transitioning instead of stacking support and harassing super heavy. If you're thinking that it may be a Sculptor, the last thing you want to do is feed a bunch of presence harassing early game.
Absolutely. Oh, and we actually have the Naiad pick in
Naiad. I mean, not a bad pick. I mean, we did see Siren subbed out, so this isn't the same Sculptor we did see play in the last 2 rounds. So I mean, but still, Naiad is not a bad pick for this this map at all.
I suppose not, but in the same way it is because the church windows, if the survivor gets there, you can't really do a whole lot. Besides maybe block it out for a little bit, but even then the walls are so long along the sides. If you try to go around it, the survivor will keep vaulting those windows back and forth until you release your harpoon. And when you release your harpoon, it's either you're next to the window or you're on the side of it. You preferably want to be on the side of it. Even if you're on the side of it, it still wastes so much time. So very curious to see how this goes, because we saw the really good Sculptor. I'm curious why they didn't choose the Sculptor. What made them go away from the Sculptor, because that was an option.
I mean, I'm assuming maybe
they actually subbed out. They subbed out.
I said that like 2 times, but I'm not sure if you caught it. But yeah, they did sub Saren for Apollo out, so I'm assuming maybe Apollo isn't as confident as Saren is with the Sculptor.
Perhaps so. So in this case, yeah, it makes total sense. So I wonder why they subbed Serene out. Maybe Serene had to go, or maybe they just felt like they would ban Sculptor. But in that case, the Survivor team does see that they subbed him out, so or her out, so they just start banning other stuff. But I suppose maybe in this case now they don't know what to ban. I don't know. I'm not quite certain
Not
with the
only
idea,
that, but
but
I mean, playing a Naiad into a a comp like this is gonna be very difficult with the double harassers, and not only that, but I mean, like we talked about, this map is okay, just specifically just because it's a small map, and she can travel and make her way across the map relatively fast. But I mean, this map doesn't benefit her if, like you mentioned, the windows actually make it very difficult for her to hunt in the middle of the map. So I'm not really sure about the Naiad choice, not only because the map, like we talked about, but also playing into not only a little girl comp, but as well as a comp with two harassers. I mean, it's going to make her job as a hunter and a Naiad very difficult.
absolutely. So I'm once again like the thing about Naiad is like she doesn't have that versatility that Sculptor would have. You know, you can't just take teleport Naiad to counteract the little girl constantly teleporting away from you. You can't really take excitement against the four because once again you really need that blink with Naiad because getting that per 30% water is not enough. The 50% combined with the dashes, because you can't get 50% without getting the dashes. So those two things combined really make Knight into a powerhouse. But until then, what usually ends up happening is you'll catch a survivor with water a lot of time, right? It's not that you can't catch him with the water and catch like a 30% in there. It's usually that you'll catch him with 30%, they'll go up to like 40 or 45%, they'll walk out, they'll transition, and because they made sure to you release your harpoon in a time where they can easily transition to an up direction, and then they start gradually losing water, and before you can stop them from losing that water, they've usually like went down to like 20-30%. They've lost like 15-20% by that point. You'll get another 30% plus another 10% before they leave, and it's usually on average takes like 3 or 4 harpoons just to get one hit in, which is already a lot of time spent because it took 7 seconds on cooldown, a lot of time to set up the circle. You return the harpoon to yourself, and then you're waiting for your next 7-second cooldown. By the time that all happens, like 14-15 seconds past, you're doing that 3 or 4 times. That's just for one hit. That's why that blink is necessary, because by that time 60-70 seconds have passed, you'll get the hit in, you'll have the blink in. But again, this is all assuming the survivors don't use their abilities. What happens when they do start using their abilities? This is kind of where Knight starts to struggle. Not even counting, that's assuming the kiting area didn't just completely cancel your harpoon, like the church windows. Like if they manage to kite there, you'll have to completely return your harpoon, getting no value out of it. They'll lose all their water at that point. Yeah.
I mean, not only that, but I mean, you're getting into the assumptions, and you're getting into the situations as them in kites. But I mean, if you think back to yesterday, we saw the Naiad play at Arms Factory, which Arms Factory is arguably better to play Naiad on than Churches. I mean, even like she was getting rotated, and she was having issues lining these harpoons up strictly because that perfumer started to rotate away from her and rotated from factory into locker, and she had to waste an entire harpoon on that. And as she got in the chase, I mean, she couldn't even throw her harpoon at the beginning of the chase because again, she had to use her harpoon to rotate. She was on cooldown. So I mean, as long as the survivors have a good communication early game and all rotate, it's going to make her job increasingly more difficult because she is going to have to waste that harpoon to even cut the transitions off, and that's before they even start getting into a kite. I mean, like you said, all of your stuff is what you're talking about. I mean, that's assuming they don't use abilities, but like we talked about, I mean, she's playing an arguably weaker meta hunter that is known for securing draws, if anything, into a double harasser comp such as, I mean, 4 is such a strong harasser. I'm not really sure about the large risk that they're taking playing Naiad into a comp like this, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And by playing Naiad, you actually become very susceptible to the anti-query now because, like before, I said what kind of hunter counters anti-querying. What kind of a hunter will anti-querying counter? What's the idea there? Well, in this case, Naiad is actually totally not a bad pick because her ability completely relies on um, on not having the harpoon in her hand. So then the anti-query just doesn't use their ability. Like usually with other hunters, you'll get rid of their basic hit, you're still dying to their abilities. The problem, like Bonbon, he'll still keep throwing bombs down. Statues will keep happening. All that stuff still keeps happening. Really, the one hunter who can't use their ability when they don't have their basic hit is Ripper, because his ability is tied to his basic hit. But Naiad is another one because Naiad, when she's using her circle, she can't really attack. So then she has to return her harpoon because the Antiquarian is refusing her to circle her. The Antiquarian is probably going to do the similar strategy that Perfumer should be doing against Naiad, which is like constantly walking away from the circle. So then it forces the Naiad to get close, up and personal, return the harpoon. That's when the Antiquarians start using the cane, and that's where it's
and that's what I was going to talk about is you can't chase Antiquarian as your first chase, because chasing with no presence, if the Antiquarian is patient enough, she's just gonna wait for you to get close, like you said, and pull that harpoon. And essentially, Naiad's whole goal is less about damaging with water and more about forcing the survivors into areas that she can get that easy basic hit. And that's where a lot of Naiad's downs come from, is forcing them out of areas with the water and taking the basic hit. And pressuring them with water is more of her game, and because it's very difficult to line water up and line enough water up that you're going to get the down or the hit with it, if you're not dashing and throwing your harpoon. But if Antiquarian is your first chase, you're not going to have that 30% and 50% water available that early in the game, so it's going to be very risky. And I mean, it's going to be difficult regardless of who her first chase is, because all of these chases are going to be so difficult to line up. Like you said, especially if they make their way into church, regardless of which window they take, it's going to be a difficult chase.
This is so interesting. I'm surprised no one spawned at Shed to counteract the little girl spawning at Graveyard setup, so that way she has a guaranteed spawn setup. I'm surprised that they didn't do that. Instead, they had one person spawn in the corner. It's first officer, which is okay. And little girl will spawn in Graveyard, but she has that teleport. Again, though, not going to be ideal because no one spawned like super across the map. Still, though, Apollo is not even going to go for it. We're going straight into round 3, first half of the match, where we're going to have Capital in a position of just, if they can just get enough survivors to tie this Scorpions here, they will be able to win or tie round 3, and that'll be enough to win this bracket for them, as long as they can.
Amazing first battle here, forcing football out of the forward early, and she's immediately just going to change targets there. But like we just saw, yes, Antiquarian rotated out of church super early, and she couldn't really decide on which way to go, and she went to forward again, wasting one harpoon and having to waste another one here. And like we talked about, the moment she pulls her harpoon, she's just going to hit her with the Antiquarian stick. I mean, this is going to be a tough chase.
Yeah, they're completely refusing. I'm surprised Caramel is not using the window there. It would have been a lot. It would have wasted less resources. It would have saved the pallet for later on. Because now this window becomes almost useless when you use the pallet first. That way she could have gotten more value from the same area. Look at this. This is very good for the Antiquarian.
Sikey, look at the skill, Sikey. This Naiad is going to run into the same issue that we've seen the Naiad from last game do, is they're not going to have any chase in between these excitements, and as long as you play around these puddles well enough, it's going to be very difficult for her to line up these hits because she has no blink to play around now.
Absolutely. Could have done a little bit better with that positioning there. The fact that she had to use that awful pallet meant that she almost for sure takes the hit, even with an ability used there. So it's almost as if the ability was a little wasted there. That's not going to do a whole lot because she didn't return her harpoon yet. And she's going to be down to just a few swings on Arcane, and the excitement is just going to completely cancel all of that out.
If you look, I mean, the Cypher progress is there. Not only do you have the 2 done already, but Forward went back to his Cypher, and that's at about 60, as well as outside of church being at about 20, 30, and now they're starting reception. I mean, the Cypher progress is there. I mean, the only bad thing is Antiquarian did use a lot of her bamboo stick, but at the other end of that, I mean, she did save her dead hard, so now she has a little bit of bamboo stick on top of dead hard for this rebound. So it's going to be a very difficult chase on this rebound.
Look at this Naiad body blocking this area. Oh, she's actually going to move out the way. I thought she was trying to body block to prevent the first officer from rescuing from that side. Gonna try to hit the first officer, unfortunately for her. Not gonna get that farm, and now Antiquarian can safely use her cane, her flute. Hopefully first officer runs away so that when she uses her flute, it's not gonna decrease by like 4 seconds. That way, because if the first officer doesn't get away from her, her flute will be nerfed. We might, unfortunate miss.
She should, I don't know.
Great.
I don't know about using a really good vintage, amazing stun coming forward, a good reaction time and dropping. I don't know about risking the bamboo stick instead of just dead harding for security and saving that bamboo stick when they're in a little bit more of a cramped area. I think he missed the stun. Amazing dead hard. Now he's going to be able to kind of now he has to push back, and this forward might be able to come back and harass, but that water is way too high. I'm not sure about risking harassing and eating a hit that he doesn't have to hit, eating a hit that he doesn't have to take.
Yeah, he was just briefly at 69% moisture there, so definitely not something you want to be doing against Nye, being at that 69 moisture, a little bit too high. But yeah, he's just gonna play it safe here. No reason to do anything risky. Not doing the greatest job hiding, admittedly. Being behind that wall.
He doesn't really need to hide here as long as he keeps the Naiad here. If you open your map, both ciphers are about primed. All he needs to do is get a rescue off here. I mean, he doesn't really need to worry about the rebound kite. I mean, even if he gets hit immediately down, both the ciphers now primed.
Though.
The ciphers now primed though. They're gonna immediately pop here.
Absolutely. Even if he tried to pick up that forward, the anti-current would have just been there to knock her down.
Exactly.
But yeah, this is looking like a 3% escape. Throwing the harpoon a little bit short, so now it's not even going to be able to get the full value. Is going to get the 51%, not going to get the other though. And she jumps over. Great use of that jump. I did not think about that.
The final little bit of that whatchamacallit, a great dead hard. I'm not sure it's solvable, so it isn't gonna. It's just buying time for them to get the gates open, which is exactly what's going to happen.
Full flywheel, you can't really use it on Windows though. It's way better on pallets, but even then, vaulting wise, it's just a little too slow. Still though, 3 people out. Great job.
Amazing play.
Wow.
Amazing.
They are able to bring that back, and that is exactly what we predicted to happen with the anti-crane, Luci. Just able to use that harpoon, saving it. Sorry, not the harpoon. Sorry, saving the flute until she actually returns her harpoon the night, and that's when she started using her flute to bring it back. Now, granted, you do have to be in a good area. Good position after you use the flute. So like the first situation using that god pallet, and it was very cool that she didn't drop that pallet because now it actually allowed her to use that window. I'm surprised she didn't go for the window ball. Maybe she was trying to predict the blink. I'm not sure why. But then she used her cane. In that case, maybe she didn't want to go for it because of the excitement. But it really, in that case, she didn't need the cane. Every time I say cane, just please assume flute. She didn't need the flute. She didn't need the flute, but then once she used the flute, well, now she has to play around the excitement and terror shock. So that was smart from Caramel not to do that, but really it was safe to just vault straight from the beginning, really.
And I mean, as we talked about, like you said, I mean, she waited for the harpoon to immediately pull. But again, something I guess a smaller piece of this that we don't really look at is a lot of these other survivors that are that are still difficult to chase. They have to plan their rotations because they don't have something that's basically going to nullify her ability. But Antiquarian basically can just walk and get a free transition because the Naiad has to be really careful about how they pull their harpoon and when they do, because Antiquarian literally can just walk in a straight line and then just wait for her to pull the harpoon and just smack her into a wall essentially. I mean, she doesn't really need to plan her transitions. She can essentially stay in that back corner of the map, and that's what we saw happen. I mean, she stayed in one area of the map the entire game and really promoted Cypher Rush to reign free with those ciphers. I mean, we've seen the cipher progress start happening, I mean, very quickly, even with Ford being pushed off the cipher early game.
Absolutely. So that's something that's the Perfumer and both Anti-Crane do something very similarly, is that they have the ability to just keep walking forward, just completely deny circling them, and the moment they return their harpoon, that's when they start using their abilities. And a lot of survivors actually work that way as well. Like Mercenary can do the same thing. Keep walking and walking, and then finally, when she returns her harpoon, make sure you're not in the circle. Great time to elbow pad. It's just the animation to return the harpoon is just too long and gives way too much time for the survivor to react to, and that's where Nye falls short. Not only does she not have her weapon, but it takes a long time to return it when she actually needs it.
I agree completely.
And
that's exactly that's the outcome we kind of predicted to happen with playing Naiad not only into a map that doesn't really benefit her, but also playing into, I would say, a really heavy counter comp. I mean, I think they were prepping more for the Sculptor, but I mean, like that was an amazing comp to play against a Naiad. I mean, a really difficult one to play Naiad into, and I commend the bravery and the wanting to play maybe their specialty character into that map, but I mean that comp is just too difficult to chase for Naiad.
Absolutely. So that is the downside of Naiad in this exact situation. Just maybe should have considered picking another target, but if they picked another target, well, now they run the huge risk of not being able to find someone in time. That is where the downsides of all of this come down to. Let me check. It doesn't look like there's going to be a sub for Discord Kin, so it looks like they're going to have the same exact bomb play, which is anonymous, I believe. Maybe if maybe there wasn't a sub that I wasn't told about. Apparently there's no sub, so it looks like anonymous will be playing again. We have previously seen anonymous play the Bonbon round 2 and also the Dream Wish round 1. Both of these, S tier Hunter round 1, A tier Hunter round 2. Sometimes Bonbon can be S tier though, depending on the situation, such as Moonlit, just locking those survivors in. Something that no other Hunter can do, which is really impressive that Anonymous was able to demonstrate that. So I'm very curious to see what he does next.
I mean, I honestly, I mean, you are talking a lot about the Bonbon, but if you're in the position that that they're in, I mean, you're gonna ban these hunters that are safe, secure draws, and you're gonna force them to play these win condition hunters that also like they have high winning potential, but I mean, it's really difficult to get like 3 or 4 people out against the Bonbon versus maybe having more luck with a win condition such as forcing them to play Dream Witch or what have you. But I think we are most likely going to see a Bonbon ban here. I would not be surprised.
I would not be surprised either. It would be quite a simple tie to pick Bonbon, and that is exactly what we see. We see the Bonbon ban, and right before that, we see the Dream Witch, because these are both hunters that can quite easily tie. I would say Dream Witch is easily tie. I think she can both tie very easily, and also I think she has a harder time winning, frankly, nowadays because of how much they've nerfed the amount of time it takes to de-leech oneself. You just go in a corner where you can't get extra value off of people, and even if you hit the person, well, your leech is gone now. And that's really where Dream Witch struggles, is after she kills one person, that's just kind of what happens. But we are going to see the bans coming in. Seer Forward Acrobat. Yeah, you want to go over, Luci?
Yeah, I can go ahead. If again, I think the hunter was kind of hoping to play Bonbon, and that's why we see the acrobat and the forward ban. But I mean, the seer ban is kind of like we talked about before in Sikey, like we've talked about every match that we've commentated together, is that seer is kind of just a safe ban for everyone. I mean, yeah, Bonbon may not need the seer ban himself, but I mean, he is banning acro and forward in prep for the possible Bonbon. But if they ban Bonbon, seer is a good ban for just about 90% of the other hunter lineup in Identity 5, and then you follow it up with again, like the psychologist ban is about what I was about to say is, if you ban psychologists, now you're taking their Wi-Fi healing and their body blocking as well as a guaranteed rescue support. Yeah, that's what Indy calls it. I'm sorry. But then like Priestess is an easy pick for the survivor side. I mean, the back of church becomes a ridiculously good spot. I mean, the back of church is kind of known as being a little bit of a dead area. It's really difficult to work there if you don't have the required distance to rotate around the back of there. But with Priestess, she makes that arguably one of the best places to loop in and out of the window towards church, and then you take the portal and suddenly you're all the way at back gate. So I mean, like, the back of church is really dangerous when it comes to playing Priestess. And Patient, we've talked about it before. I mean, maybe this map doesn't have as good as hook spots before, but I mean, it's hard to argue that he isn't one of the best kiters in the game right now. And then I mean, at this point, I don't think anyone's surprised at a barmaid pick. We've been seeing the potential and from both kiting and the support and the rescue. I mean, we've seen barmaid's full potential really shine with Flywheel coming out, and we've seen that in a lot of the Chinese and the IVLs and the IGLs. I mean, I'm not sure if you watch those, but I mean, barmaid is used a lot in these different tournaments and these different leagues, and it really shows how great barmaid can be, and honestly is already. I mean, she didn't really receive any direct buffs that made her great. She did receive a buff a little while ago, but what really put her into the meta is the Flywheel. I mean, that's made basically a guaranteed bottle, so no one's really surprised here. As well as a painter. I think a painter is more of an off meta pick. I mean, how do you feel about the painter being the fourth, Psyche?
I almost feel like when they pick Painter, they're actually more worried about the wheel, because I can't really see anything else Painter being decent against, because the problem with Painter is that he doesn't start with anything. Wheel is the only one that's really okay, because when you're cutting a wheel, there really isn't much in the game that you're going to do while they're in wheel. You're going to save your abilities until after they come out of wheel, and so while they're in wheel, that's kind of Painter's chances to get up a painting. So that's why Painter's okay against wheel. But if it's not wheel, I don't know if the Painter's going to be great, because he has the same problem as Enchantress, which is that when he starts the kite, he's got nothing. And in this game is all about abilities. You need to have your ability to counter the hunter's ability. And if the wheel's ability is inside the wheel, well, then obviously you can't get hurt. That gives you a good opportunity. Similar to the Enchantress. A little bit slower pace, I will admit, than Painter. But that's the strength of a Painter, being able to get that painting up problem. The downside is that he doesn't start with anything, so very often hunters will take advantage of that. So unless it's exactly wheel, I can't see this being a super reliable pick, especially if it's Blood Queen. If it's Blood Queen, it could get really hairy.
Exactly.
And
the
we actually
painter
seeing a lot of Blood Queen like bans here. We're seeing the Seer, Forward, Acrobat, Psychologist.
It might honestly be a BQ. And if you look at the comp, I mean, not only Painter being a really unique choice, but if you look, Painter being the last choice is a problem for a different reason. Like, where are the rescuers? I mean, you could have Patient on Tide or Priestess on Tide, but you would really prefer to have somebody like Merc or even Grave. I mean, or First Officer. We've seen a lot of First Officer being played. I mean, these are all probably better and more secure rescuers than Painter. I mean, Painter can be a rescuer and he can get his painting while rescuing, but still, that's a big risk to take realistically.
It could be that the strategy here is that they're trying to go for the all kiter route so that they can secure a 3 cipher kite, and then that way they have that decent chance of a 3-person escape. Because we do have to remember here, even though Discord Kittens got 3 survivors out on the survivor side, the hunter needs to get 4 survivors down if they want to secure this round and win this round, or else the Discord Kittens will lose this, because first round was a tie, second round Capital won, and this is the 3rd round. If they don't win this 3rd round, then Capital will win this bracket and they will move on. So Discord Kittens needs to get 4 people here, 3 people here. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm getting a little bit confused here. 2 people here will be enough, actually. So my bad. He just needs 2 people here. Okay, never mind.
And I mean, Hastor is a really, I mean, it's Feaster being played. And I mean, Feaster is a super off meta pick that not only, I mean, is pretty okay on smaller maps, but is also an off meta pick that people don't normally play against a lot. So this could be kind of a shell shock and put them in a super unique position for kiting. I mean, you can't kite a Feaster the same way that you kite a lot of other people. Yes, you can 360 the tentacles, but even if you're doing that, you're still giving up distance, letting the Feaster catch up to you, and he has a ridiculously long hitbox, just like Wu Cheng was. So I guess we are seeing 2 possibly specialty hunters being played here.
I'm very curious to see what will happen with Feaster, because the thing is, you do make a point that although you do lose distance against Feaster, it actually usually is not a big deal, because it usually cancels out, because usually he does that when you drop a pallet, and so you have the pallet saving your butt, and if he breaks it, well, now he can't use the tentacle, so now that's when you walk away from the tentacle. It's very rare that he places a tentacle and your only choice is to circle it. Usually the best choice is just avoid it entirely, and that's usually what happens with Feaster. And the other problem here with Feaster is that Feaster doesn't start with anything, technically. He needs to wait until he gains something. That gives Painter a chance to now get his painting up. So suddenly Painter is actually a pretty good option here when it's Feaster.
At the same time,
nothing.
At the same time, you need to look at Feaster excels at making rescues difficult, and that's something that this team doesn't have, is a secure rescuer. So, I mean, you may have Painter that has the opportunity to get that Painter, but I mean, rescuing is going to be difficult. You don't have anybody that can eat like a tentacle hit, a basic hit, and still rescue, like Merc or Grave or Psychologist.
I gotta stop you right there, because you actually can still rescue. You can take the tentacle hit and still rescue before you can swing. So rescue is actually not that big of a deal.
It's going to be an instant refarm is the issue, though. So they have no rebound potential off.
The thing is, if they get a 3-cipher kite and they get Tide Turner, they can just stall it out with Tide Turners. They don't need it to be a long kite after that.
That's the problem. The hunter is only aiming for a draw, though. The survivors need to aim for more than just a draw. They have to secure 3 here.
Not at all. Not at all. If they get 3 ciphers done, they just need 2 Tide Turners, and they'll get everyone alive when the ciphers pop. They don't need, like, farming will still keep them alive. I don't know, Luci.
I guess we're gonna see how the match is played. He is gonna be finding Farmate is running directly into him. That is really unfortunate.
Did she use a speed bottle as well? I didn't get to see.
I am not sure. I don't think she did. I think she still has her speed bottle. I'm not sure.
I believe she still has it. Is it supposed to show up beneath the bottom? I don't know. I never spectate Barmaid. She will actually get the seal off. Hey, wait! Don't vault that too early. Oh my goodness!
That was a really super last second bottle coming in. That was absolutely a last second that quite literally saved her. I mean, vaulting that window. so soon. So risky with that bottle.
Ooh, vaulting that one was actually a mistake because
I
instead of
agree.
vaulting, since she's anyway gonna take. Oh my goodness, she. Okay,
Oh,
nice flywheel. Just barely saved her.
amazing
That's
photo. But
cool.
I agree. Vaulting that window was super risky. She should have just taken the basic hit and rotated.
Exactly, and on top of that, I'm pretty sure she would have made a bottle before she took a basic hit, which would allow for a second heal. But little mistake on the Easter Tentacle, not going to matter though because of that blink. It does mean that he doesn't have the booster later on though that he could have saved by aiming that Tentacle a little bit better.
This is a relatively fast down, but they do have really well Cypher progress. I mean, you have Shaq that is about to be popped. I mean, regardless of him cheering here, I feel they are going to be able to pop that before he is able to harass. So.
And this was not a 3-cypher kite, so 2 tide turners will not be enough to just keep this barmaid alive. Normally, the way it works with Easter is you get a 3-cypher kite, and even if you get tentacle hit, you can still pull off the rescue. And then tide turner, 2 tide turners will be enough to stall off the game. You're gonna hit the chair, nice for the survivors.
And again, this is pushing them into that. I don't think they were ready to play against a feaster here. So not only do you have, and you're playing again in a team comp that doesn't have a secured rescue here. I mean, this is going to be a stuff. Now, this is going to be a stuff. I told you it's going to be a stuff, or it's going to be an instant farm. And if you don't have a long enough first fight, he could have. I agree, he could have. I think there was a big misstep pulling off the chair there. I mean, you might as well just rescue an instant farm there. A double down makes this a really difficult situation to come out of.
Yeah, so now it's very difficult. But oh wait, she almost walked into a tentacle there. Oh, that was a little scary. That priest is setting up a portal first. Not even gonna rescue. Never mind. Which is actually a mistake because now the patient's gonna get picked up. You have to rescue there, else now the pressure's immediately put back on. What did it do now? Rescuing there, you still have to rescue the patient now. So by rescuing there, you actually get the pressure off the patient. Now they're still pressured. Now there's gonna be very difficult.
It's going to be very difficult to come back from. And again, I think this is a huge factor playing. I think they just shell-shocked by the Feaster pick. I mean, Feaster isn't something anybody plays against a lot. So, I mean, this is going to be something that I don't think they were ready for, on top of, again, having no rescuers. And again, I think Barmaid is a great kiter, but against somebody like Feaster, she's going to struggle with. And we almost saw that when she vaulted the window a little too early.
I don't think so, Luci. That had nothing to do with Feaster. It just had to do with the Barmaid running to the Feaster early on. Priest is gonna go down here. I gotta be honest here, alright? I don't wanna be like this one commentator that's like, oh my goodness, Feaster, not expected. No. If that Barmaid just didn't run to the Hunter, she would have been fine. If she didn't vault the window and made a drink, she would have been fine. If the patient rescued before, and didn't get off, he would have been fine. There's so many ways that the survivors still rescue this, and still tie this game at bare minimum. But I guess you did mention earlier a tie is still enough for the team to win. I suppose you're right. In that case, they do need a win. There's a lot of ways they could have won this match, and I think it has nothing to do with Feaster. I think it has a lot to do with Survivor.
I think it happens. It just has more to do with the Hunter itself capitalizing off the many mistakes that these survivors are making.
Absolutely. So at the end of the day, even though there were some mistakes here, as a Hunter, you still need to know how to capitalize on them. It's going to be an after-half rescue. This should seal the deal for this Hunter now, as long as he can catch this Priestess pretty early on. I mean, of course, before 3 ciphers pop, which is... I don't know. What do you think, Luci? Do you think they'll be able to pop 3 ciphers before she goes down?
It's going to be very difficult, like I said. I mean, Priestess doesn't excel at kiting against a Feaster just like this. I mean, the pressure with cutting off areas is very prominent. Like I said, she either has 2 choices to try to 360 and dodge that tentacle, but again, on a short wall like that, you run into the situation that I said, giving up that distance. On a short wall, it becomes more prevalent. Yes, like you mentioned, when he does that after slamming a pallet, yeah, you're going to be able to make up that distance when he breaks the pallet, but in a situation like that, he forces her on a small wall, puts the tentacle down. Now, she has 2 options, but really neither one of them are right.
And that was a great hook for the patient. Just barely dodging both tentacles. Oh my goodness.
Tentacles. Oh my goodness.
Nice job for the patient. That was really good. Yep, that hit.
The long hitbox coming back to bite him, like I mentioned before. I mean, this is what makes Feasters kind of annoying to kite is the tentacles hitbox on top of his own charge attack hitbox.
If only the pallets were there, he actually would have been fine. But man, that really sucked. And he had no hooks to do anything after that either. So that was really his only chance. And yeah, this is now just a matter of time before he finds the Painter. Feaster, I would like to mention this against, like, as Feaster and Sculptors. Feaster and Sculptor are really the only two hunters, unless I'm missing another one. These are the only two hunters who can actually actively find survivors after they've been knocked down, which is something I was worried about with Bonbon on Moonlit, which is exactly what happened. He has no way of finding survivors once they're knocked down.
Accidentally running into him. I mean,
Painter does not have his painting up yet, but as soon as he does, he'll start it. Problem is, he's got a load of.
dead hard to a Palace Slam. Amazing. That was amazing. That could not have been played better. He does not give up the hit from the tentacle. I mean, he had two options there: either slam the pallet, eat the tentacle hit, but he does both. That's what happens. That's what makes Flywheel so good.
He could actually.
Amazing
Oh
play
my
by
goodness, nice.
amazing play by the Feaster, looking away to get that hit there.
That was really good. That was very good. Very well played from the Feaster there. Because most hunters would probably screw that up. That was all the hunter skill related. You got to be a good hunter to be able to pull something like that off. Just being able to look away and then look at the thing to cancel it out. Beautiful job. And yeah, now Patient no longer has a self-revive. We do have to remember that the Painter should have a self-revive, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure why it's not showing the personas of any of these survivors. Like, I can't
I'm
see.
not sure, but he does still have a self-revive neither. So we do have I mean, if you do look at Top Broken, it is at roughly 55%, but again, I mean, it's really difficult.
You're right.
It's really difficult to consistently kite when you're wounded against a Feaster. I mean, there are going to be two relatively fast redowns here, just because Feaster full presence, now he's fed. I mean, it's going to be really difficult. Any sort of rebound kite is going to struggle here.
Any look away? No, look at that.
Amazing.
The Painter, that was well placed painting, because he tried to look away, the Feaster, but there's nothing Anonymous could have done there to avoid it, because as soon as he tries to go into that narrow passage, he has to look at that painting. Externally swinging there instead of vaulting happens every once in a while. But this is going to be a Discord Kings is actually going to take this round, which means we are going into an overtime.
We talked about it. We talked about it. We talked how likely it was to happen, and again, we're seeing it coming here. These teams are relatively even matched, so I mean, I don't think anybody's shocked seeing them go into a fourth.
Not going to be able to block off. Not going to be able to vault that window. Great block from the Feaster there at the end. Combined with the full presence, so he doesn't even need to look at the tentacle. He can just actively use it without having to see it. Which is the advantage of being able to use full presence.
Sikey, we are making a mistake here. We are not going into overtime. It does come down to points instead of overtime now.
Really? Okay, so it seems like. Oh, I did not know this. I guess
I did not either.
I guess maybe something changed in the rules, but I could have sworn. I could have sworn the last time I played in the tournament, the way it worked is if it's a tied up. It just goes into round 4, but now the points make a difference. So I suppose you needed to tie 3 rounds in a row to get into overtime, which does make it very difficult to ever see in overtime. So no overtime. Instead, it will come down to
points. And I'm fairly confident. I mean, Discord Kittens, I think, has the point advantage here.
It's never going to end otherwise. Thank you, Ali. And let's take a look at the stats here. Real quick. We got the Feaster once again being able to down that barmaid really quickly, but there are so many things that could have just completely avoided the situation. But yeah, at the end of the day, Feaster was able to take advantage of those mistakes, being able to secure this 4-man escape. And as soon as we get a chance to see what the points are, we'll be able to announce the winner, because I don't have the points memorized like from round to round to round. So whoever has more points is going to take this at this point. But yeah. 86 kite time for the Patient. Patient definitely using those hooks and very impressively, very well. And dodging those tentacles a lot as well. So props to the Patient. Definitely did a good job there. Painter as well with the flywheel tentacle. That's not easy to pull off. The timing at least is not easy to pull off. Maybe it's easy to flywheel one tentacle. Not easy to also follow it up with a pallet without getting hit through it. Which is really nice. If the Painter was able to pull off. You had something to say, Luci?
I mean, yeah, I'm fairly confident that the Discord Kittens does have the point advantage, so I think Discord Kittens might be the winner in this case.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it depends on round 2. I don't remember round 2 anymore. But I think Discord Kittens is going to take this because they got 3 people out, followed up by their hunter getting 4 people, which is an extra 5 points. let's take a look here. 9, 10, 11. And the first round is a tie, so it cancels out. 9-7. Discord Kittens does win by 2 points, so the game does
close
go to
call.
Discord Kittens. Very close call.
I
It
think
would
this
have
might
actually
be the
came down to
closest
one spot.
match. I think this might it did. So them getting the draw out would have sent this into a point tie as well.
Oh my goodness! You know what? If I'm pretty sure if had the Feaster not gotten a 4-man, if they got 3-man instead of the 4-man, it would have caused the points to become what would it have become? It would have become 6-2, I believe.
Mhm.
6-2, and who would have won in that case? 9-8. So they still would have won. But yeah, they had that rest survivors did a great job with the antiquarian, especially Caramel. Very impressive job with the antiquarian early on, doing exactly what we predicted would happen. Very nicely done overall. So yeah, Lucy, any final closing thoughts about this bracket? Very exciting.
I mean, I think this might have been the closest and easily the most exciting bracket that we've seen so far in this tournament. I mean, these teams were neck and neck the entire time. I mean, they drew, and I mean, it was a really prominent and dominant first rounds for the hunters of both teams. And you've seen come in round two. I mean, they performed so well. Capital did so great that round two, but I mean, Discord Kittens kept in it, and they didn't really waver in. And you can't lie. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on a round three situations where you have to secure a win, or you can't afford to just draw this round out. Now, if you draw this round out, you lose. So in a situation where you have a lot of pressure to reach for these wins, I mean, Discord Kittens, I mean, did well, and they performed amazingly in the final round of this set.
Absolutely. So there we go. Discord Kittens going to take this one. And for the next match, for the next bracket, we have Dunno and Omega going to playing in the next bracket. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this bracket. We will be back soon watching, I should say, Dunno versus Omega. And I will have Miki coming in for Lucy. Lucy, thank you so much for commentating with me. I guess thank you for having me, I suppose, replacing Mixie.
Of
But
course,
yeah,
I mean,
guys.
it's always fun. I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to come in here and commentate. And I mean, I enjoyed it. The matches that I watched today were all really exciting. You guys have been so great. Other than that, I mean, have an amazing night. You guys have good luck, Sikey. I'll be watching. Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Take care, Lucy. Thank you all, guys. We'll see you all in about 15 to 20 minutes. Just whatever the time shows. So yeah, we will see you all in a bit. up, guys? Sikey here, and today we are going into the next bracket, which is Dunno versus Omega, guys. Welcome everyone who's just coming along from the last bracket where we had Discord Kittens taking the dub. Great gameplay from both sides. Very cool seeing both on-meta and off-meta picks such as D9 and Feaster, but also the on-meta picks with very impressive gameplay such as Sculptor, Chumich, and Bonbon. Can't wait to see more of that. I know Omega has a lot of top tier players. They have players that I am friends with, seen a lot, but I've also seen people from Dunno. So these are both teams that I'm quite familiar with their players from, at least some of them. Now, maybe not all of them, but some of them. And we also have we're gonna see what both of these teams bring. I have myself commentating. Very soon we'll have Miki on. I'll introduce him in 1 second. But for now, we are going to be discussing Dunno and Omega. If we check in for the rosters of Dunno, we have a couple survivors here. We have Kazu, Otamo. Otamo is a survivor I know. Very, very cool guy. We got Quacks. We have Sero. A lot of you guys will know Sero as a player who made the map key spawn. So they are known for making their map key spawn that you might have seen floating around on Discord. This is how you learn the spawns in the game. They are known for doing that. And we also have Skippy. Skippy is just a friend of mine. And on the Hunter side, we have MM2x2, MM2x2, another player that I know from actually my Discord server. I actually see them quite a bit. And then we have Polars, another great player. I'm surprised they're playing Hunter. I didn't know they play Hunter. I thought they only play Survivor. But yes, a lot of familiar faces from Dunno. A lot of these people are either friends of mine or old players or also friends of mine. And on Omega, we have just as interesting of a matchup. We have FY playing as the survivors on Omega, which is a very good player. We have Klayu Home. Playing as Klayu Home in game. I believe I'll have to check later on to see if these people change their names. But for now, we also have Honor. Honor, great player. Cloud, great player. I know both of these people. And we have Way BS as the substitute. Skippy is the substitute for DN, by the way. Totally doesn't stand for D's nuts. Let's quickly check for the hunters of Omega. Two really great hunters from Omega. We have Nico, otherwise known as Nickelodeon. I don't know which name he has right now in game, but it's either Nico or Nickelodeon. A great hunter, plays a lot of meta stuff as well as I think a few off meta stuff, but a great hunter all in all. And we have Pit Stoppers. Pit Stoppers, I used to play with him on my tournament team. Actually, I think I've been on him with at least one team on an ace. I don't remember if I've been on him with a team more than once, but this man is a beast, all right? You don't want to mess with Pit Stoppers. Pit Stoppers, when he comes in, he's going to stomp the floor, and the survivors need to get ready for it because he's going to mess them up if they are not. So he's going to be the substitute, interestingly enough, for the hunters. So can't wait to see what goes on here. Miki, what is up? We have Miki as our other commentator here.
How's it going, everyone? It's Miki here, and I just got done watching a very, very sad movie and doing something I could not say on stream. But yeah, I'm ready to commentate.
Miki, why would you say that?
Gameplay. You know, I can't just publicly say what I was doing.
Miki, you're unhinged. You're unhinged as freak.
You ain't wrong, but man, Pit Stoppers, I can't wait to see that guy play because, like you said, this guy puts a stop to all survivor shenanigans. Like, this dude is a very phenomenal player, very talented. We've seen him in a couple of other online tourneys. You'll see if you watched maybe ICL, if you watched other tournaments that were hosted, he was fantastic, and I'm pretty sure he's just as good, if not better, today. But putting him on sub, I think they have great confidence in a MM. Is their other hunter, right?
No, that was Nickelodeon. MM is for DN, otherwise known as D's. No, don't know.
D's.
Missed opportunity there. Missed opportunity there from Don't Know. Naming themselves DN and not D's nuts.
Look who's unhinged now. Looks like it's not just me, guys. It is not just me. You heard it here. DN should have been named D's nuts.
We do have MM2X on Dunno. On Omega, we have Pit Stoppers as the sub and Nico/Nickelodeon as the player for Omega, the main hunter, interestingly enough. checking the names here once more. It looks like we have FY as FY, Way BS, otherwise known as Pa Cookie. Honor might be named Juice World. Ali, you'll have to tell me, are the names in the parentheses the names in the game? Or are the names in the parentheses the one that they used to be named? Okay, their current names are in parentheses. So Honor is currently named Juice World. Cloudy is named Cloud in game. Nickelodeon is called Nico in game. OM Nico. And Pit is named Trick in the game. Wait, no, Trick is named Pit Stoppers. Why is Trick considered his regular name?
I don't know.
Moving on.
But
Skippy is
on
Skippy.
the other side, Dunno, or he's not.
Oh, it's based off Discord names. Miki, it's based off Discord names. So his Discord name is Trick, his in-game name is Pit. Okay, I see. Alright, that makes sense.
Okay. So we got Kazu, we got Otamo24, we got Quax, we got the very well-known Seiro, we got Skippy Peanut Butter, and we got JSD, MM22, and we got Haulers as the substitute, also very well-known player.
It says here that Polars is the sub survivor, but on the list I just read off, he was the sub for Hunter. So never mind.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, he is the sub Hunter. Never mind. Yes, Kazu is the sub survivor. But yes, Miki, we are going straight into it. We are jumping right in game. We have Omega hunting first. They chose to ban Lakeside, and Dunno, otherwise known as DN, otherwise known as D, as the survivor. As the survivors. Hold up 1 second, Miki. Let me invite you. All right, we're getting Miki in the game.
All right.
Dunno is actually going to select Church as their first map. Very safe map. Not relying on survivors, not relying on Hunter. Just testing the waters. Just seeing how is it cold? Is it hot? Is it lukewarm? What's going on here? What we dealing with? These two teams are trying to test each other out, seeing what works, what doesn't, see what they like to go with, what kind of stuff they like to ban, making predictions about it in round 1 and round 2. And that's where round 1 comes into play. Just the goal here is to just get the tie. But if you get a win here in these early rounds, that's really impressive, because this is the round where you see probably the most like the hunters. You'll see them picking their most frequently picked hunters. And that is usually those are S tier hunters, and that's very difficult to win against. So if we can see a win here in this round 1, that'll be very impressive. If not, that's totally okay too. It'll get better as we move on. I'll keep talking here. I think Miki's trying to fix his mic. But yeah, I'm very curious what we will see.
I swear, it's so bad.
Miki, are you playing on like an iPod or something? Are you talking through an iPod?
No. I think I know what it is. I think my headphones have 3 different modes, so I think it like went to a different mode. Does it sound better now? Like, what do you think?
No. He's talking through the Samsung Samsung screen.
Talking through the Samsung.
Samsung screen. Miki, you doing good there? You sound the same to me. I mean, you sounded fine before either way.
Okay.
But yes, we do have Omega hunting first. Let's take a look at Omega's hunters once again, so I don't forget. So Omega, Nickelodeon, he plays a lot of good stuff. He is never stuck with playing just one thing. Nico plays a lot of impressive things. Like he could, I believe, play wheel. He's most known for his wheel. I do see him play wheel a lot, but he's not just limited to that wheel. And it's no surprise that we are seeing Church pick first, because well, no, it's no surprise we're seeing Seer ban first. It is surprising if we see Church and if he goes wheel, because wheel on Church is not super easy, admittedly, because of those windows at Church. Besides that, the other windows are, well, no, shed windows kind of annoying. But yeah,
and you can make your own windows too.
Yeah, you could make your own windows.
No problem. Just craft one.
Omega didn't get to choose the map here. So they're going to be forced out to deal with whatever DN chooses, and DN chose Red Church. So if Nico goes for the wheel, it's really just because they chose Church. He didn't really have much of an option there. But he's not limited to wheel. And I believe he could also play Dreamwitch. I don't quite remember it. I'm having a hard time remembering. But I believe he also plays Dreamwitch, if I'm not mistaken. I'm so sorry, Nico, if I get that wrong. And the survivors lock in. Whoa. Look at this. These survivors, DN is already ahead of the game. They pick Priestess and Barmaid. So if they're picking Barmaid, they're already worried about the Dream Witch, and Barmaid is one of the best counters to Dream Witch. In response, the Hunter picks forward. Great ban for Dream Witch, great ban for Wheel. He could still go either one here. Either one, it could still be. So in response, the survivors also pick Patient, who is both good against Dream Witch and both good against Wheel. And for their final pick, we have Psychologist. This smells like a Dream Witch. That last pick smells definitely like a Dream Witch. And in response, the survivors pick Mercenary. Mercenary, it might seem weird why Mercenary is the last pick, but really, Omega's Hunter is not worried about Mercenary. He's worried about the kiting survivors that can destroy Dream Witch or Wheel, because he's no matter what not going to chase Wheel. He's not going to chase Mercenary. He just needs good targets, the rest of the targets to be good. So he'll give them the Mercenary, but he's more concerned about the survivors that can either support really well, like Forward, who can stun on Chair or stun a Wheel, trying to pick people up, or just making sure that they're not able to kite him out infinitely. That's the idea there. So that's why Mercenary was the last pick for the survivors. You know, more inexperienced survivors would have picked Mercenary as their first pick. They're picking Mercenary last pick because they know for a fact that Nico is not concerned with banning Mercenary. He's concerned with banning other survivors. Therefore, they will prioritize the stronger survivors against his Hunter, because either way, they're going to have a solid rescue, because you don't necessarily need Mercenary to do rescues against Dream Witch and Wheel. You could just as easily go Gravekeeper. So even if he bans Wheel, even if he bans Mercenary, there's still they could still pick another rescuer, or they could go at even stronger kiter, and that's probably what they would have done if Nico chose to ban Mercenary. So really interesting stuff from both sides here. Just the back and forth, being able to counter one another is always nice to see, and it's not easy to pick up. There's a reason why they ban certain survivors in certain order and why they pick them in certain order, because he probably would have banned Barmaid if they didn't pick Barmaid. He probably would have banned Patient if they didn't pick Patient. And once they lock in a survivor, they cannot, the Hunter can no longer ban it for the second and third time. Miki, we have a clerk here. Ooh.
Oh, we have Judge Judy on the play, on the scene, I see.
We got Judge Judy, a very fat Judge Judy, a very cranky Judge Judy, and she's going to be coming in.
And a very old Judge Judy.
A very old Judge Judy. A very thick Judge Judy, all right?
A very pleasantly plump Judge Judy.
Now, let's think about a little bit what will happen here. A few predictions here. For starters, Patient is already not great for Clerk, because he has an ability that the Clerk cannot answer. He just always hooks away, and there's nothing the Clerk can do about it. She can't even block off windows against him, because he's just going to vault over them with his hub. Let me switch here real second. My bad, Nico. Sikey 1v1 me. Sarah is saying something in chat. But anyway, guys. So not super great against Patient. Not bad against Priestess. Not bad against Barmaid, especially if he can get that blink in. And obviously not going to chase the Mercenary. So if he can find Priestess or Barmaid, that will be best case scenario. I'm not sure which is better at that point, though. Is Barmaid or Priestess? What do you think, Miki? I think Priestess might be a little bit better, because Barmaid still gets that hit bonus as opposed to Priestess. She gets a hit bonus. She can't really follow up on it with like a drink like Barmaid can. What do you think?
I think Priestess is going to be the easier target here, especially given we're on Red Church, but this is heavily dependent on where the Priestess decides to choose to where to kite, because if she's at like Church, she can just loop the back with her portals really nicely, or if she's at Graveyard, she has long portals leading out of the area. But if she's like middle, back, or top broken area, then it's going to be quite easy for a Clerk to take her down.
And that is a great observation there, that if she's not in the right spot, she's going to be quite easy to take down. However, map selection comes in, so Priestess is always going to pick middle, unfortunately, for Nico. So this is going to be very difficult, because now Priestess is not really as much of an option if she picks Church, which she always will. Like, it might seem strange, why not have Mercenary at middle? The reason you don't have Mercenary at middle in this situation is because Priestess is already so good in middle, and plus she can help other survivors, which Mercenary cannot. So you're not just worried about being able to put a strong kiter there, you're also worried about, can that survivor also help others? And by taking the control of middle, they're able to, by having just survivors in general, having the ability to pick first, they can just immediately take middle from the Hunter, and that means they don't just prevent the Hunter from having control, they also give themselves control by putting a support in the middle, so that now everyone is protected indirectly. So yeah,
I don't know, Sikey. When it comes to choosing spawn points, do you think survivors choosing first is for the Hunter's favor or vice versa? I could argue it's for the Hunter's favor, because
really?
because the thing is, Now, if the hunter picks an area, survivors will be like, oh, this is what they're playing at. Now we can pick where to deploy which survivor to like put the tough ones in front and the like weaker ones in the back. So I feel like that's how it is. So would you like to tell me why you think it is a survivor favor?
I think it's survivor favor because you never want to give middle to the hunter. Generally, on most maps, whenever a hunter gets middle, it's usually very, very good for them because now they can go up, down, left, right, and no matter what. You know, normally for regular spawn selection, it doesn't really matter. You always just go to the same place because you don't know where anyone spawned. If you know where everyone spawned and you got to choose middle, well, now you have the ability to choose, which normally the survivors want to do that. Because not only do they have the ability to choose, they want to choose to put supporters in middle. So instead of hunter having that right to choose, now survivors have the right to choose. And yeah,
Ooh, look how
real
quick
quickly,
that map selection was. They are ready to play. He's like, beep, beep, beep. They're like, oh, let's get the L formation. And
they
let's
already
go.
know.
And
This
like
is-
you said,
they're
look,
spelling
they didn't
out-
get access to middle. Look at that.
They're-
Sikey, just as you said.
Exactly. They're spelling out L for the hunter, but Nico, I don't think he's gonna have any of that. We're gonna have Mercenary at Graveyard, which is fine. He's not gonna get chased. Normally I say you don't want to go middle as the rescuer. As the survivor. Mercenary is fine because he's not gonna get chased there. And if he does get chased, well, Hunter's gonna lose. That's why they don't get chased. But we're going into round one.
Let's get it.
Let's get it, Miki. So Cypher's already gonna get blocked at top broken. Hopefully Skippy doesn't go there, or else he's gonna get stalled a little bit. Already checking on Cero. Unfortunately, Skippy is going to the lock Cypher. So if Skippy was playing a little bit ahead of time, he would have already known based off the Hunter spawn that. Whoa! Look at
Walking
this, Nico's.
backwards.
Yes, so the idea here, the reason that's so significant is he's blocking his red light. Now, unfortunately, Priestess, I'm pretty sure could see him through the window. I'm pretty sure she could see him through the block windows. And Sarah's just gonna probably follow this up with the portal here. So the moment she gets recorded, ooh, just barely didn't get hit!
Beautiful.
Oh
timing
my
by
goodness,
Sarah
that
right
was
there.
very greedy. That was very greedy for Nico to go for that because, oh my goodness, look at this portal. I never thought about doing a portal like that.
Look at all the
It's-
time that she is buying
Yeah.
for her team right now. Nico is gonna be struggling with Priestess on
He
this
might
side
switch
of church
targets
walls.
here. He didn't switch targets here. I thought he might go for the other
He's
person.
still
there.
going after the Priestess, Psyche. As we can
Yes.
see, she's got a very strong start. She's very far from this Hunter. And despite Hunter any trade, she is just out of range of any of his shenanigans.
Skippy gotta be careful there. Skippy did get recorded there, but no presents. So not gonna get blocked off. He just needs to play patient. Well, he is patient, but you know what I mean. Patient is gonna get recorded. What this means, the fact that Patient got recorded is means that she doesn't have recordings to record the Sero. But because Sero dropped the pallet at church, now she has that recording. So maybe dropping the pallet at church earlier before she used the portal was actually a mistake because now she took a hit here. Look at this. Now she's gonna get blocked off because of the earlier encounter.
Will she
throughout
go
church.
down? She
It
is.
was-
She has no. There are no
Oh.
portals available. What a
I'm
great
gonna be-
window block by Nico.
I'm gonna be honest here, Miki. Normally, dropping that pallet before doing the portal in the back of church is a good thing because imagine if a church window was there. Imagine how broken church would be if instead of on the one side that the church window was on, it was on the opposite side. It would be so broken because you drop the pallet then
Oh,
drop the window.
absolutely.
And that's
If there was
what
a window
Priestess
there.
does. But against Clerk, ironically enough, it's actually bad. Look at the distraction from the patient.
Robbed.
Nice
He
job.
robbed of his chair.
Completely robbed of the chair. At best, okay, at best,
Accuracy?
it was a Priestess.
Oh wow! Look at that accuracy.
That's really nice. He did see get vision on the dungeon, so that was very critical. It was at top broken, the dungeon. Constantly checking to see if Skippy is doing that cipher. He knows where Skippy was last doing it. Will Skippy come back to it? Skippy does in fact come back to it.
Right there, Psyche, that was some technique to that swing. I don't know if you saw, but Nico was charging and swung to the right of his hitbox. He knew the size of Cleric's hitbox and charge attack, and he knew it was thin. Therefore, he used it to get past the mind block attempt by Skippy right there. But Skippy is going to take a hit, but the rescue is going off, so this is perfectly okay. That is
Oh
not
no,
okay.
he took a hit. Just barely took that hit. So now the best thing to do here. Okay, I don't think he got caught on the cipher. I think it does not get blocked. We're watching the Quacks here. Mercenary. Quacks is who is Quacks again?
Mercenary.
Yeah, I know he's a mercenary, but what's his name in the game? And Quacks is Meow. Oh no, he did
Yeah.
get blocked. He just barely didn't get off in time. Barmy, look at this. Giving the healing to the patient. Gonna save a lot of time on the heal now. He
I
can still
think
keep-
this is a good mid game for Nico right here. Anything can happen, but survivors are also not in the worst position, so it's looking like pace for a tie if they play their cards right. However, this is not over in any sort of way possible for Nico.
Look at this. Nico still has his blink, so unfortunately picking blink this game wasn't that great because
Hey,
it honestly
great
would.
hook.
Oh, yeah, it was just okay hook because the problem with that hook was it didn't really give him much. You know, he just still didn't take a hit, so it was just. But yeah, going back to that priestess, if the priestess had just not dropped that, oh, did he get recorded there? I don't think. I think he's.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Yeah, I see what Skippy was trying to do there. It's just better just vault over rather than trying to hook off a high obstacle and flying over because that can happen. And I see what he was trying to go for. He usually gets blocked. Oh,
Skippy's
didn't
gonna
go
get
for the
killed
window.
Yeah, that's
Very
unfortunate.
interesting. Skippy doesn't have pallet boost. Oh no, he does. He does. Where did it go? I don't know.
I think she ate it.
No. He actually had it, but he vaulted back on himself. I don't know. I wasn't watching. I think he had it. I don't know. I think he could have went for the window. Depends what that last reporting is. Okay, now this is where the game comes down to for the difference between a tie and a win for Nico. Can he block up that last cipher long enough for him to kill this patient? Because there's no more hooks. It's very possible. I can see this happening.
This could happen. He could try to farm no tidings.
Okay, yeah, that's a block. That's a guaranteed 20 seconds not able to do on that cipher. The recording lasts 12 seconds, and then you get blocked for 10 seconds, so I think it's 20. Look at the range on that charge attack. A lot of people may underestimate the range on the charge attack for Clerk. Not a lot of people use the charge attack on Clerk because the regular is already so good.
Cheering
But
closer
it
to the
really is
cipher.
nice. Yes, look at this. So now their chance of trying to bring this back is going to be very difficult. I mean, it's not zero, but it's going to be very, very difficult.
Does he have abnormal? Now would be a good time to switch and go for abnormal right here. Cypher's at 75. They would be able to do.
Oh,
nothing
you
in
know
this
what?
scenario.
That's a great question. Why not? Because then he could go for a second abnormal. He's not going to need this blink. And if he abnormals it, well, then the game is over. He's not going to need
Pretty
this
much.
teleport.
Yeah, that's all
Yeah,
he needs.
I'm surprised he didn't go for it. That's a good point, Miki. Maybe he didn't think about that.
And he does have trump card Psyche.
No way! He got the
my.
world's luckiest! Well, it wasn't that lucky because he just waited until 99.999%. But then he's kind of banking on the fact that you don't touch the chair before then.
Is this a four-man elimination Psyche?
Holy moly, Miki. I mean, not quite yet. The mercenary's still... Oh, no, but he's not going to pick up the barm anymore. Now it's just a matter of time. He only has one recording. He has to record this mercenary, so he is free to vault at least one time. Unless he has a vaulting recording, we'll see. This is going to be very hard to bring this back. Oh, he does record it, so now that's blocked. And maybe Otoma should have waited on that heal. Should have at least waited for the Clerk to be farther away, because now he's got almost no chance of hiding this.
And Clark is really fast. He's already closing the distance between.
Look at this. Clerk is seriously... Clerk, apparently, in the game files,
the
apparently... It's a little bit confusing, because it says Clerk is in the top. She is tied with some other hunters for the fastest movement speed. Those other tied hunters being like Ripper, for example. But I can't see Clerk being the same speed as Ripper. Clerk feels a little bit faster than all the other hunters that have the same movement speed as Ripper. Because the fastest movement speed in the game is like 5.72 meters per second. And that's Ripper speed along with a few others hunters. I think Isha's another
But Ripper
one.
with a buff, right? Not Ripper with like no buff.
Ripper without invisibility already has fastest movement speed in the game without moving. But apparently he's the same speed as Clerk. I probably would not have gone for that basic on the mercenary. I probably would have knocked down the barman immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no need to go after Merc right here. Even though Barmaid doesn't have self-heal, you are giving them time to do a cipher. And Merc has a
here's
lot
the
higher
problem.
chance.
Because like he gets damage on the mercenary, but now he kind of has to go backwards. Now, granted, Otama went back to the cipher a little bit too early, so this might result in another down here. And not maybe, definitely. No, the speed bonus will protect her. He will make it to a window now. Does he have a block? No, a little too late.
Used it a little too late. Barmaid already makes the vault. There's a chance
Oh my
here,
goodness.
and Merc
This
is
is gonna
not
be-
the cipher.
I think he has. Yes, he did. He recorded himself there. So great job from Nico. Saving most of those recordings. Gonna knock her down
Little
again,
early on the Chungus.
but like if he had just knocked down the barmaid straight from the start, it would have actually been a little bit better because now they got some progress on the cipher, but it looks like it's gonna be fine. Barmy's not gonna be able to pick herself up. Yes, use the Chungus. Not gonna be able to survive.
Already
but
used
yeah.
the Chungus.
The Chungus has been used. Technically, it's Chungo. No one cares. It's Chungus.
The
Yeah,
Chungus.
flywheel. It's flywheel in Spanish for those wondering. Flywheel in Spanish is Chungo, Chungus. I'm not sure.
Chungus, Chungopulus, I don't know.
It's Chungus.
Oh no,
Big
Mikey, did
Chungus.
you know that I do not have school tomorrow?
You do not have school tomorrow. Why?
I do not have school tomorrow.
Oh,
Because
man.
a baseball team has won a major grand event, and I do not have school tomorrow.
Oh my God, is he gonna die? He died!
And
Well,
he
doesn't-
did.
It doesn't really matter, but oh my goodness, 6 seconds off a blink. Yeah, this is gonna be it right here. 3,
3,
2, 1. Nope. Oh yeah, you might not even need it actually. Oh no, he's gonna need it. Charge attack? Nope, Terror Shock. BM Terror Shock for the extra value. That is gonna be a 4. That's gonna be a 4K for Nico. He's gonna bring in 5 points for his team already. Absolutely busted. Great job from Nico. Can the other survivors team respond though? They have a lot of their own good hunters. They have Polars and they have MM2X2. MM2X2, I believe, does play Dream Witch, if I'm correct. But yeah, he's very, very strong hunters. Straight from the start. These
I'm gonna
hunters,
say,
Nico,
Sikey,
M2X.
that expertise of area control, the maximization of Clerk's kit right there, to stop ciphering. As soon as I saw that chair go down, I was like, this game could very much be over if Nico does the right thing, and so
Exactly.
he did.
And so he did. They were able to get a lot of kite time in, but here's the problem with Clerk. Once she gets that first down, it's kind of like Sculptor. It's only a matter of time. You really need that first kite to be good. Otherwise, it's just gonna take a little bit too long. And the first kite wasn't bad at all. The first kite really wasn't that bad at all. It's just afterwards. It was just unfortunately the way the chair came out where this last cipher was. That's where they could have at least secured a tie. That was the difference between a 2-2 situation into a 5-0, and that's huge. That's a 3-point swing now. In fact, no, that's a 5-point swing because it was going to be a 0-point difference to now a 5-point difference. I mean, you can't even like compare that. It's not times 5. It's times infinity because you multiply 0 by 5, 10, and you always get 0. It's just incredible how much lead they get from this. Does that math make any sense, Miki? No, don't question that. But yeah, very good. They did get a lot of kites.
My opinion on that?
Don't answer that. A
Maybe
lot of
not.
deco time. A lot of deco time. Barmy getting in the heels in. Same with the mercenary. A lot of great rescues, but
Nico
it's just
with
that
a grand
stalling.
total of 10 knockdowns. I will make that loud and clear. 10 knockdowns. That is absurd.
And that was a great game from both sides. It really just came down to the end game. And I will say, had Sarah just not dropped that pallet at church, then in that case, now Nico wouldn't have had the option to record himself. Nico actually wanted her to drop that pallet because then he records himself. That's just as good as her being recorded and dropping a pallet. Just because you're not recorded when you drop a pallet doesn't mean he can't record himself and break one instantly at backgate later. As you guys saw, that is exactly what caused Sarah's downfall. And after that, she tried to go for the window. Well, unfortunately, Sarah didn't come for that either because the whole time she was cutting around church, she was utilizing windows. And normally that's okay, but if you come back to windows later on in that kite, that's where it becomes a problem against Clerk. So even though using windows early on is fine, it becomes a problem when you make it that windows is your only option. So right there, if Sarah had another pallet nearby, going for the window would have been fine, but window was her only option there with no other item backup, so didn't even get a blink out at the very least. So it really came down to that, just dropping that pallet at church was kind of a mistake, honestly, causing her to take that hit later on. But yeah, Miki, what do you think we're going to see from DN now?
DN's Hunter is gonna have to pull it out, man. I'm just saying that was
You're gonna have to.
Commanding game 1. And I think that they very much have it with a Dream Witch on their side and one of the best of NA, I will say. And
I will say
one of the best Dream Witch in NA. I think that this next game is gonna be very intense. A lot of pressure on the Hunter. I'm pretty sure he can do it. But the thing is, That's huge stakes, man. Like I said, having to 4K to tie, that's something else.
Absolutely, but I think MM2X2 can do it. Because if we look at the Dreamwitch leaderboard at this current moment, MM2X2 is currently 6th with 9,211 character points in the NAEU leaderboard. Generally, I know in China it's very high. It's like it would be regularly be like maybe like 20,000 there. But here in NAEU, that's considered to be very, very high, mostly because people don't have time to play stuff like mornings and stuff like that. So you see lesser points in the NAU because people are not as tryhard. We're not getting paid to play the game here, unfortunately. NAE is unfortunately favoring China a lot more than NAU, making these tournaments unfortunately not as popular in NAEU. But I'm glad we have this chance to commentate the Checkmate tournament because we get to see some of these really good players come out and shine that normally would never get a chance to because NetEase does not support NAEU.
Absolutely. Please, Nettie, support for NA. We are working our butts off out here.
Miki, can we just talk about the fact that we have pretty much the exact same lineup from Omega as we did from DN? Priestess, Barmaid, they're obviously watching out for the Dream Witch.
They're not messing around. They're like, oh, Dream Witch, Priestess Barmaid, immediately.
Now, I'm
And,
pretty sure MM2X can play more than just a Dream Witch, so I'm trying to find their name on the character leaderboard. It might take some time, just saying.
Psych is
But-
also banned. Seer is also banned.
So they did ban Psychologist. This is probably in hopes of going going Dream Witch. And they did pick Mercenary as their third pick. I probably would have done Acrobat as the third pick because it's very likely that MM2X would ban Mercenary, and then like they can easily still go something like Gravekeeper, and Gravekeeper is amazing against Patroller, so he's not really a chase target either, just as much as Mercenary isn't. In fact, the Patroller, as soon as he uses the shovel, the Patroller immediately just jumps off and doesn't affect him anymore. So a little bit surprised to see Mercenary third instead of Acrobat. Because fun fact, when Acrobat is jumping, he cannot get bitten. That counts as being as avoiding the Patroller buy. And so Acrobat is actually one of the best counters to Dream Witch, not only giving himself distance but countering. As opposed to other survivors who have to actually stop themselves by dropping a pallet. And it slows them down because usually that pallet is very easily walked around, so usually it's slowing down. Acrobat not only gains distance, it prevents the patrol bite at the same time, so that's why he's one of the best counters to Dream Witch. I probably would have done that for pick third, but since he didn't get banned, it's completely okay. They just go ahead and take him fourth pick. So just as great of a lineup as we saw last match, Miki. Priestess, Barmaid, Mercenary, and I forgot what was the one different survivor on the other side. Patient. They picked Patient instead of Acrobat. So Patient is also really good against Dream Witch. Even with the Patroller, still really good because of all the distance you get. Acrobat is even better though. And I would say Acrobat, I think, counters extra stuff, and he's a support character. So I dare say Acrobat is a little bit better than Patient. Admittedly, had Skippy just vaulted the fence instead of trying to jump over it and gotten himself stuck, he actually would have done an amazing kite for his team, which would have meant he doesn't die by the Cypher. Instead, he vaults over the reception wall. I don't know if you recall that, Miki, but when Skippy messed up the first hook, by the way, that's classic Sikey move right there, messing up the hook. He tried to jump over it rather than just hooking at the top and vaulting it with his hook, which caused him to get stuck, which caused him to take a hit, which caused him to run to church and then die by that Cypher. But he couldn't really stay reception, or else he would die reception as well, is the problem. And that was really the killer of that game. So Patient would have saved their game as well. And so will Acrobat against Clerk. Really, Acrobat and Patient are very similar survivors. It's just Acrobat can also support. Patient is much stronger on the kite side, as opposed to like with that insane distance. Miki, you want to say something? Because I know I've been talking a lot.
No, you just kind of covered all bases. I'm not gonna lie. There's not much else to say. But
Yeah, I
like you said
know.
about Merc and Acro, they both have been picked actually. So this is
Yeah.
a strong Survivor team against Dream Witch. So I don't think MM is gonna bet on Dream Witch, maybe Naiad or something.
Yes. Yeah, probably Dream Witch, and it is Dream Witch. We do see Dream Witch here being picked from MM2X2. Miki, what do you think we are going to be seeing from MM2X? Probably the standard Dream Witch build, probably the standard strat. What do you think?
I think that he's gonna have a really tough time with this first target, depending on who it is. The only one I physically see going down fast is Priestess because of how Dreamwitch main body can just burn portals now. But everyone else, Dreamwitch is kind of gonna be struggling, unless patrollers, of course, come into play. But as you said, Dreamwitches who have patroller for the camp are usually very, very powerful. However, they cannot afford to be greedy with their resources, especially if the survivors are really well and have a strong fighting area to work with.
Yes, absolutely. This is gonna be not easy for MM2X2, but I'm sure they are not unconditioned to this type of bad matchup. I think MM2X has played Dreamwitch long enough to know what to expect from the situation, what they should really be focusing on, what's the most important. Here is the problem, though. They have to get a 4-man to tie this up, or else they will lose this round. For DN. DN will lose this round if they do not pull off a 4-man to match Omega's 4-man from the Hunter side as well.
And even then, that would just result in a tie, giving nobody the advantage, basically putting us at round 1 but with more bans.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what it means. So in that case, we really don't get anywhere. We just stall. But we do see both amazing gameplay from both sides of both Hunter sides. So it's always nice to see that early on. But really, that last match should have been a tie. It all came down to just that one mistake from Skippy, that one mistake from Sero. They could have easily, if it wasn't for Sero's mistake, they could have won that. If it wasn't for Skippy's mistake, they could have tied that. And that's really unfortunate that it happens, and it really sucks. And I'm not trying to single out these people. I'm trying to make clear that, you know what? It's not like they did a bunch of mistakes. It really just came down to one, and that's really what it takes for Hunters to win in this game. Like, you need to play very, very, very straightforward, very perfect. You cannot make one single big mistake, one critical mistake. You can make small mistakes, I suppose, but a critical mistake that causes the Hunter to get way too much value later on, that's a big one. So, but at the same time, don't be discouraged, because if it's just that one mistake, you can totally fix it. It's way easier than trying to fix like 5 different big mistakes. So just one mistake, that's really all it comes down to.
Absolutely. Nobody's perfect, Sikey, and we gotta acknowledge that there's always room for everyone to improve. After all, that's just kind of what we play the game, why we love it so much.
Exactly. And here we go. We have the builds set up. So far, here's what we have for the builds. We have Mercenary on Tide Turner, Priestess on Flywheel or / Chungus, Barmaid with the Chungus, and Acrobat with the Chungus. Triple Chungus, the biggest of Chungus is out here, which is, by the way, game losing for Dreamwitch to have all these flywheels, because not only did they pick amazing survivors, they picked the best build. They only have one Tide Turner, so they're fully banking on a 3-cypher kite, maybe even longer, because they only have one Tide Turner to save this.
Same formation we're seeing from the other team. Is this an anti-Dreamwitch formation, or is this like just a standard
very
red shirt?
Interesting that they put Acrobat in the corner. So again, like, I'm not so sure why people are starting in Graveyard, because Graveyard becomes a lot better when you kite to it, rather than like look at this. Don't just starting out the side, they're starting parallel to the pallets. And last game was okay because Mercenary was the one at Graveyard. So they're not going to go after Mercenary. But in this case, Acrobat could definitely get chased. And because Dreamwitch is coming parallel of the walls, it means she easily goes on the side of them. It means that dropping a pallet does nothing, because she easily is on the side of it, already going around. Which is the problem of starting at Graveyard. That's why I recommend starting between Backgate and Graveyard, so that if Hunter chooses Backgate, you can still have options. You can still go inside of Church, heck, if you want. And then like kite back to Graveyard later. Gives yourself a lot of options. But yes, Miki, Hunter did pick next to Acrobat. And we are going into the first round, second half. Hunter needs to get 4 people here. It's taking a lot of time to load here. Hunter needs kind of taking away from the dramatic. Kind of taking away from the dramatic effect. Hunter needs to get 4 people here if they want to tie this up. Can he / she / it do it? We are going in. Yes.
Already reaching the Acrobat. This is a strong start for MM. Look, just cutting off all circulation, all routes of Cloud's plans are here. The Cloud's gonna take the back way. Is he gonna use the slow ball?
Look at that! Great use of the mud ball. great use of the mud ball, because now, even though she vaulted that window, he's still able to protect himself. Problem, not too great of a window, so he still might go down here. Let's see if the hunt activates in time from the Dream Witch's end. Gonna use the ball, just barely didn't get hit. Unfortunately, now this leech is gonna catch up to him, so he's... Oh my goodness, M2X didn't catch the leech in time, so he's not gonna get the immediate hit. Really
No
unfortunate.
punish. No punish.
Yeah,
on
no
the
punish.
Ramessa.
Thankfully, he's still gonna get the hit on the acrobat. That would have been critical if she didn't. Oh my goodness, these priestess
Oh
portals.
my God.
Oh my god.
He is-
Thankfully, Dream Witch can go through them nowadays. But this would be basically game losing at that point. Oh my
look at
goodness!
that.
Look at this, and the acrobat.
He's gonna need to use a patroller. He's gonna need
Patroller. He might even need to block this window. Oh my goodness, are they trying to like... Oh my god, this is so confusing. What's going
This
on
is
here?
so greedy.
Oh my
This is so
goodness!
greedy.
He knew the Dream Witch would block the window. He was already ready for it. Although I will admit, he probably should have gotten closer to it anyway. Oh my god, he's
That was
reusing the
way
window.
too greedy from the hunter to try to save patroller right there.
Miki, this is game losing.
This is game losing, and this is increasing the chances for at least
Oh my
switching
God.
targets for at least one survivor to make it up. But Pakalki is up next, and he's going to get patroller right in the leg.
The dog is coming out. Oh my god, he
Oh my
almost
God.
stuck there.
Oh
Man's
my
playing with fire. He's playing with fire. Can he catch the patroller?
He
No.
missed out the
man.
Chungus!
Oh my goodness, he could. Well, if he used the Chungus, well, yeah, that was the last patroller, but he could have used the Chungus on that. No, okay, well, it's gonna leave a hit, but that's completely okay because that leech is not on the priestess.
Already switching the
Why?
This is
Priestess is getting hit and healed. Oh my goodness, the
no,
barmaid.
This is the power of barmaid against priestess. It stops the evil shepherd from doing what they want to do.
Miki, do you remember how much crap I gave barmaid 3 years ago when she first released? She has come a long way since then.
And here comes the
Ridiculous.
acrobat out in the open.
Acrobat's
Man's got a new
grown.
plan.
Acrobat! Oh my goodness.
It looks
Oh
like
my
there's a
goodness.
new plan from MM here, and I think it's the slow ciphers. MM has decided that he is not tumbling any
Okay.
further because it seems like he's not pushing priority on it. Right now,
Let's-
he just wants to
let's-
injure everybody.
Real quick, let's double check how much progress that cipher had. It had 2%. It's not gonna matter at all protecting that cipher, unfortunately for MM2X, because they had nothing. They didn't commit to it at all, which means they can easily switch with the ball using minimum time. The key is to block the graveyard here right now. Come on, M2X. Can he do it? Oh, he got stuck on a tombstone there. Oh man, gonna get the hit here. Now the Luci is just gonna walk away because he wasn't able to
Oh, the new
control it.
accessory! I'm sorry, I had to point it out.
The tail accessory. Yo, oh yes, you're right. Dude, Miki, I need to switch my accessory from the S tier. Oh no, I can't buy it though. Problem is it costs money and it's impossible to get.
Everybody in chat, if you guys love Sikey and would like to do-
Miki, they can't gift it to me. Wait, what just happened? I'm watching Acrobat.
Dude. So she chungus the terror shock and she
No!
reacted,
She just
but only
chungus
took
the
a
terror
single hit. She tungus the terror shock and did not get hit by it. Honor, what a play. I'm watching you, Honor. That was crazy.
Look at that tail, by the way. Look at that blue aura. That's really cool. It's
But look-
admittedly it's very similar to the cattail accessory, but man, I think
It's got a tiger's roar whenever he dashes. Though.
Oh yeah.
Look, the evil shepherd is shepherding two people together.
This is where Dream Witch is really good, when you can catch two people trying to heal like that, being able to prevent it. Two leeches, this is not a safe position. No one is decoding right now.
No
Look at
one's
the
healing
control with the
either.
leeches. No one can heal, no one can decode. And only one of them has a leech remover. These leeches are here to stay. They need to work with this mercenary, and the mercenary is currently on the move. He's trying to help Acrobat out,
Three
but...
people in the same spot right now.
Exactly. Okay, but the Dream Witch is not currently checking on. No, now they are. Oh god. Trying to get this
Oh,
heal
the
off
evil
45%.
shepherd. I told you, Sikey, she's an evil shepherd. Look at the sheep.
Dude, I
Look
can't
at the
keep
rock.
up with this. Where are the leeches right now? There's
Look,
one.
there's
leech.
one coming from behind.
Oh my
the
goodness!
hit.
No, get hit!
There's
No!
the hit.
Oh my goodness! I don't know who to
Oh
root for
my
at this
game.
point.
What a match we have. here.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
MM with the dynamic Dream Witch.
And it's
Two
not
champs
just
on the
that.
Acrobat.
It's not. Yes, exactly. That's the whole idea. It's not just anyone. It's the acrobats. So their whole early game rotation, they're cutting their teamwork. That's gonna go down the
Rushing
drain.
the rescue too.
Yeah, unfortunately,
All
gonna have
she
to
did was
rescue
down
Link
that
here.
rescue
Oh
room.
man.
There's no
Wait a minute.
forward in play either.
This-
This is a shared survivor. This is looking like a win for MM. And
No,
he
no,
looks like
no!
he's holding
Don't
back.
don't be so fast! Don't be so fast! They removed every leech. They removed every leech. Can they get the heal off? No, they can't. They need
The
to get
evil
this heal off.
shepherd. I'm telling you, dude. He's shepherding. Look at the
If
shit.
they don't get these heals off, they are all dead to blinks. They need to get these heals off. The barmaid committing so hard to healing everyone. It's just what went wrong? I need to look. We need to look back at this match later. Like what happened here?
This match was crazy, dude. They were doing everything right, and all of a sudden, MM was just snowballing.
There really was no way MM2X should have came back from this, but something went wrong along the ways. The survivors were in control, and something happened. We need to check back on this match later, but right now, the focus right now is the mercenary. He's getting chased. He might get hit here. Oh,
There's the
he's another
tiger's
path.
roar. The tiger coming to help him out. He's gone. But
It's
Psyche,
that's gonna be
take
critical.
Note, take note, Psyche. A lot of pallets are going down, and the longer the game goes on, the sooner the Dream Witch will be able to kill everybody because they are expiring all of their resources.
Exactly. Although at the end of the day, they all will get blinked anyway.
Yeah, absolutely true.
Look at this. Look at this leech right now. I don't know whose leech this is. I think this is the barmaid's. It has a blink available. Trying to fly with a blink resulted in a stun instead. Oh my goodness, that was actually pretty cool. Purposefully flywheeling into the pallet so it protects from the blink and at the same time triggers a or at least what's the word for it? Threatens a
Honor
stun.
has come a very long way from stunning walls.
That was unnecessary, Miki, but
But I'm so like happy to see this gameplay going on right now. He's
Mercenary
doing
gonna use his
crazy.
last elbow pad. Oh, can you get this? Can you get this off? Please get it off. They
No,
did get it
they got
off. They got it off. Oh my goodness, that was literally half a second away from death.
This could be game changing. They could at least have one survivor escape with this, because that's all they need. Remember, Psyche, all they need is one survivor out, and they win the round.
They just need one escape. Can we get the one escape for whose team is this again? The flywheel! Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, well that was really sad.
Agreed. This is for team OM.
Yo, let's
OM.
just ignore that for now. Look at the leech following the barmaid, by the way, constantly putting the pressure on. Wait, it disappeared. Oh no, that's the mercenaries leech. What am I talking about?
I gotta say,
okay.
watching MM's position, this has to be very.
Is this
very
a
mentally
basement?
Taxing.
Is this a basement? This is a basement. Oh.
This is a basement. Psyche, this
It's a
match has to be so
basement.
mentally taxing on MM. Can you imagine?
Oh yeah.
doing
Can you
all
imagine
of
what
this?
was going through their heart early game? They must have been like, oh my goodness, this is gonna be really hard to come back from. They still believed and they still brought it back. We'll have to see what happened because like once again, I'm really confused because the survivors were in control there. There was really like that's the thing about this game. When survivors work together, you just lose as Hunter on the spot. You need the survivors to make a mistake. So I wonder what that mistake was.
Psyche, I think I know what's happening here. The survivors are gonna try to get out through the dungeon, but I think MM has already caught on to it. There's nobody rescuing this, as they shouldn't, because that would immediately end up in defeat and snowballing. So now they're gonna try to split ciphers and get everything done, and the Merc is getting chased right now. But wow, MM taking this back from a bad early game too. This is
Look at
just-
this. There
Oh,
is
Honor's here?
there is a way to
Oh
make this
my.
happen. Honor needs to take a hit, and hopefully Priestess takes the hit. I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's no leech besides this leech protecting basement. So if the person whose leech this is Priestess's leech right now. If the Priestess can take the leech, then no, Honor should have seen the portal with her.
Honor should have taken the portal.
Yeah,
Priestess just needed to take the hit.
So now they
and,
just
main
swap
body's Honor.
spots.
Absolutely.
Now they just swap spots. Now Priestess will remove her leech, but all that means is the main body's just gonna get over there now. So, ooh, no, not gonna get that blink off. That's a huge mistake. Not gonna get it anymore. Oh my goodness.
Oh
Use the
my
flywheel
god,
anyway.
the usage of flywheel this match.
No, that
Oh,
flywheel. Yeah, I'll stop you right there, Miki. That flywheel actually was not necessary. That was out of range.
Oh, that was out of range.
Yeah, that was out of range. Dream Witch's range doesn't go that far. It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
like
probably
what
try
we
not to
changed.
gamble. Try not to gamble with it.
Yeah, they're
probably
just
maybe.
trying to play safe. They're frankly just trying to play safe. I mean, this is a tournament match. We do have to remember that nerfs play a big role in this. Priest is just barely last second removing her leech. probably
The
kept
leech
it at
just, yeah,
99.
99
It,
strategy.
the idea there is to make it so that the leech can't get value, but also at the same time not allowed to leech yourself again. They're down to one cipher, but again, the leech himself. Now there is some good news. She is able to remove her leech, and it is faster than what it used to be.
Before
Gonna get a
half?
rescue before half. Yes, before half. But this is a main body leech. Yo, why is no one taking the portal?
Oh, that's important miss. Important miss by the Dream Witch right there. The survivors do now have a second lease at life. Because if they didn't hit the Merc, both of them would be going down. And that would be a
I don't
huge
know why
problem.
no one is taking the portal. Was there a leech on the other side of the portal? I couldn't see.
Don't know, but I'm guessing just as taxing as this is for MM, it's quite bad for the survivors too right now.
Well, no, there couldn't have been because one leech was on the priestess. The main body leech was at basement. There was no way anything was on the other side of that portal. They
There's a
couldn't
lot to
take the
consider,
portal.
Sikey. Just like this rescue, that is probably not happening. But the Cypher is also going underway. So MM just needs to watch the chair and Cypher simultaneously, which Dream Witch is cracked at, and just make sure that none of which gets done. Because Honor's not going to dare do a Cypher with a leech on top of it.
Can we just take a moment to realize that the reason this is working right now is because Mercenary died too close to the cipher. You guys see that leech sitting by the cipher? The last
Way
few
too
times,
close.
the reason that wasn't a permanent solution for MM2X is because every single time she just put a leech here, it was because it was it was a leech that one of the people had already that weren't on chair. That means that they could deleach themselves and make it disappear. Difference now is that this is Mercenary's leech. Mercenary cannot deleach himself, and no one can deleach Mercenary. So that leech is staying there for good. And that is going to be the difference between tying and winning this game for MM2X. The fact that they were able to get Mercenary, they were waiting for that. They were waiting to finally get someone close enough to that cipher so that they could leech the person on chair, and then after that, there's no way they could get rid of the leech like they have been doing the last few times.
Dude, but wow, do you see the position that they are in right now? Oh
I
my
do.
goodness.
I do, and yeah, this is probably a loss. It's gonna be 5 points for the opposing team right here for this Hunter's team, and this is gonna just go into a. Oh wait, they could still get that cipher off.
That's
Hold
what I was
up!
about to say.
Hold up!
Hold on, Psyche.
Hold
on.
the phone! Hold the
Hold on,
phone!
Psyche. They are splitting the ciphers very far. You see how far these things are? You can't possibly keep track of these two at the same time, and that is what the survivors' angles are. But the priestess is gonna have to stay alive. This is a very important moment right here.
This is an important moment. Look at how close that cipher is, Jesus. And she spent every second, like that cipher was like only at like 50 or like 40. Look at that, it's almost 90 now. All because of accelerated decode.
Oh my goodness. But look, he's just watching over there, just making sure. I'll be using render of some kind to see if priestess is there. Blink. This blink has to hit, otherwise it's over.
It has to. If I were her or him, I would just.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Though she walked too far away from the pallet, and there we go. That's what's gonna be the difference. Wait, the portal! Not the portal. No. Okay. Thankfully, MM2X2 is gonna stop this immediately. Not gonna let that happen. My goodness, but that means the spawn follower is going away from the cipher. MM2X, you gotta get that leech back on that cipher. Why is
Does he think that?
Wait, why is the priestess not going to the cipher? That's her last chance.
Dungeon, I think, because
Wait,
I mean the
no,
safe
no,
was
no,
after
Dungeon's
half,
not there.
before half.
Look at this. They're not gonna chair her. It's obvious.
Sophia's probably used, right?
Oh man. Oh, it's not showing. Oh no, it's not used. It's not used. I'm checking the
not
bar
used.
active. It's not used. This, I think, look, a mistake was made there because if I know it's really tough because you have to play Dream Witch to understand this. You have to play Dream Witch. This takes time to understand as Dream Witch to understand her range. Okay, it was a little. That's the difference. That was a mistake using that heal. So
now
soon.
this is
They
very
should've
much
held on to
wraps.
that.
Now it's wraps.
Yeah.
Survivors had a chance to get at least one out. It's wraps now.
I do want to make clear the reason the priestess should have went back to Cypher is because there's no way the leech. There's no way the Dream Witch. Here's what we know. Priestess knows a leech is blocking their Cypher. Which leech is it? At Graver, it's main body because Barmaid's leech is chasing her. She's probably communicating that. What does that mean? That means the moment that leech kills the Barmaid, the Dream Witch has to go backwards to leech the Barmaid. And if she does that, then the leech that was at graveyard is literally on the edge of the range. If she moves even a little bit closer to barmaid, it gets pulled away from graveyard. So now graveyard is open for decoding again. That is the difference between like a survivors that are like super like. It might seem weird, but a survivor, to be able to play this game well, survivor, you need to know your enemy. You need to play your enemy well, and that's like the difference between like a really, really good survivor versus a just an okay survivor. Because the really, really good survivor doesn't just play survivor well, they can play the hunter well because they know the strengths of that hunter and they know what the limits are. And in that case, that was the limit, and the priestess just wasn't able to pick up on that limit.
Oh, absolutely, Sikey. That's just not knowing the matchup. That's pretty much a Dream Witch matchup thing. Like, I'm pretty sure Dream Witch has her limits. Despite what she seems, she does. And you were right. When I saw that, I was like, oh, she needs to get over there because Dream Witch is at long portal, and that graveyard leech is just barely out of range to do anything. That cipher's almost done with Accelerated Decode. I'm pretty sure it could have been popped.
Absolutely. So I'm actually curious how long this match is. This match was about let's see here. This was about a 15-minute match. That's crazy. So this is absolutely a tie. Both teams will be moving on to round 2.
Great
As if
job by MM to get his team this bracket reset. That was very nice.
despite all odds, going against probably one of the best survivor comps. Obviously, Ford would be a little bit better than Mercenary, but one of the best survivor comps to go against Dream Witch, still pulling out the win. But I'm very curious. I'm gonna go back here and we're gonna try to analyze while we're waiting for round 2 to happen to start. What went wrong this match? So Acrobat pulling off a great kite. Using his balls, barmaid working together. They were probably telling each other, hey, meet me up here so I heal you. That is exactly what happened, followed by a beautiful flywheel and vaulting out the window. And Acrobat was able to get the heal because of that. So after that, that should have already been secured. Now, what were the disadvantages of doing this strategy is that no one is doing the ciphers. Barmaid could not do the cipher because she tried to heal the Acrobat, and Acrobat has to kite to her, which means she can no longer do the cipher. Priestess had to keep setting up portals, so Priestess couldn't really decode. The only person really decoding was Mercenary. In fact, by the time they all helped each other, Mercenary was at 88%, but this is where I'm confused because Barmaid was also at 73%, so they had quite a bit of time to decode. Where things started going wrong is where I'm trying to look for, because after that, Acrobat was in a great spot. So what could have happened there? I see what happened. The Priestess used the Chungus too early, and they didn't dodge the Patroller bite. So that was the first critical mistake. That's what led to a hit on the Priestess. But the game's not over. The game is certainly not over. She could still bring this back. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. She just immediately got healed. So that didn't matter at all. Obviously, it would have been nice, but it didn't matter that much. So then Acrobat got hit by his own leech because of a blink. So very early on, switching from Patroller to blink. All right, that's always a little bit scary.
That's a heavy commitment.
And then Mercenary I think was trying to do Graveyard Cipher, and then Cloud just unfortunately got cut off. I'm trying to see here. He got those crows as we mentioned before, and then he got reluctant on vaulting the pallet, which then allowed him to die. Well, obviously you don't want to allow that. I think the problem here, Miki, was that a lot of time was spent supporting. And then they weren't able to just follow up. Like they spent a lot of time supporting, and then in the end, the Acrobat just took too many hits too quickly at the very end, so their support just wasn't able to come down where it needed to be. And it's not just that, but Acrobat died basically in the middle of like between Graveyard and Backgate, which means they can't really do Graveyard. They can't really do they could do Backgate, I suppose, because she wasn't a full presence. But that's where things started to get trippy. Because when someone is on chair and there's 3 ciphers remaining, that's scary. Because when that happens, now you need 1 person to rescue, 1 person on chair, 3 ciphers remaining, only 2 are able to decode. That's where things get really scary. You really want to get 3 ciphers done, preferably. So I didn't get to see like what the cipher progress was throughout the game. I should have checked like at that stage of the point. But after that, Acrobat was able to rebound after that first rescue. So how did things still go wrong? Because after that first rescue, oh, I see. Barmaid was able to chungus the hit on Graveyard, getting greedy. It didn't matter at all. It didn't matter at all because she still took the hit, so the flywheel was kind of a waste. And after that, I see now, because of that free hit, now she has a blink available on her leeches. So that mattered a lot. After that, you know what, Miki? This is where we started seeing no one able to decode. because because of that barmaid hit. Like, dude, despite all odds, where Acrobat like get healed up, Priestess got healed up. Where the big mistake happened was Barmaid taking that, like, flywheeling the hit, but it doesn't matter because she still takes the hit after that, so it was kind of a waste. It saved 2 seconds, like, you're still gonna get hit in the next 2 seconds, so it would have been much smarter to not be greedy because she kept decoding the graveyard cipher instead of, like, just being patient. Just being patient about it because you're currently in a position where you're in control. You don't need to play risky. You don't need to rush anything. And so after that, well, now someone needs to heal the barmaid else she'll die to blink, which is really bad because right now Acrobat needs to be priority. But after that, now she has control over not just Acrobat, but barmaid. Now both are being threatened for blink. And what does that mean? That means now Mercer has to work with barmaid and Priestess has to work with Acrobat. If the barmaid never took that hit, well, then that would have been fine because Mercer doesn't have to worry about her. He can keep doing his cipher. Because Priestess is not dead to a blink, she can keep doing her own thing. That would have been 2 people doing a cipher. Instead, we had 0 people doing a cipher because Priestess and Acrobat had to work together. And because of that hit on the barmaid, now everyone had to work together. And as we've mentioned before, Miki, where things get hairy with Dream Witch is when you have to get together against the same leech. That's where things get really bad. And you want to be limiting how often you do that. But the moment 2 people were injured, Mercenary also was injured, but he's not really a target. That's where things just went downhill, went south. Interestingly enough, the game still wasn't over. The survivors still were in favor. What ended up happening after that was Acrobat got hit, unfortunately, and then he got put on his second chair. So that's where things started going downhill. After that, he's dead to a blink. It's really odd, but really, if that Barmy didn't get hit, she wouldn't have to worry about a blink. Mercer wouldn't have to worry for her life. They wouldn't have had to work together. That was all because MM2X, mind you, this whole time was keeping an eye on every single leech, not letting them de-leech, not letting them heal. Probably a more amateur Dream Witch would have let that happen, but not MM2X.
Oh my
MM2X,
Lord. MM was
exactly.
everywhere this game.
They were given that opportunity. They did not lose on that opportunity. So in all ways, the survivors should have had this. But they made just one mistake with the Barmy taking that hit, and after that they lost a lot of control. And that's where MM2X just was like, all right, we're taking this dubskis home. But anyway, that was a lot to unpack. Let's move on to the round 2. So tie situation from both sides. Both got 4-man, which means round 1 resulted in a tie. Neither team got a point. And we have Hunter Omega. Omega is going to be the Hunter for this round. DN is going to be the survivor. DN banned Moonlit, and Omega picks Ever Sleeping. Miki, we talked a lot before about why
I'm seeing Red Church Ever Sleeping. Where's the Arms Factory? Where's the Lakeside? Where's the Leos? I know these maps suck, but like, y'all, these are the same 2 maps. Am I watching Smash Ultimate? What am I doing?
It's a great point. And the reason you see it a lot is because, well, I don't really know about Lakeside. I think Lakeside is just it's really annoying. Lakeside has a similar problem as Lose Memory. The reason you don't see either of those maps is because some areas are really bad, but then some areas are so ridiculously good. So what ends up happening is everyone just goes to the ridiculously good areas from the very start, and it screws over the Hunter. And even though they get to do the bad ciphers later on in the match, at that point it's usually too late for the Hunter. And like once you chair someone, now you have to camp them. Now everyone can freely do the bad ciphers without worrying. So that's why you don't really see Lakeside and Leo's Memory, because survivors are smart enough to work together to tell each other, hey, do this cipher, I do that cipher, you do this cipher, I do that cipher. All these ciphers are in good spots, so no matter what happens, no matter who gets chased, everyone's in a solid spot, and they can help each other to a busted area. So Priestess just gets you into Leo's Memory fast, and like the game's over for the Hunter. So that's why you don't see a lot of people pick these maps, is because you don't really need support very often if you're in the right spot. Because like you want to be picking maps where everywhere is a struggle, so that way the survivors who can work together, they come out on top, as opposed to the survivors who are just working on their own. It's way harder to get a 3-cipher kite. So usually the team who works together, every once in a while you'll see people just solo 3-cipher kite on these really bad maps, and they'll still bring in a dub for their team, but it's very difficult, and it would just get a lot of more pressure off you to work together as a team instead. And we saw that last game on Church against that Dream Witch. From Omega, I believe. Omega was the survivor side, right?
Yes. Yeah, Omega was Survivor, and then DN was the Hunter.
Yes.
And
So
wow, man.
Omega absolutely should have had that. Omega had that, and yeah, it was just a few mistakes here and there, and that's what caused it. Kind of like the last game, like one mistake here and there. You guys are seeing that it really comes down to these like one or two mistakes, and this results in very close matches. These hunters do not let one mistake slip by; they will take full advantage of it. I'm burnt out, Miki.
You're burnt out too? Well, you better get burnt in because not a single team has secured a point yet, buddy.
Oh man.
I knew that if I let you run that motor of yours, you'd get burnt out eventually. So I was like, it's more of I had to wait my turn. So now I'll take over for Sikey because I was studying
Yes,
for a
thank
test
you.
I had to do tonight, actually. So right here, Tourney is gonna pick survivors first. The Seer Priestess are banned. Great assist characters. Ban them on Never Sleeping. Get that ban right there. Sculptor is banned. Known. Who's hunting? Oh, let me see. Oh my god. Okay, so Nico is known for a cracked sculptor, so they did not want to deal with that. And Acro and Barmaid is going to be locked in as the first survivor. So Acro Barmaid, it seems like Team Dunno is actually revolving a lot of their gameplay around this Barmaid, you know? Because with Sculptor off the map, they can afford to deal with any kind of M1 hunters. The only thing that they would have trouble against would be Bonbon, realistically. And I
And it,
don't know if Nico plays Bonbon.
he absolutely does. I've seen him around, and he does play Bonbon.
He
I
does?
think
Oh.
maybe it's been a while. It might have been a hot minute, but he
Does he
definitely
have to
used to.
defrost the Bonbon?
Maybe he does have to defrost the Bonbon. You know, pull it out the fridge. You know, the freezer. Gotta put it like it's like preparing the chicken for mom. You gotta do
That's what
5
I was
hours
about to say.
ahead.
The frozen chicken. Yeah, the
You gotta
frozen
unthaw
chicken.
the chicken, or else you'll be grounded for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that would actually suck.
So hopefully Nico had a chance to unthaw that frozen chicken so that he could take out the penguin. You know, penguin is a bird, so is chicken. So definitely makes sense that he had to unthaw the bird. You know.
Yeah.
And, you know, we are closing it on. We are closing it on Thanksgiving. You guys might want to think about unthawing it sooner than that. Yes, unthaw the chicken.
And put it on the table, eat dinner
Put it on the table, eat some dinner.
with the chicken.
Oh yeah. Mickey, you want to talk about the bands?
Oh,
'Cause we're
right,
missing out.
the bands. Ford is the
Oh wait, you
third
already
band.
started.
Yeah. Third band was waiting. They're picking characters. So Patient is locked in. That's 599 freaking character is in the game. And actually, I do not see Psychologist banned. Will that be the next band from Nico?
I'm very interested to see. Will we see these?
Choosing Patient over Psych, though. I will say, Psych has more teamwork potential than Patient.
Yeah, but Patient could definitely kite a very long time as well. I think we're both burned out, Mickey.
I think. Oh, I'm just focusing on my study.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to
But yeah.
leave long rests and
No, I'll
pauses
keep
because
going. I'll
that
keep
makes
going.
bad commentary. But like, I'm just waiting for the game to undergo, and then I will like give them my undivided attention. It's these. Everyone says that commentary is usually like the bad what's it called? Census is that people who commentate don't know what they're doing. They probably just don't know what to talk about, and from what I've heard, some of which are only allowed to talk about the game. So y'all know how that could happen. Y'all know exactly how people could get tired of that, right? Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I definitely. That's why I said IDV commentary should not be limited to just the game. Just every now and then go off topic about something funny. Like that's what you see in baseball, basketball, boxing, Smash Ultimate commentary. You see it in like all other like games and sports. So why not have it for IDV as well? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's my thought at least.
All right, Mr. Sportsman. Since you're such an expert, what should we talk about right now as we wait?
Psyche, what time? What do you think about the extra hour of sleep that you got thanks to the time reset?
I'm not a big fan of it because what ends up happening is it's about to it's 1:59 and then it
Psychologist is
turns
banned.
into psychologist banned. All right, back to where we were.
Okay,
Where
go.
were we again? So I don't really like the time change because for starters, it gets an hour. It gets dark an hour earlier, which to me is like, what's the point of saving an hour of light in the morning when you're anyway going to have to use the hour later in the day? Plus, it's more gloomy for everyone. Like you could have spent that time sleeping while it's dark. Now it gets lighter outside instead. Like I just don't see the point. So, and the second thing, like 1 hour of extra sleep one night usually doesn't matter to me because for starters, it's on a weekend, so that 1 hour of sleep gets wasted, and so it just ends up getting my sleep schedule just gets ruined the next day on Monday anyway because it happened on a Saturday, not on a Sunday. Although I can imagine a lot of people getting up 1 hour 1 hour earlier
Yeah.
to work. But
No. But this is no. You have it wrong. This is 1 hour later, so we actually get more sleep and we have more time to deal with, not less time.
yeah, so they
So
would
we're
come
pushing back
to
the hour
they would come to their work like an hour earlier. Is what I'm
Uh,
saying.
earlier. I mean, yes.
But
Are you sure
here's
it's
the
not one
thing.
hour later?
No. That 1 hour in front happens in March. 1 hour in front happens in March. Not this is right now. This is 1 hour behind.
1 hour behind.
Yeah. So if you were to set up for a timer for 9 o'clock, and the time change happened at that time, you would still be waking up at 9 o'clock. The time you set. It's just the actual time is now 8 o'clock.
Oh yeah. Wait, you're right. So it's
Oh,
just
by
a
the way.
perception error, kind of basically.
Yeah. It would happen in March when the time is going forward again. But to me, I don't really care about the extra hour of sleep because for starters it's just one night, and because then the next day for when I actually need to get up, then my sleep schedule gets turned in anyway. That night I'm just like looking at the time, it's 1:59. Oh, it becomes 1 o'clock. All right, guess I'll just stay until it's 4 o'clock anyway. So it just kind of gets wasted. So I don't really see the point of it. By the
Yeah,
way,
I
we have the
understand.
embalmer. We have the embalmer pick. Interesting on ever sleeping. I wouldn't
Fourth
recommend it.
pick.
Maybe
I wouldn't either. It's not big enough to
I don't
get
know. Maybe
great value off of Embalmer. What do you think, Psyche?
it really depends because like it could be a wheel. Here's the problem: they did ban Ford, they banned Sear, both really good options. Plus, they have a barmaid, which even more like promotes the wheel. I suppose Patient and Acrobat goes against wheel, so they did a good job splitting their resources to have some counters against wheel, some counters against Dream Witch. But if it's a wheel, then that also does good against Embalmer, and so it kind of defeats the purpose, in my opinion. To have Embalmer, like I feel they could have a stronger kiter instead. Like maybe they could have like why not have a Gravedigger? I would say is even better than Embalmer. Because Gravedigger can go underground, avoid the wheel, but it can also avoid patrollers from Dream.
I haven't seen a single Gravekeeper actually. He's a strong counterplay to some of
I mean,
the
even
metas.
Mercenary. Mercenary is an unkillable survivor, but Gravedigger would be the same thing for just one less item and also just faster decoding.
And this is random commentary selection by Miki. Did y'all know that the acceleration of all objects are the same?
Thank you, Miki, for showing us the physics thing that you're studying.
Absolutely.
The acceleration of all objects is the same. Fun fact.
Yes, sir.
You mean like falling from the sky?
Yeah, they accelerate all at the same rate.
Miki, that's like basic physics 101. What kind
No,
of
I
physics?
just wanted to say something funny.
The reason you don't see that though is because of air resistance. Technically,
Did
the
you know I
feather.
hate physics, dude. I hate physics, dude. I hate
Whoa,
it so much.
Actually, Mickey, well, the feather should fall.
You like physics? You like physics? You want better toy?
Actually, Mickey, a feather should fall at the same speed as a bowling ball. The difference is air resistance. That's why the feather falls slower. Anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. I took away my nerd voice.
Yes, you did. You thought that was pretty cool about the air resistance and everything?
The fact, did you know a feather is supposed to fall at the same speed as a bowling ball?
A bowling ball. Yeah, absolutely.
Is that the reason it doesn't is because like the air resistance in the air. That's why it falls slower. I think it's really cool. No one else does though. Hi, Bubba. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't be making shoutouts in the middle of stream. Miki, we have a Dream Witch.
We
Nah,
have a Dream Witch. Nico
I
is
think this
actually
is
a good
no
Dream Witch
surprise.
too.
Hold up, I
Can
need
he
to check.
pull the MM though? Can he pull the MM?
Hold up. I need to check if we have any what's it called? Any substitutes? No, we do not. Looks like Embalmer's getting locked in. Acrobat's gonna have Tide. Patient has Tide. Barmaid is gonna have the Chungus, and Embalmer's gonna have Broken Windows. Dream Witch lock. We'll see the build very soon. I don't. Who is this hunter? Omega's hunter. Omega. This is Nickelodeon. Nico does play. Seki, where are you? Oh, did I disconnect?
Psyche,
Ayo.
where are you? Yeah, I think Psyche has left the station. I do
Slight
not see
technical,
him.
slight technical difficulty, but thankfully we managed to pick that up right as they picked their hunter, so we're not gonna waste too much time. Invite me real quick. Yep, I'm in. All right, so we're gonna have a very intense game here once again. We have the acrobat, we have the barmaid, two great Dream Witch counters. We have the patient, a pretty decent Dream Witch counter. Oh man,
These
it's gonna be an intense match, Miki.
absolutely.
Are you like at a party or something? Like what's going on there? Like you're shoving some cups?
No. I'm just looking for something because my wireless headphones are about to die, and I do not want to be left y'all with crunchy audio.
Guys, his wireless Bluetooth freaking AT&T rip off $5 earbuds are gonna break down. So we gotta make sure we charge.
$5? These are beats, excuse you.
Oh man, guys, Mickey with the overpriced, over expensive.
Oh my god, bro. I don't want to hear it from you right now. I do not.
We're going into this match. Oh, Skippy on the Embalmer. Skippy Peanut Butter. We're gonna show.
Skippy peanut butter.
We're gonna smother this Dream Witch in a nice peanut butter sandwich, and the Nico is going to be the jelly.
Zero having identity issues right now.
Zero is picking Graveyard. Very cool. And now here's the key against Dream Witch. You want to be dying at either Corner House or Graveyard against Dream Witch. Miki, what's going on there? It sounds like some ghost is whispering. Am I playing Phasmophobia?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you sound a lot better.
Oh, I do.
Yes, you sound a lot clearer now. Ali, does it sound a lot better? What do you guys think? Does Miki sound better now?
Do you know why? Because wireless headphones, they don't have that wire to they have delay in terms of audio because there's empty space between for connection.
By the way, Miki, we're starting round 2, first half.
Here we go!
Here we go, Skippy Peanut Butter on the run, running away from the Dream Witch, going straight for Graveyard, taking advantage of that window boost. Very cool. Although he took it, he kind of ran on the outside there. He should have taken a more inside line rather than going on like the outside and then walking in the rest. Should have gone inside since it would have been a little bit faster. But anyway, whoa, he's actually, whoa, look at this teamwork there. Oh, I thought he was gonna drop that, like vaulted for a boost. Yeah, I did not expect that. I'm curious to see where Skippy's gonna go. Can he turn this hunter into jam in his peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Or is he gonna be smothered in, yeah, is he gonna be just thrown on the floor, no jam included? Skippy might be dying here. Oh no, Nico missed the hit.
Skippy almost died. Oh, my
God,
goodness.
yeah. Skippy, yeah, I think Skippy's on the floor here. What do you guys think? Using the coffin very early on. Why not wait on that and then like use it once you get chaired?
Psyche, that was a very fast down without any dogs in play. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm confused. Why not save that? Oh, look at... Did you guys see where Nico is placing his leech? He's putting his leech away from the Embalmer in hopes of the leech starting to follow him by putting it out of range. Did it happen? I'm trying to see. I can't really see. Yeah. Well, Spawn Caller was following. Is Skippy's leech following? Yes, it is. Yeah, this might be the end for Skippy Peanut Butter. If he can get on the tram... Oh my goodness, don't get ran over. Wait! No, Nico went on the wrong leech!
Oh no!
Nico went on the wrong leech!
Misstep from Nico.
What
right
happened
here.
there? What happened there? No, my goodness! And she's gonna heal up. Oh my goodness!
And
Not this again.
Leech.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? What's with the heartbeat? Oh my goodness! Why did? Ooh, that was such a strong heartbeat out of nowhere. Even though the leeches were nowhere close. Did I see that correctly?
Oh,
but yeah.
Wow, look at the cipher.
Oh my
Psyche.
god, this tram is cutting off Skippy.
This tramp is gonna get Skippy killed.
Oh
He
my goodness.
got just before the
Dude, can we stop with the Barbie last second? This is too
man.
nerve-wracking.
Barmaid is a $5.99 character. DLC. This character is
Barmaid the next
broken.
$5.99 character? Mama,
Is
I
she?
need to play Barmaid with you the next time. I think she is a $5.99 character. Dude, Miki, the last time I played Barmaid on my stream, I was getting consistently amazing kites. And mind you, this was Anne, alright? So imagine if it was something like easier, even easier like Dream Witch at that point. Like something like, even a Chip Hunter doesn't get rid of her heals anymore. There is no risk with Barmaid anymore. In the past, you pick Barmaid and you worry about like a Chip Hunter. Now the case, the Chip doesn't get rid of the heal, and as a result, Nico is just struggling now because he hit the Embalmer, but he lost his leech as a result, and that's gonna lose all his momentum that he had.
The third
It looks
cipher
like-
is about to be completed.
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
Skippy needs to
and
watch
it looks
out here.
like they're gonna be the ones in
the
disadvantage
BM
this
balance.
time.
Oh,
Look
man,
at this. Firing back on all cylinders. We have Team Dunno. Holy crap, man.
Real quick, let's take a look at the cipher progress. No. Oh my goodness, the fourth cipher is at 80, and the fifth cipher is at 35%.
That's the
Turn
first
shot.
down, too. And full presence
no,
is
it's the
just
second down.
established.
It's the second down. He already used.
Oh,
my
yeah.
goodness, I forgot. It didn't go. It doesn't get random.
The trade.
I forgot. Maybe it doesn't get random. I was like.
I don't know,
random.
guys. Is Tram survivor sided or hunter sided? Comment below.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, this match.
Cause like it helped out Skippy, and then it cut him off.
And then it kind of messed up Skippy at the same time.
At least he healed up.
The only
Guys.
balanced thing in this game,
Oh my
y'all, is the
goodness.
Tram's judgment.
Guys, oh my goodness, did he hit the chair? No, he hit Acrobat.
No, he did not
Thank
hit
God.
Acrobat. Don't worry about it.
Oh, he's still hitting you?
Oh wait, it is second chair. It is second chair. My bad. I don't
yes,
know
because
where
he used the
that.
coffin. It's because he used the coffin to cover
Oh.
something. No. We're seeing the same thing as from Omega last game against MM2X's Dream Witch. It's like
Can
Survivor
we-
side. They were just like that. In fact, it's the same thing. People are having to work together now, get in the same spot because they gave too many hits now. And now, like, it's the same story, Miki. In fact, last game the barmaid gave a free hit. Now the barmaid again giving a free hit. Wait.
I hope
Wait,
Skippy
Barmaid
doesn't
healed
die
up.
here.
Oh no, barmaid healed herself, so it's fine. It's fine. Okay, she got away this time. Don't give another free hit though.
But we
because-
do not need to see the same scenario on a
Yeah,
different map.
Look at this. We almost saw the same thing happen there. Like, Barmaid is injured.
What the
Thankfully, Barmaid healed herself. And then we had everyone in the same spot trying to help each other. This is how you lose. Don't give another hit. No, not another
Get
hit.
out of there. You gotta get
Oh,
out
no.
of there. He's
Oh, wait,
coming
no.
after you.
Embalmer is dead. Embalmer is dead. Oh, God. Oh, God. Not again. No. Oh, no. They don't want
Dude, your
okay.
mic cut off at the perfect time. That was really funny. You're like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
This is a really intense match here. Patient purposely leaving his leash at 90. Dude, I have to look at the survivor's perspective. I can't look at just the hunters. I have to see what's going on here because we need to look in depth, like what's going on.
Oh,
no, not
disrespecting
another
the
hit.
pallet.
Oh, the
Strongest.
flywheel. Okay, thankfully she had a speed boost. A lot of resources having to use that could have just been spent.
That was
on
a
just dropping the
horrible
pallet
pallet
number.
drop. But look, Sage is not wasting any time. It's like, I'm not playing no mind games.
Yeah,
I'm going
I-
out, and she's in a great position.
No,
However,
she actually
the
could have
free
gotten behind
hit.
that pallet in time.
Yeah, that's what I was
why.
thinking. She would have made pallet with that pacing.
Yeah, on top of that, if she just dropped the pallet, she wouldn't have had to use the flywheel. She wouldn't have to use the speed bonus. If she just dropped the pallet sooner, it would have been a whole other story.
But
Now-
actually, Sikey, I'm gonna assume that the leech is 99 because they are doing a cipher together. And as soon as that leech gets over there, I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
it
they're
is.
gonna de-leech it. Just like that.
So great identification from this survivor. They know that the Dream Witch can't control two servers at the same time. And let's see here. Did Nico just use a leech?
It is
to
up
make-
to Sayro now to kite out long enough for these ciphers to get done.
It's,
Blink
it's
here
Blink.
being used.
Like, right here, a speed bonus would have been really nice.
Oh yeah, definitely.
as well as extra hits. Either one would have been great. An extra
It's
hit.
okay, Sikey. That cipher is gonna be primed by the time Sayro is on the trail.
They need to hurry because they need to rescue that before the Dream Witch makes it on time to the cipher.
To
They
the
need to
cipher.
hurry. Yeah, before the Dream Witch makes it to the cipher, because the moment she makes it, they have to pop. They can't wait.
I'd even argue that you should use a hook right there.
Awesome.
Pop it. You're gonna need to pop that.
It could be that she's waiting. I don't know why they wait there, but you know what?
Yeah,
You know
a
what they
little
wait.
dangerous.
Oh no. The reason they waited there was because they have to think about the person on chair. Like they don't want to activate a detention right after a chair, like because there was still a leech on the chair.
Because the leech could be like turned on and then kill them all, right?
So here is the key. The key is for everyone to split up so that no leech can get value on multiple people. That's why we saw OM lose controls, because they had to have more than one person buy a person's leech. Oh my god, remove that leech! Be careful! Be careful, just... My goodness.
They gotta play slower. They are
Wait,
taking this a little too fast.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was the spawn follower. That wasn't even anyone's leech, so I don't know what that was about.
I don't
Look
know,
at this,
Sikey. I think they have to take the pacing a little slower. They're trying to rush these gates, and that is not how you win against streamers.
Oh my goodness.
Barmaid down
Nico.
right now.
If only they had been working on Graveyard Gate the whole time. I don't know why why Patient was just standing at corner house. Like, did no one know whose leash that was? They should have communicated that if not.
This could be a potential fatal communication error. But
Yeah,
however,
that
Acrobat
is
is still
fatal.
in play.
Now, there is some good news here. Barmaid's going to pick herself up because Nico can't afford to go over there right now. He needs to go to this gate. If he goes after Barmaid, the leech will follow him and leave the gate exposed. This is what we talked about earlier on the last match.
Trying to bait out a blink, but will Acrobat know that it is not in play? For another 50 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like the June is just purposely playing some mind games here. She does have the hunt active here, so all her leeches are getting a 10% speed bonus right now.
Quack gonna get off that gate right there.
This is very scary. Look at the hunt in the top left.
Oh, what
the? That was kind of unnecessary, but all right,
I guess Otamo showing that he has lapped out Acrobat, because that is one that I like to use too to throw people off. It's a pretty nice spot. Otamo, that was a nice Acrobat pioneering right there. I give that to you.
Look at this. Detention is out. They could actually get a 3-person escape here. Oh my goodness.
I just realized that. You're right.
Look at this. Dungeon is here. He needs to get a blink. He got the blink hit. Still alive though. Can they get out? Let's check on the survivors. Barmaid is out. Can Patient get out? Patient
can take a hit before opening the gate too if it's close enough.
No. Acrobat. Ooh, Acrobat is playing a little bit sketchy here. Now would be a fine time to kite to gate. Now would be a fine time to kite to gate because you're not gonna be able to
gotta run the gate.
Anymore.
All you gotta do is go to gate.
You can't go to dungeon anymore. Once the hunter's on dungeon, no. This is not worth it. This is not worth it.
No.
You could just go for gate. You would survive here.
There's one leech on play. That is the leech you're looking at.
There's only one leech.
Oh,
there's only one leech.
No. And that's gonna cost them a point. That point could be very important later.
My goodness, Skippy.
No, that's not Skippy. That was Otamo.
I know that wasn't Skippy, but Skippy wasn't able to turn. I know. Unfortunately, Skippy wasn't able to turn Nico into that jelly for that peanut butter jelly.
Skippy, you didn't get the Nico jelly combo.
So that's really unfortunate. That's a classic case of like, if you kite to dungeon too early, you have to kite away from it. Because at that point, do not go for it. There's nothing you can do to stop it at that point. Unless like some miracle stun happens, don't even go for it. You're playing a survivor with mobility, you may as well just go for the other gate, and there's nothing the hunter can do about it.
Yeah, literally. Like I said, the only leech in play right there.
And he was looking right at it, or they were looking right at it. They could have had an escape there through the gate. Dungeon was not their only option there. That's one critical thing about Survivor. You have to remember, you are not locked into just one option. There's almost always a second option. That was like a great example of like there being a second option. Like Dungeon, you either kite to Dungeon and it opens that moment, or you have to leave it, because at that point Hunter's standing on top of it, and it's actually a good thing if Hunter stands on top of it, because now that means you have control over the Hunter's positioning. You can now go to gate as long as the gate's not too far away. And because he was playing Acrobat, because that dungeon was in that spot, because dungeon was behind all those walls, and even if the Dream Witch wanted to go after the gate, he had to go all around that building, that wall. It's just too much, and so they actually would have had a win there. Unfortunately, just barely didn't. Yeah, let's take a look at the stats.
And it's tournament Psyche against a competent team like OM. They're going to need every point they can get. But wow, did you see Team Dunno be like, okay, y'all got us round 1. Y'all 4K'd us. I'll admit. But they just fired on all cylinders. It was like, y'all ain't getting us again. This is what you call survivor level adaptation right here. Like, that was really good.
I will admit, Nico did lose a lot of control towards the end. I'm actually kind of curious. Like, let's take a look at the stats here. The stats obviously don't tell me really a whole lot.
No, not enough as you really need to.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see, I suppose, the containment time. Like we had a lot of containment time from the Acrobat, and definitely deserved. Acrobat did a lot. It's just that last second decision making really came down to the wire. So I'm very curious, what went wrong for the Hunter here? Because they did secure a tie, but it was just one choice away from a win. So got a lucky break this time, but what could have went better? So Skippy, unfortunately, we kind of saw the similar thing as we saw with OM Survivors last time, is that they were able to work together so well, and then it just kind of fell apart all at the end last second. So, and Bomber unfortunately did end up going down. But I'm surprised after the Embalmer stopped being the focus. Why not get the heal in sooner? After the Embalmer stopped getting chased, there was a huge delay there before anything happened, and that gave Nico time to build off of that and then blink him. Exact same story actually that we saw MM2X2 do, is that they just came in, they were able to steal in the blink, get those hits on the Acrobat that he needed. Last second. Although the difference is that the Acrobat did heal and he didn't take another hit, so that was a whole different story. Here, they weren't even able to heal in the first place, so that's now he's susceptible to blink, and that is exactly what happened. So that's kind of what led to the second hit, the second chair, and after that, Skippy did go down. There wasn't a whole lot he could do after that point. What we do want to see though is what went wrong with the control here. And it's really difficult because we're trying to start the second half here, and I don't have a lot of time. If only this was like an IDV official tournament, we would have time to see the highlights of the match and see what happened exactly. So we see right here that Sero had the Cypher Prime, that graveyard, and that's the biggest key, because the main body has to stay by graveyard. You can't move the leeches there, because if you do, well, the leeches are going to get removed because no one's on chair. You need to have someone on chair for that to work, because if no one's on chair, they'll all just keep removing. You need the person who, if you want to put a leech by a Cypher, a follower's leech, it needs to be someone who's on chair, otherwise they'll just remove it. So that was the problem. That was kind of locking Nico in. So that was really the key. Because of that support early on, the difference here is that unlike MO, Survivor side, they were still able to get that decode, and so even when Embalmer died, they still had a graveyard almost done. What did that do? That forced Nico to constantly stay at graveyard. What does that mean for the survivors? The other two survivors now know, hey, Nico can't protect the Cypher at Fake Gate anymore because he has to use main body to guard the other one. And the moment he leeched Sero, that's when they were like, okay, 100% now we can do Fake It, because even if he came to leech us, well, now that's not an option because he just leeched Sero. So even when Sero went down, patient, amazing identification to immediately get off the Cypher. He didn't even wait a second. Beautiful. I see this mistake all the time where people just be waiting on the Cypher when someone goes down. In that situation, you need to go as soon as possible because you don't want to let the Dream Witch leech on time. And so that was the mid game. That was the mid game before the gates pop. What about after the gates pop? What was going on there? So in that case, Nico had 2 leeches up. But the problem is, all the leeches were separated. Each leech was only by one person, so even if he killed someone with a blink, he can't follow up with it. Because he has to have one main body at one gate, and unless he kills someone at that one gate, which, by the way, Otamo almost let that happen by jumping to the gate, but thankfully he didn't go down, so he wasn't able to take advantage of it. But the whole idea there is really the only way Nico can come back from that is if he kills someone with their own leech by the gate that he's already guarding. But the whole time he was chasing Sero, and Sero was on the opposite side of the gate where Nico was not able to guard. And so even when he killed Sero with the blink, he can't leech her to pick her up. He can't leave her. If he leaves her, Patient and Acrobat rush the gate, they get out tied. And because of that, in fact, looking at the long run, that might have been the better move, because by Nico not picking up the Barman and just giving up that tie, by him playing greedy, he almost lost that game, because as a result, Barmaid got up. She started opening that gate, so he actually got no tempo from it. He's not going to be able to recover from that. Yeah, you got down Barmaid. Unless you kill someone again in the next 10 seconds, you're not getting that Barmaid up. So she's guaranteed getting up no matter what, unless you pick her up. That way you at least secure a tie. By not picking up the Barmaid, you're taking a huge gamble where now someone could kite to gate. And it was only a matter of time. The tension was ticking down. Acrobat had still a lot of balls left. And what does the Dream Witch have? Dream Witch has no blinks. And so there was no way she could have secured the detention, done anything. It was essentially over the moment the tension was out. But lucky for Nico, Acrobat made one critical mistake. trying to push the dungeon when really all that could have been done was just go for the gate, and that would have solved it. Even with half health, he didn't need full health. The moment both people left, no one else could get leech except the acrobat. He knows for a fact that the one leech he's looking at guarding dungeon, there's nothing else that the hunter could do. And maybe the whole reason Nico didn't go for the gate was because he would worried he would get leashed along the way. But that's the thing. He's playing acrobat, and acrobat has that insane mobility that no other hunter has. So it's definitely better than trying to jump for the dungeon and hoping you get it. I would say so.
Going to the gate was definitely the better option right there. Like you said, the only threat is right in front of you and is committed far too much to the dungeon. You have a ball and you have your speed to get to the gate by then. And if she creates a leech by then, I think you can trade it with the ball to get out of gate faster. Also a pallet boost if pallets were available.
It looks like we finally have our locks here. So let's take a look at what we locked in. So we have forward priestess as the first two bans, very good bans. But the survivors banned Dream Witch in response. So now, unless someone switched, did a substitution. Let me check if anyone did a substitution.
No substitutions?
No substitution. So this is still MM2X hunting here. So this is the Dream Witch player. They did ban Dream Witch straight up. This is MM2X's most well-known hunter. Though I am curious. I think they do play Clerk, if I'm correct.
They also play Naiad.
They do play Naiad, but that's not a super reliable character. Let's check the leaderboards real quick. Can we find MM2X somewhere on here?
It is a Naiad. I'm just saying.
It is a Naiad.
We have gotten confirmation.
Very interesting. So it is a Naiad. Maybe they do not play Clerk. Maybe I'm wrong about that. A lot of Dream Witch players, they do also play Clerk, just because of the multitasking. You know,
this Survivor lineup is not that bad for Naiad, I would say. Especially given that Naya doesn't rely nearly as much on damage as she does chair camping, like very strong chair camping with her her BS bubble circles, drawing circles gimmick, and then her ability to close off second stories. However, I don't think that gets much application here on Eversleeping. However, Naya does do a great thing, is trapping survivors in, right? And guess what already naturally traps survivors in Eversleeping Town?
Absolutely. So that's what Eversleeping does pretty well. There are also some downsides to Eversleeping though for both the survivors and the hunters. For the Naiad, that's more space that she has to go around, especially at places like near the corner house gate. There was those two pallets by the corner house gate. The one where like one of the pallets is like connected to the wall of the building. She can't go around that. And so if she wants to go around that, she has to like throw a harpoon, and at the end of the day, she's always going to get blocked, and she's going to have to throw at the end of the day, she's always going to be blocked off at least a little bit because of those buildings. But it also works to her advantage sometimes, because that means that's less places the survivor can go when the water closes in, because that's one less direction the survivors can run. So it could work both ways. It's a double-bladed, double-edged sword, as people like to say. Got to be careful there. But yeah. If MM2X's hunter can get two people here, this will result in a tie. But if they can win this, if MM2X can win this, then the other team, hold up, which team is MM2X playing on? Hold up 1 second, as Miki is not helping me at all. He's just studying.
Sorry, bro.
DN, how could I forget DN? These nuts. MM2X. So if DN's team is hunter can get two people out, they tie this. If they can win though, if their hunter can win this though, they take the point. So in that case, they just need to make sure they get equal or more survivors their hunter after that, or more equal or more survivors escaped for DN.
Absolutely.
Essentially. What's up, MM2X? You just noticing me now? Let's take a look at the builds here. We have, real quickly, we're seeing Barmaid again. By the way, even though Dream Witch was banned, Barmaid. I love the idea that
Barmaid... 2 Chunguses in play, 1 broken windows, and 1
Exactly, so that Mercer has a touchdown. I love the fact that we're still seeing Barmaid, even though there's no chance of Dream Witch anymore. They banned Dream Witch, they're still taking Barmaid.
Barmaid high tier?
That's really impressive, because Barmaid, I think the key here, there are a few reasons why Barmaid became so much better. By the way, great spawn selection here, picking the middle of the map so that no matter which side of the map the hunter comes from, you're always able to go somewhere. So Barmaid, she could either go Fake Gate, which is a really solid place. Seer starts in middle. He could go Geisha House.
That was Seer. Yeah, Seer was at middle, I believe. Prospector? By the way, interesting Prospector lock, I will say.
They wanted to confirm Prospector. Prospector does not get banned at all, Sikey.
Yeah, so Prospector was the last ban, so it was super safe to just leave him at the end. Beautiful skin from MM2X. Oh, man.
Oh man, Sikey, you have to keep it in the pocket, if you know what I mean.
Oh, man. Mickey, I wish it wasn't November.
Oh man, Sikey.
Oh, man.
You got a whole month to go, buddy. But
You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear anything from me, Mickey.
I'm telling your mom, bro. I've talked to her before.
Oh yeah, you have. You're right. Look at this. Look at this water blocking off the building. So MM2X trying to look at the string of harpoon along the parallel of the building. Returning the harpoon a little bit too early. Returning the harpoon a little bit too early there, unfortunately.
Shred.
Oh wait, no wait, maybe it was out of range. That's why. Maybe they didn't.
Yeah, it could have been out of range.
Because that's probably 48 meters. I'm pretty sure it's either 48 or 46
So
meters.
Cloud is doing a really good job of transitioning this hook out of the user.
Look at the insane water value out here. No.
Oh,
Be careful. Come on, go inside that tram. If he goes, no, that doesn't work.
He can't water it off.
He knows he's gonna get water. Wait, what?
Oh, Sikey, I have confirmed on why it didn't work. I actually know this. I used to play Naiad. Because if the harpoon is not thrown at the head level of the tram, it does not affect the tram. You have to aim it higher up and hit the higher corners of the building before it actually take effect. And he aimed it at the ground.
Hold up, you can aim it. You can change where the. I thought the harpoon always goes horizontally in the same direction.
You can change height. You can level up your camera to be higher, and you can change height.
Yeah. By the way, MM2X used. Oh no, the Seer got stuck there.
By the way, Seer has another owl. I am just saying.
Oh wait, he does? He does? This body block might be unnecessary then, because this is really risky now. And yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh shoot, a free hit. And he can switch targets.
Exactly,
that's juicier right here.
That's a big problem, body blocking. That was a huge mistake, body blocking. And now it's completely fine though, because she already used her blink, so Barman's gonna get a free heal. This is what I mean by the buildings coming in towards the hunter's advantage and also in their disadvantage. Oh my goodness, can he get the heal off? He did.
He did get the heal off.
Okay, awesome, great.
A lot of time has been wasted,
Be
though.
careful! Oh my goodness, Honor God just barely caught in the water. He did not see where the harpoon was. Don't get hit. He actually could have gotten hit through the powder if she swung there.
I think so too. Oh!
Oh, that flywood. This is some interesting gameplay from both sides.
I was like, why throw the harpoon there? She just presented herself on a silver platter.
Oh my goodness, no!
Good read.
Okay, well, he didn't get punished the first time, but he did get punished the second time for throwing that pallet down.
And as you can see, Merc with the new accessory.
Now the question, now it's no longer a question of could he have played better? Yes, he could have played better. The question is, does it matter? Let's take a look at the ciphers. There's 4 ciphers at 50. 5th cipher is at 0. Oh my goodness, this does matter because they need progress on a 5th cipher. No one's working on a 5th cipher. I don't like this support because the problem with it, they don't need support. They need decode.
Cipher. They need ciphering.
Yes, they need ciphering. Now, hopefully the prospector can make up for it. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it.
Traded with the water, a terrible trade for the prospector.
Well, he didn't take damage.
And he lands the hit.
Yeah, this is rough.
Yeah, that assist has wasted a lot of time on decode.
And have we even started a 5th cipher? Yes, we have. It's 10%.
But it's 10% because they wanted to assist. There's no decode on it. Here comes the assist.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Out of range.
Out of range. This is one of the problems with Prospector. One of the many problems with Prospector, actually.
Yeah. Which I don't understand why he's getting nerfs.
Oh yeah. It's probably like a low tier hunter pump, but this is one of the many ways you counter him. You either go opposite direction, you go too far from a wall, out of range of him. Because remember,
last cipher is at 50%. They're forced to do this rescue before.
Now this is now no longer a matter of how fast they finish the 4th cipher. It's now a matter of how fast they finish the 5th cipher. It doesn't matter how fast you finish the 4th cipher. You need progress with the 5th cipher. Great harpoon, but he took a hit.
But a good trade for MM, not a good trade for the survivors right there.
Yeah, not at all, but that's not the person he really wants anyway. Oh my goodness, he is
elbow pad. There's the roar, but he
oh my goodness, elbow pad. Oh my goodness, if she returned her harpoon, he would have been dead right there. Oh, but he got it back.
Oh, what an clutch elbow pad. Clutch elbow pad right there.
They're healing. Okay, they're healing. This could be a little risky if they get found.
And
Oh,
I
no, they're
think
healing out
MM
in the
knows
open.
exactly where they
I
are.
think they're healing out in the open. I think Aldrich can literally see them. Yep.
Oh no.
Should have
Oh
at least
no.
gotten behind the wall. Should have at least gotten behind the wall. She almost got run over by the tram there.
I will say they did heal the right person though.
Blink, no blink. I
They
mean,
healed the correct target.
what would
which
the
is
blink have done there?
the,
Have done any- Oh my goodness.
Oh
I don't like. Look, I think
I
the
don't.
flywheel. Do you remember the last time we saw the flywheel into a pallet stun?
Oh god.
Man,
Yeah, what about it?
that was okay because he was also playing around a blink at the same time. That is less okay because you're safe from a blink anyway. So there really was no.
Also
needed
had
flywheel.
no reason to because you're the final target.
Exactly. Oh wait. Well, they have the Cypher's Prime anyway. Look, it does matter though for endgame. Having that extra resources is always nice. But usually he lives here. This is a pretty fine area as long as his pal's still here, which it
Oh
is.
no, yeah, this is probably a win actually.
But he's getting blocked off. I don't know why. Oh, it's because the owl.
Ooh, owl.
That was
Buying them just a little more time. MM has to wait this out. Cannot
a
try
little
to time or anything. Just needs to
a little
react.
too far. A little
Did
too
not
far.
react. Honor just
Okay.
reacting now. Honor just has to play reaction. Does not
Wait a
need any
minute. Wait a minute.
preemptive.
Wait a minute. If hold up. Wait.
That's
wait.
a 4-man.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait a minute, what was the score? It was tied last time, so this was all a matter of can their hunter get 3 or more people? And that did not
OM
happen.
gets the point. The first point's gonna go to OM.
I almost said that it did happen. I'm like, wait a minute.
Wait a
So
minute.
yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
OM does get the point here. It really comes down to who gets do the survivors escape or do the hunters kill. The survivors escape, so therefore the survivor team will take this point. It looks like Omega will be taking this one round home. Now it does come down to round 3. There will still be a round 3 because the first round was tied, but the second round does go to MO because of that. They didn't even need the 4-person; they just needed 3 people. That was extra BM, honestly. So what do we see here?
Extra.
We see a really impressive kite from the Seer early on. That was very nice, very good. I'll have to go back because a lot of things happened that match. But it all started out with their positioning. They had great positioning right from the start, picking great spawn locations.
Absolutely.
Really, what happened there is a combination of like really good of a rotation from the Seer, just making sure that when he chose his routes, for example, when the Seer was near front gate, instead of going right, he chose left because the Naiad threw her harpoon to the right. So he doesn't want to go right to like facilitate the ability to circle him. He wants to always go in the opposite direction of where she wants her harpoon, or where she already threw her harpoon. So after that, that was a great first owl from the cloud. That's where all this kite time started happening. And then after that, MM made a slight mistake not throwing it on the... I'm just kind of taking Miki's word for this, but the water did not hit Cloud out of the tram, which actually would have been the difference. That actually would have caused a double hit right on the spot, now that I think about it. So that was
The
huge.
height of the harpoon was
As a
not high
result,
enough.
exactly. As a result, Seer got that 150-second kite time, insane, by the way. And after that, Cloud kited to corner house. I will say the body block for Barman was unnecessary because he anyway had an owl up. He did get stuck a little bit, but he already got an owl up way before then. So that body block was unnecessary because just to play it safe, he has to use the owl, right? He has to just to play it safe. And so if the owl gets hit, fine, you didn't lose anything. If the Marbury does get hit, well, now you lost health and you lost an ult that you didn't have to use. So that was something to think about. Still though, one thing I didn't get to bring up that I wanted to bring up, but I got kind of cut off because the Barmy was just doing such a nice kite after she took over. And by the way, Barmy doing wonder, even though it's not like an ideal hunter for barmaid, she's still kiting. I'm surprised why these barmaids aren't like trying to make a drink right before they get hit, because then they could do it. Like there was an opportunity to do it there. But anyway, I guess they're trying to play it safe. Because by the way, now that the drinks don't damage you. The whole reason barmaid is so good now is because when you make a drink, it doesn't damage you. Because it doesn't damage you, it means you can drink a speed potion. Now you have a combo that you can do that previously did not exist. So one of the main reasons why barmaid is so good. Honor did make a small mistake there, like when so did the hunter. But when they started cutting towards Geisha House, that's when a mistake was made because Honor got greedy. Instead of just dropping the pal right away, he walked away and then tried to go for a pallet stun. it's always just safer to hide behind the pallet. I've said this before in like my pallet guides. I've made guides about like
Just
how to
get behind the
like
pallet,
like
react.
like
Yeah.
typical 11 tips, like how to use pallets. I had like 3 tips dedicated to just pallets. Like when do you stand by it? When do you leave it? When do you drop it? Like it's really important that like you just play it safe, because in this game stuns are really risky because of the way it works. But still though, it doesn't really. I mean, I guess it almost did matter because they didn't have progress on the 5th cipher, but they were still able to do a great. Kai Prospector was able to help out a little bit. And yeah, that's why you guys also saw the Prospector also have such a nice kite time, is because they were helping out. But yeah, that was a lot, man. That was a really good
I'm
match.
telling you. That also, when you said I lost it at the point where you were like, "Oh, I see some questionable gameplay from both sides."
It happens. It is a tournament. It is tense for both sides, and it's not easy. I know for a fact.
I was
know
like,
for that myself.
"Chokes." I was trying not to say anything. I was like, "Chokes, chokes."
I made my fair share of questionable plays in a tournament that really had no business.
Polars has been subbed in, I repeat, and Pit Stoppers is in too. Both hunters are subbed out.
So Pit Stoppers is taking over for Nico,
for
and
Nico, and Polars
yeah.
is taking over for MM.
So both of these hunters have been showing great skill. I'm very curious to see what we see now, because Pit Stopper is a great hunter, known for his Blood Queen, known for his Bonbon. What do you know about these 2 hunters, Miki? They're both extremely strong Thai hunters. And if we take a look at the setup, right now, it is OM right now winning. And if we take a look at the roster, on OM, we have Miki, of course, not helping me out as I'm desperately trying to figure out.
Bro, we have what?
Oh, and on Omega, we have Pit Stoppers. Pit Stoppers here on Omega, they are in a winning position. They just need to get enough survivors for a tie, and then their survivors get tie as well. That will result in them winning the whole bracket. And Pit Stoppers can bring that tie home. He can play that Block Queen. He can play that Bonbon. He can play those really strong tie stuff. He can play Anna as well. Pretty much incredible tie stuff.
Do you know what Polars can play, by the way, hunter-wise?
I actually don't know what Polars can
play.
Either. I don't ever recall matching Polars, but maybe he recalls me matching.
I sure ain't hope it's Feaster or something.
Polars, if it's Feaster!
I'm just saying, Polars.
Polars, if it's Feaster, you might be turning into calamari tonight.
Yeah, if it's Easter, I'll say we're probably having seafood tonight.
But yeah, as I tried to mention before, Naiad on on Eversleeping has its benefits with the buildings blocking off survivors, but it also has its disadvantages, because sometimes you'll have scenarios where, like, you guys saw the barmaid, she took a hit for the seer. It seemed like she was in a bad situation. It really wasn't, because the Naiad can't go around the building. She could only go around the pallets, but to go around the other side of the pallets, there's a whole entire building in the way. So she can only block off enough for 30%, get the 30% on the barmaid. She'll get like an extra 10%. I mentioned this before, like in the last bracket, the last tournament. I mentioned this before. Like this is the thing with Nai. Like a good survivor will it's not that you can't get the 30%. It's that immediately after 30%, they just walk on. They lose a lot of the percentage, and that's exactly what happened with the barmaid. Because especially in particular because the Nai couldn't go around the building. She can only get that little bit, and then just vault away with the boost.
Just kind of robbed them. Yeah, that speed boost kind of did rob MM of that.
So that's the problem with Eversleeping. That's the whole problem with Eversleeping. You can't really enclose areas from both sides. You can only kind of enclose it from one side, which means the survivors can always run the other direction. It's very difficult to enclose both sides.
Sikey, we have a map change. Do you know?
Oh, we have Chinatown. Interesting. So Chinatown is kind of like the Eversleeping of Identity 5, where people would pick Chinatown because it's very nice for hunters. Very split apart pallets, very similar idea to Eversleeping. So there are some really cool areas to use. It's probably a lot more survivor fair than Eversleeping, so that's why you don't see it as much. But another reason you don't see it as much is because no one really practices on it. What does that mean? That means the people who do practice on it, they know the spawn super well. In fact, almost every spawn is a key spawn on Chinatown. So almost every spawn you can use to figure out the hunter spawn. Fun fact, that's not true on any other map in the game.
Only Chinatown?
Only Chinatown, where almost every spawn is unique, which means you can use it to figure out the hunter spawn. Almost every single spawn. There's literally there's no edge. There's no edge. There's no middle. There's no corner of the map that's not covered by a unique spawn. There's always gonna be like a lantern spawn. There's like that's unique. There's always gonna be like a trash corner spawn. There's always gonna be like near the double house spawn. Like that's its own key spawn where you can figure out the hunter spawn trash corner. Like there's the bushes spawn, like
Trash
you can figure out the
corner.
hunter spawn bushes. You can figure out the hunter spawn like at Martha's. Like there's this little sign called Martha's, like near the bush in between the.
Not to be confused with Martha Stewart.
No one knows what I'm talking. But here's the idea. No one knows what I'm talking about because no one knows the names of these areas. No one knows where bushes is. No one knows where trash corner is. No one knows where.
You say bushes? Like bushes
yes,
baked?
bushes
Yes?
baked beans. There's literally an area just called Big Bush. Big Bush.
Big. I know what you're talking about. It's near the bridge, right? Under the bridge?
There's tofu. Yeah. Well, no. Well, yeah, near the bridge. So
Yeah,
there's bridge,
yeah, near the bridge. Under
There's
the bridge.
the
Yeah.
bridge. There's the bushes. There's the lanterns gates. There's the umbrella gate. A lot of people like it's. You guys are seeing it right now in the picture. Chinatown has umbrellas, and on the other side there's lanterns. The umbrella side is with the hotel. The hotel, and mind you, is the one with the amazing palettes. Two-story, the double buildings. I like to call the double building area. I also like to call the greenhouse and red house to separate the two to get even more specific. The greenhouse is in the corner. The red house is more towards the middle of the map. Those two houses are on lantern side. The hotel's on the umbrella side. Just so you guys know, like what areas we're referring to. I'll be referring to because I doubt Miki knows.
Referring to which area?
Umbrellas, where umbrellas is, where gates.
I know where
like-
umbrellas is. That's like one of the gates, exit gates,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Now, the question is umbrellas by the two houses or is umbrellas by the big theater?
It's by two houses.
Nope, you're wrong. Umbrellas is by
What?
the
It's by
theater.
the theater?
Yep.
Oh.
This is what I mean.
man.
This is the idea. This is a great map to pick. Because it's not just kind of hard for survivors to kite on, it's even harder when you don't have, like, let alone the spawns, like, let alone the names. Like, you don't even know what to call by these areas by. So, there's a few areas that we go by. There's the corner dungeon, that's with the pallet plus breakable window. There's the porcelain shop, the one like the red. There's also like the red restaurant where the dungeon spawns. There's the red house, the greenhouse. There's the trash corner behind the greenhouse. There's lantern gate with the near the red house. There's umbrella gate with near the theater. There's theater itself, of course. There's the big tree in the middle. Besides that, there's tunnel. There's behind. There's like the staircase, and then there's the big alley between bushes and tunnel and all that stuff. So knowing these names is very important because even if you know the spawns. Do you know the names? Also, there's Tofu Shop. I forgot to mention Tofu Shop. That one's more specific.
Okay, where is that one? That I do not know.
Tofu Shop. So Martha's and Tofu Shop is kind of specific, but the reason I came up with those names, I didn't come up with them. I was told to it by I think who was on our team again? Do you remember who was on Ace's team? Was it Cloud or who was it? No, it wasn't Cloud. It was Walmart. Walmart gave me the names. Where there's a hunter spawn at Tofu and there's a hunter spawn at Martha's. When there's a hunter spawn at Tofu, survivor spawn at Martha. When the hunter spawns at Martha's, there's a survivor at Tofu. So where's Tofu?
Martha speaks. Yo, you remember that show? That show was pretty
I
good.
do.
Oh, we got characters. Okay, with the bands are Sculptor and Wheel. The first picks of survivors are going to be
Fortnite's here.
Fortnite's
But
here.
First of all, let's talk about what they banned. They banned the Hunter banned Priestess, Patient, Mercenary. All of these are amazing survivors on this map. Patient, obviously, can literally jump across. Like, once he gets on the second floor, it jumps across the map way better than elbow pad. It's essentially as if you got a laggy elbow pad and went twice the distance of a regular elbow pad. Patient, on the other hand, he can do that. He can do exactly that. Just fly across the map. Beautiful. It's so satisfying to do, by the way. Like, do it off the balconies on either side of the map. Amazing. And if it weren't for that, well, buildings give you plenty of places to hook off as well, so that you always have at least one high point to hook off. Now, granted, it's not that great because you kind of need to be on the edge of the building, or else you just kind of have to go like to the side because obviously the building is blocking you. So unless you're in the corner, you're not going to get a whole lot of value. But it really depends on your angle. So to follow up with that, we have the Seer Forward, two amazing survivor picks. The Hunter can't ban every S tier survivor, but so they'll definitely pick a few. Forward Seer,
I think we all saw that coming. Now, after that, they banned Dancer. We need to talk a little bit about why Dancer. Dancer might confuse you guys, but recently Dancer has become more and
Banned.
more used.
Banned.
Yes, banned. And the reason why Dancer of all survivors, is because I've recently been considering her. Walmart brought up the idea to me, and Dancer is actually a much cooler survivor than people think. For starters, this is a map with tons of height differences. There are plenty of ways to drop down and get a free 50% speed bonus. Or is it 30? It's either 40 or 50.
It's
Sorry,
pretty
30.
significant, is what you're
I'm
trying
pretty sure
to
it's 50.
pinpoint.
I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah.
50. It's huge. It's huge. It's pretty significant. That alone is very worth the Dancer. What about the music boxes? The music boxes force you to break it immediately, which allows you to just kite away.
Transition time.
You
It's free
could
time.
you could choose to break the pallet. You could choose to drop the pallet on the hunter, or you could choose to transition. Usually, it's better to transition because when you drop the pallet on the hunter, a lot of hunters will run pallet stunts, so it actually cancels it out. So you actually lose more distance than if you just kept running forward. Plus, you lose out on a pallet.
Absolutely. Oh yeah,
Um,
pallets. Y'all can't waste pallets like that. That is a horrible use of pallets.
Well, it's fine on some maps, but on Chinatown, you're very limited, so it's very important.
I
And
mean, think about
that's
it
the goal
though.
answer. No, Miki. The goal of the game is to do 3 site for kite. It doesn't matter how much pallets you use. If you can use enough, if you obviously like arm stacker, that's why I don't care if people spam literally every pallet they come across or a house build, because there's so many, and the goal of the game is to do 3 ciphers. Once you do 3 ciphers, like what are you saving those pallets for? We're anywhere out the gates by then, so you just use everything you can. Chinatown, different story, because each pallet is so much more valuable because they're so spread apart. So I see what you're saying, Miki.
Yeah, for
but-
this map. I'm not saying for all games, just this map.
So this map, so the way it works is every time a hunter breaks a music box in a pallet, or even around a pallet, they have to break it. They have to. If they don't break it, it's just gonna slow you down so much. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen music box versus wheel. Have you ever seen how slow wheel has to get out of wheel? It's
Oh
really-
yeah, it's just like boop boop boop. There you go. Then he's stuck.
And the twirl is really hard to master, but I think with the right practice, you can definitely make it work.
I think it's based on joystick input and not camera angle.
We have seen, no, it is based off camera angle.
Camera
It's
angle,
based-
okay. Only certain things are based on joystick input, like Wu Chang Bell, Ripper Foggy,
Such as Mercenary Elbow Pad. that's
Mercenary
based on-
Elbow Pad is joystick input. Yep.
But Female Dancer is not one of those. If you're looking back and you decide to twirl, you're just twirling towards the hunter now.
Yeah, you're kind of dancing into their hands, which is not exactly a good idea.
In response to the Dancer ban, so because of all those reasons, basically when you drop a music box, the hunter has to break it because it just slows them down too much. If you don't break a music box, you're basically asking to get looped infinitely. And so the idea there is that they have to break it, and if they break it, that's essentially like you dropping the pallet and then breaking the pallet. Difference is they can't, if they have faster pallet breaking, then it doesn't apply to the music box. Like if you drop the pallet and you use the pallet, they would be right through it very quickly. Such as we're seeing right now, Bomb on a fast pallet breaking hunter, typically. In this case, if you destroy a music box, that's always the same speed. So, and in fact, I'm pretty sure breaking a music box is actually longer than destroying a pallet for most hunters in this game. Some hunters like Spider do take longer to break a pallet, but music boxes actually give you more value by them breaking it than if you drop the pallet and then breaking it. And on top of that, you can come back to that pallet later. So it's essentially like you getting 2 pallets in the same area. Of course, there are a few exceptions. You need the pallet to easily be walked around, so it can't just be a pallet that's like you just drop it and then like you just run away from it like it's a one-time thing. It has to be able to be circled around so that it gives them a good reason to break the box. There are a few things you could also do though. You could also drop the music box on the pallet, and then drop the pallet on it so they can't break the music box. So then they have to break the pallet first, and then the pallet breaking speed is slowed down, and then they still have to break the music box. So that's another strategy. Although it's not as recommended. I would only recommend it if you plan on getting teleported on, because that way you already have the music box set up. But usually you're dropping the music box mid-kite, and with all those dancer buffs, it means that she drops it way quicker. Now, in response, we see the Prospector again. Again, I'm not too sure about that, but maybe that's just what they've been working on. Maybe it's just someone really likes Prospector. You know, we have teams where like, you know, a little bit underrated survivor, but also a little bit risky survivor.
As long as he doesn't get chased, though, he can provide really, really good support. We saw this last match against MM2X. The prospector support was really nice. It just, in that moment, they needed decode, not support. So you got to do it at the right time.
This is Polar's hunting, by the way. Polar's versus OM's
Polar's
team.
So Polars is going against Omega right now, I believe, right? Let me check again.
What are you talking about, Sikey? He's going against old men.
Yeah, he's going against Omega Honor. I don't know what Miki's talking about. Ali, it's okay that it was taking so long. Honestly, it gives me a lot of time to talk about Chinatown. The map.
You just love talking, huh? I'm kidding.
I love talking. Yeah, follow the prospector, interesting. And after that, we saw Mechanic ban. Again, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's planning on playing Bama, which would make sense because Bama doesn't have an easy time dealing with 5 bodies like that. So in that case, I will say it makes sense. Look at this cipher. Look at this positioning. Great positioning, by the way. And the last pick was Gravekeeper. Very safe, avoiding the Dream Witch. I like it. Although it does play a little bit into Bama. Gravekeeper is still a very good survivor against Bama. Do not underestimate Gravekeeper. You just need to know how to use it. So maybe we'll see some experienced use out of this Gravekeeper. And like, look at this positioning. Seer, in this case, starting in the corner for Seer is completely fine. Because yeah, he's in a great spot to Kai, so it's perfectly fine. And here we are, round 3. Going into first half of the match, we're going to have Polars hunting.
Here we go.
Here we go, and we have Forward going to get chased. I'm not going to spoil the tray, but I can see this tray, so I'll let you guys.
I can see this tray.
Ooh, he's trying to fake out Honor. All right, Honor is smart here. He's waiting around the corner, waiting for that red light.
Not committing to his route, which is really good right there. Already good. Showing for Honor.
Okay,
I'm
awesome.
connect that.
Worried that he would get hit there. Bama, one of Bama's weaknesses is that he takes a long time to vault over windows, honestly. A lot. Ooh, okay, that was a little risky. I'm surprised. Ooh,
okay.
Yeah.
But he gets a hit from it. It's fine. I think that bomb was good for a bomb, but unfortunate for Honor.
I'm surprised he didn't like football at least towards like the 2 houses there. It could have been a lot better. Now this window's about to break.
No way.
Yeah, 4 vaults and the window breaks.
No. Insolence. That's why I said no way. I said no way.
Look at this. Really cool that the Cloud dropped this pallet before this is what I'm talking about. If this was music, if this was Dancer, he would have been set up. But unfortunately, it's the Seer we're talking about. He's in a really dicey scenario. Okay, he still got the pallet. This is fine. And he used the teleport. This is actually still really fine for Cloud. I do. Oh, slow pallet breaking. That's a really big deal. He's going to get so much free distance now. I'm surprised he's going around the building.
What is this build? Slow pallet breaking, insolence, detention? Insolence detention?
Not so sure about this round. Maybe he's going to work together with the prospector here. We might see some. I think it would have honestly just been better to just take the regular. Yeah.
I think so too. Look, the bomb connected. The bomb connected. Seer's HP.
I'm shooting by the bomb. Awesome. Oh no, Prospector bomb is now.
Why is he chasing Prospector?
Look at this. Now Prospector is dead. That's why. That's why.
Because
the Prospector. Oh, okay. Well,
oh wow. Very lucky from Prospector right there.
This should be a guaranteed bomb here.
You didn't even need to chain it. Yeah, that was guaranteed bomb. I saw him placed upon the window.
If
y'all didn't know, I used to play Bon for a bit. He was very fun.
Yes, Miki is a Bon Pro. Look at this. Look at this. This is where the problems with Prospector starts showing the desperate fight. And he already had this in preparation for the dance.
I didn't think there was a gardener nearby. Why'd you drop him right there?
Because of the Forward is going for a stun off of the chair. Hopefully he can still get it. He can still get it! Wait,
he
no,
missed!
He did it!
He
missed by a little bit. This is huge.
A crucial miss.
And the flywheel was.
No, it doesn't need a. You can just play around chair here. You just play around chair here. Just patient. Doesn't need to commit to anything.
Okay, yeah.
There it is.
They need someone else to rescue this now. Gravekeeper though. Gravekeeper. Okay, now Gravekeeper's in the same spot. Oh no, he got it immediately.
Gravekeeper did not care. Gravekeeper did not care. He was like,
yeah, he did not care at all. He's going for it. He's like, you ain't swinging. You ain't swinging. I'm resting immediately. Yeah, that was risky though. That was scary. Oh my goodness. And the 4 just barely didn't get that. Oh my gosh. Look at this. This is a really nice place to die. I like this.
This is very cool.
I like it too. Look how
You
far
never-
it is.
You never see this area of the map. I'm just saying this is a missed opportunity to put a window here, devs. Like, why is this area so sucky? But you know what? Maybe it would be too broken. Let's be honest with ourselves. Maybe it would be too broken. Which, okay, let's be honest. It would be.
Let's be honest.
Forward did get healed up. Forward also got wanted order, so that's not good. Now
Sikey, we were talking about the questionable start, but now all of a sudden, Bonbon is in a favorable tie position.
I know the start. Well, actually, he had a pretty solid start with a hit on the forward. That forward gave a pretty easy hit, honestly.
Oh yeah,
At least
true.
a little bit of football. I'm actually impressed that he was able. I thought he would get hit by the bomb at the very least. He did not. He still got basic hit though. Definitely took away to that. Look at this
Teleport.
Teleport getting so much value throughout this match. Like getting that immediate bomb down the seer. That
I
teleport
can
is
see
always
what he
not-
went for there. There's
I
the
don't know
hit.
that. Oh my god. Okay, he's completely getting body blocked. That was kind of lucky for the hunter.
I think he got stuck on the pallet when he. I think he was trying to dash through it, but he got stuck.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay,
no.
yeah. Bad. Gravekeeper will be able to pop the Cypher. Here's the plan. They're not out of this. Gravekeeper, please pop that Cypher, Gravekeeper. If he can pop that, they'll have this. A chance at least. It's not gonna be easy.
Chance.
He needs to get this. He did get it, but
He
the
got
problem is
it.
now. Oh my goodness, this is
Oh
really
my!
close.
Oh wow! What a
Okay,
crucial dodge!
That was a really greedy basic. We should have at least waited a little bit. Not
That's
even
what I
gonna.
was thinking.
Okay, Cypher's Prime.
Cypher's
Come on,
Prime.
Cloud
Pop
is
it!
not gonna pop it. Cloud is not gonna pop it. He's gonna be patient. We just, I don't know.
I don't
Look at
know.
this.
He saw the swing go on. That's the thing, Sikey. Honor could have communicated in VC that a swing happened and then
Can we
pop.
just talk about how smart this is that he chose to chair in a place where Gravekeeper can't get an instant rescue off? This will now give the Bonbon a chance to get a possible bomb hit on him now. As you guys
There's
see,
one.
this is now going to force a rescue. Before the rescue, sorry, what? This is gonna force a pop before the rescue.
Before the rescue, greedy
What the
swing.
force?
Just go for bombs. Just go for bombs.
The reason that's so critical is now it gives the hunter a chance to immediately kill someone after the pop. That did not happen though, so it's basically as if they rescued like as if the pop happened after the rescue.
After rescue.
This is
mhm.
oh by the way, this is Tofu. This is Tofu right on the left. This is Tofu.
Tofu. Wait, Tofu's
right.
the gravekeeper.
No. Tofu was where the window that the hunter just vaulted.
Oh.
So that is Tofu.
Oh, that's Tofu.
Yes, that is Tofu. That is
Polar's all of a sudden just kind of lost sight of everybody.
Polar's got a little bit greedy there. I'm not.
That's what I was thinking. I'm not gonna NGL Sikey. You got a little greedy.
It's still not over yet, but oh my goodness! Once again, Tofu's.
And
Oh
once
my
again,
goodness.
there's Tofu.
He's
If you didn't
assuming
know,
the gate is
Sikey.
not open. He's assuming the gate is not open, which it is, and now he needs another target instantly. If he
A
can find this,
dungeon.
he doesn't see the Gravekeeper. Does he see? Yes, he saw it. He sees the
He saw
tracks.
trails. He saw trails.
He saw the trails. Wait.
No, he
Wait.
didn't.
Polars. No, Polars. He's not going that way. Polars. He's going the other way.
Polars, please.
Oh my goodness. Wait. Now it's too late.
Please
Now the
tell me
Grave.
you know where it is.
now
Okay, he's got sight on the grave. He just needs to. Oh.
Okay.
Got
No.
it.
This shovel actually doesn't do. Please. Okay.
Oh. No.
Normally that doesn't.
No.
Normally that doesn't do anything. Normally, like, hunters can still swing fast enough before he can escape while he's getting out of the shovel animation, but he wasn't next to dungeon, so that's why that happened. Oh my goodness. A very clutch 3-person escape came down to the wire right at the end there. Woo-wee! Alright. Let's take a look at the points real quick. So what is going on here? So this is first half. This means that Omega is going to take 3 points, a commanding lead. Now Pit Stoppers just need to tie here. This is very cool. So now they had the survivors go first. I don't know who chose if survivors go first or hunters go first, but if Omega chose for survivors go first, that's smart because now Pit Stoppers knows, does he need to go a winning hunter or does he need to go a tie hunter? If he goes a tie hunter, they should have this in the bag. He's very proficient at tying. He does not screw up when it comes to ties. And he could even secure a win a lot of times with this tie hunter. So be careful of that. So these survivors have a lot to worry about from the end. You know, these nuts.
These nuts.
All right. So I feel like at the end, Polars did make a few mistakes there. Maybe with the greedy teleport, maybe
A
missing
few,
out.
you say.
could have gone after the seer a few mistakes there, but I do want to talk about a little bit about the early game, because even though we did get three survivors out, it's still important that we talk about what could have been done better about the early game, because just to
Forward hit.
I always like to see, not including the forward hit. I'm just gonna skip straight to the kite because the forward hit was pretty obvious, like what went wrong. I want to skip straight to the teleport, because in all these games, there's always at least a way to 3-cipher kites. So if I were put in this position where like I was the seer and I'm about to get teleported on, yes, dropping the pallet is cool, but I would not use it if I were to get teleported on. Why not? Because it's very easy for the hunter to go around, meaning that my boost kind of gets wasted because they easily go around, and like, where does it lead me? It goes around hotel, and like, where next? Not really anywhere next. Because you're going away from the stairs side of the map of the building. So the moment I'm watching right now, the moment forward got hit, bomb on teleport away, great teleport. It's a little bit weird that he chose hotel though. Was there not a better option? I do wonder, but he chose hotel, and instead of going for the pallet, the seer should have went for the window, in my opinion, because if you go for the window, that's very difficult for the hunter to go around as opposed to the pallet. Now, if I didn't, I need to go see if the seer had broken windows or flywheel. But even if he didn't have broken windows, not only is the window closer, but it's just harder to go around, making the bombs a lot harder to get value of. Plus, it's on the stairs side of the hotel. So if you vault the window and the hunter vaults the window, you can just go straight for stairs, assuming you have broken windows. I'm not sure. Let's check right here. The cues will tell me right here. Oh, it's over? They have a lead in points. Guys, looks like Omega actually wins this, but we're still gonna play the last round for the end. Thank you, Ali, for letting me know. I'm still talking as if the game is still continuing. My bad.
Wait, it's over?
Okay, so the reason it's over is because if it comes down to round, if it ever reaches 3 rounds, that's when it's determined by points. So if we take a look at the points here, they got 7 points last game because of a 4-person escape, I believe. Yes, a 4-person escape resulted in 5 points for Omega. Critical that Eminem the rapper is getting involved here. The fact that Eminem caused, oh my goodness, didn't prevent the 4-man means that now if Omega gets a 3-person escape, they win on the spot. Because let's do the math here. We have the points on the screen. 7 points round 2, 3 points round 3, 2 points round 2 for DN, 1 point for round in round 3 for DN. That's 10-3. Even if DN gets 4 escapes here, they're still going to come out short with 10-8, which is a guaranteed loss. And Omega takes this, but we're still gonna have DN play for fun, and so very exciting to see. Maybe they can still save some of their strength and be like, you know what, we may have lost this time, but we're not gonna go out on a bad note. We'll keep playing, and we'll show Omega that we're not a bunch of pushovers. Even though we may have won this round, we'll be back for more.
They will indeed be back for more, Sikey. From what I saw, they can get revenge. I absolutely loved what I saw from Team These Nuts against Omega. So
Team These Nuts, like round 2, Team These Nuts had a lot of teamwork there, a lot of potential. I really loved what I was seeing there with the barman.
Commanding lead in the Ever Sleeping match too. Firing back on all cylinders. Yeah, dare we say.
Dare I say, no, what I wanted to say was, dare I say, copying Omega's strategy with the barmaid that they saw round 1. I don't know if they had that in mind, but maybe they saw, they're like, hey, let's do that next, and they did it against the against the Dream Witch, and it was really effective. Nico's Dream Witch, very effective. They were in a great spot. In fact, I dare say it was actually even in a better spot. It was even better put together than OM, because even though OM was able to get the heal and stay full health, there was like critical mistakes that led to everyone being chased, as opposed to DN. They could have at least kept healing the Embalmer, and there was like still opportunity there, and plus there was a great kite following after that. It's really hard to say. It's really hard to compare the two, because at the end of the day, you could have probably done literally a little thing differently, and the whole match would have turned out differently. So it's really hard to say.
What matters is that they acted correctly in the moment. That's what matters most.
Exactly. So here we go from the Survivor side. We have Blood Queen and Dream Witch. Pitstoppers is a great Dream Witch player, but he can also play Bonbon. He can also play Blood Queen, so it makes sense for the Blood Queen. He can also play Anne, though. It's a little bit scary to play Anne because of all these height stuff. So they're not worried about the Anne. Admittedly, this actually is a pretty not as preferable for Anne. So Pitstoppers is playing, and he does play Anne, Bonbon, Blood Queen, Dream Witch. But really, besides that, he banned like the two really decent the two really good tie hunters.
We're seeing Gravekeeper.
We are seeing the Gravekeeper here, so now Wheel is out of the question as well. Anne is going to be pretty bad here.
Bonbon. Definitely Bonbon.
It's most likely going to be a Bonbon because...
And I love watching Bonbon, so...
It's really cool because we see the Mercenary ban, we see the Priestess ban, we see the Seer ban, and even though Seer may not seem as good against Bonbon, it still is at the end of the day an extra bomb hit at minimum, if not a basic hit, which could be even more valuable. And come on, you have 5 bans, may as well. Just ban all the good stuff right away and force them to use the less good stuff. So they also ban forwards so they don't get any rescues immediately after a chair. We saw last game, we saw Omega try to do that on the Survivor side. Missed by a little bit, almost cost the game, frankly, but Gravekeeper was there to save the day. However, Pitstoppers already knows that. Pitstoppers straight from the get-go, banning forward because he doesn't want to let that happen. Patient, very solid ban. It makes total sense as well. Very good Survivor to pick here. And in response, we have the Painter. Very interesting that we have Painter. You know?
Painter, because he painted the picture.
Yeah, Prospector first pick. And Bomber, I think is a fine first pick. Though I wonder, why pick Bomber Prospector over, oh my goodness, Spider?
Oh heavens.
This is actually a pretty decent situation for Spider. Now, I haven't tested it because I haven't played Spider since she was S tier 4 years ago. But Spider has the ability to put webs on the sides of walls. It doesn't have to just be between walls. It can be on the sides of walls. Don't question why it's like that. It just is. And so Spider can do that. And she can use these buildings to her advantage. Problem? Trophies.
Problem?
The problem with this is the survivors can also take this to their advantage. They can just keep walking in the middle of the alley instead of super close to the buildings. And so that's a whole nother problem. So there are good things for Soul Weaver, but there are also bad things for the Soul Weaver that the survivors can take advantage of, making Spider maybe a less than ideal pick. But then again, so is Anne.
Oh, oops.
So is
Yo,
Wheel.
can somebody... Okay, there you go.
But yeah, I'm very interested. Embalmer, great pick, I think, for Chinatown, because they're no matter what gonna pick Embalmer. Why not just do it early on? Because no matter what, think about it. They ban Blood Queen, they ban Dream Witch. Hunter is not gonna play Wheel because they have all the. They made sure to pick Embalmer, and to make up for the Embalmer to prevent a good Wheel selection, they picked everything else that's good against Wheel. Prospector, even there, I say, is fine against Wheel. Seriously, coming out of
nobody
Wheel.
wants to go against Wheel for a 4-fun round, especially.
Exactly. And so to make up for this, they have the Painter, really good against Wheel. They have the Gravekeeper, guaranteed counter against Wheel. Prospector is less than ideal, but you know what? If the Wheel comes out of Wheel next to a wall, then it's a guaranteed stun. Maybe even push him away to get even more value. We're seeing Sarah on the Embalmer, Otamo on the Painter, Prospector on. Sorry. Wait, Quacks on the Prospector. I was about to say Prospector on the Prospector. And yeah. Did I miss anyone? Skippy! Skippy Peanut Butter!
Skippy! You can't miss Skippy Peanut Butter.
Ooh, Embalmer starting at middle. Interesting. I probably would have put Embalmer at the 2-story, just so that Embalmer is able to immediately get a good coffin down. Interesting. I wonder what the reasoning is behind that. Now the Spider could start like Umbrella Gate or Tunnel. Probably not Tunnel.
Spider being pretty fast too, so Spider can do whatever.
Starting at
really.
Tunnel. Why start at Tunnel? There's a building in the way to reach Embalmer now. Why not start at like Instant? Maybe he wants to go after Gravekeeper. Very, very interesting. Gravekeeper is seriously really solid against Spider because she's got no way to get him out of the shovel until 1000 presence, and early chase, not really what you want to be going against. So here we go. OM did win this already, and so we're just doing this for fun, and Pitstoppers has the win for his team secured no matter what, but he is doing this for fun, and so is DN. So let's see what DN can pull out here.
Pit Stoppers is gonna, yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. There's this window, if this window wasn't in the way here, by the way, this is Martha's right here that he's passing by, this window and pallet. If it wasn't for that, by the way, don't ask me where the Martha sign is. I don't know why it's called Martha. I don't know where Martha's is. Okay.
Where's Martha's?
I don't know where Martha's is. I just see like Jax. There's a Jax over there. Oh, it would have been nice to get like a stun on the
I'm looking for Martha's while we're watching this. Actually, there's the stun.
You lost it long ago. You lost.
did.
Oh, unfortunate spider web. Should get a hit here. Ooh, why did he? I don't think a triple web was necessary. Ooh, I don't know. I think he could have hit him with this. Maybe. Oh, it's because maybe the magnet. Oh no! No! The recovery is significantly
God.
faster. Okay, so
no.
Oh no, the painter got hit there as well.
Oh heavens! Oh heavens!
Watching.
Already a poor start for Quacks. Right here.
Yeah. Okay, so basically what happened there is, fun fact, maybe you guys don't know this, maybe because, no one uses spider anymore these days. But by the way, when every stack of spiderweb the spider has, that increases attack recovery speed. Oh wait, he has Hunt? Did you guys see that for a second? He had Hunt there in the top left.
That's deadly on spider too.
It's oh yeah, it is, because once you have the web set up, you get that extra 10%, but you have to set up the webs first is the problem. So I don't like it that much, but wait, how did that, ooh, interesting. I think he did the tech there where like he swings to the left, and then as he's like swinging, he like moves to the left, and it actually kind of goes around the
Oh, are you
post.
talking about like dragging your hitbox?
Yeah, exactly, and can do that as well. And
Oh my god.
I imagine that Embalmer will use the coffin here, because if he doesn't, well then the spider's not gonna pick him up anyway. Yeah. Well, maybe he doesn't want to use. Okay, well now they're together though. It's not great either. Maybe should have used the coffin there. It's hard to say honestly, but I probably would have, because look, now we have 3 people in the same spot. We could have at least had some like up and decoding at the very least. But now it's gonna be tough. What is this? Oh, he's trying to. Once again, we're seeing him stacking up the web so he gets extra recovery. As the spiderweb diminishes, so does the recovery. But as long as you get it like before it ends halfway, then you get pretty much the maximum recovery speed possible. Oh, I think the Gravekeeper got rid of the web there. Yes, that was very smart.
That was a really nice.
Yes.
Pit
Stopper's there for a second. Try to take advantage of the. Oh, that was just using the fly because I think he's dead here.
That Chungus was
Chungus, less than Big Chungus? I don't know. Really unfortunate. I am really sad. I do know both these players from both these teams, and no matter what, I am going to be sad whoever loses here. Skippy, Sayro, all friends.
Skippy! I don't know why I like seeing Skippy so much.
Well, technically they're friends of a friend. Well, you know, Miki. If you want to be good friends with someone, you got to be good friends with their friends. That's how.
Yeah, you gotta be friends with the friends of their friends.
Exactly, friends with their maybe not friends with their friends of their friends, just friends.
But like the friends of their friends.
Look at this pallet value. Oh my goodness, I think he actually could have hit Skippy right there. He thought.
Skippy!
Oh my goodness, look at all these pallets here. That's getting infinite. Oh no,
this is a terrible pallet to fight Spider against. This is a terrible pallet.
This Spider is really smart.
Do you see this? Do you see that? He has nothing he can do. I told you this is a terrible palette to fight Spider against.
Look at how fast he's gonna chair him. So the spider web increases literally everything. It used to be way hard. Look at this. He's trying to web the sides, missed it by a little bit. He might be a little bit rusty on that spider.
Yep.
But you guys saw there, he's putting web on the sides of the building, which is exactly what we talked about. Look at him stacking up the webs. He's literally like a real life spider right now.
That's actually a spider, if I've ever seen.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! That accessory. Can I just say that accessory looks like?
Oh my goodness! That accessory.
I'm like, holy crap! We're really going bungo straight dogs in here. I didn't know the skin changes the painting. That's really cool. Just barely missed. Okay, well, I almost got it. Just barely missed though. Painter does have a painting now. By the way, I do want to talk about something about the Gravekeeper buff. Gravekeeper, when he reuses a shovel, it's actually not very good. Now, it might seem to people like, oh my god, Gravekeeper's so good, he essentially gets like 3, 4, maybe even 5 shovels. For starters, when you get out of a shovel, you lose 33% of the shovel on the spot. So right away you lose a ton of.
So
shovel.
basically,
Even if-
what Sikey's saying is not as broken as we think because it's easier to wait out the shovel the next time around he hops into it.
Exactly. So when you use a shovel, it actually tells the hunter next to your name, next to your character. It shows a red shovel. Oh my god! Look at this. By the way, stink. No. Oh my god! Pistoppers didn't have to go in range of that, but he did for the DM.
I gotta say, Sikey, that lamp is my favorite part about that accessory.
I love that. That's very cool.
And the
for-
cocoon for the DM.
Now, I do want to mention, order matters here. He had to. Oh no! Now he's gonna.
Because if he
cough.
chaired Sero first, she'd have coffin.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, assuming he was able to chair Sero, in time, the coffin wouldn't trigger. They would both die before the coffin can trigger.
Will she
I
have
don't know
time to
why.
make this rescue? Nah, she's just gonna kite.
It's because it just cuts off too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez, but look at Pit Stoppers with the commanding dominance right here.
Stop is running into a lot of walls.
I swear, Pit Stoppers he's probably playing with the blind spider or something. I don't know.
Playing with the blind space. Well, yeah, guys, this match was purely for fun. Omega already won this from the first half.
It looks like they're taking a victory lap from what I'm looking at.
He's taking a victory lap. Exactly. Oh my god. I think Pit is using his teleport right here. I don't have sound, but yeah, it is. I can tell.
Emoting? You can't shoot over the barrel?
You can't shoot over that. I think you can shoot over the meat. I think. I'm not sure.
The meat?
The meat.
Arby's? Arby's?
Arby's.
Yeah,
the meat.
the meats.
What a
Shooting
spider web.
walls and stuff.
It's.
Say is trying to make a statement here. I think Pitts is just too tired to aim these days.
Don't be so boosted.
Kid, don't be lazy. Sero dodging that really nicely. Pit going on the other side, but Sero still running. She's about to make nope, she's going the wrong way. Now, folks ask where she's going to go down.
No, Hug is actually triggering. It immediately goes away because he's trying to set up spiderwebs.
Right
That's
now,
why
you can't see it, but Pit Stopper is thinking, man, did I leave the stove on?
the Bitstopper's trying to get that triple web going on here. That triple web is. Oh my goodness, he missed it.
And all Pitts is thinking about is how he's going to have some unconsensual. Oh, there it is. That's the win.
He's gonna. Nope, not gonna turn him into a cocoon breakfast. That would be
Nope,
DM
he's
at that.
just going to take a little victory lap to the dungeon, it
Gonna
seems.
give him
Pit-
the- It looks
Pit-
like. Oh,
or
no.
the basement. Pit, where
I
are
don't
you
know.
going?
I don't know if Pit knows. Pit's like searching for dungeon right here. Restaurant. This is restaurant, by the way.
Yeah, restaurant, by the way, for those who don't know. Yep.
Building This is just working the crawl.
What's the... Pit is
Pit.
just extending the time that I have to stay commentary. I have a test to do, Pit. Pit, I have a test.
Pit, I gotta go eat dinner. Pit was trying to block
Pit, I have stuff to do. Pit, stop killing her in the corner.
Alright, guys. Sarah's finally gonna take a web hit after like 6 failed web hits.
After 6 failed web hits.
Donate!
Go to head.
No 5-0 there, so there's no chance of a 5-0. But yeah, gonna get the dungeon, but they already won here. Congratulations to OM for moving on. Great performance from both teams. I will. Oh my god.
Oh my.
The BM!
That's messed up.
Stoppers knows the way of the BM. He knows the BM path.
He knows the optimal BM.
He knows the way of the BM. You know the way? He knows the
Do
way.
you know that way? He does know that way.
He knows the way. That was just messed up.
That is actually kind of funny, though.
And with that, guys, we will have Omega take this bracket home. Both sides showing an impressive feat. I really wish DN got that 3-man escape in the second round because they almost had it. It would have been so nice to beat MM2X, a very good dream. It's just being able to take advantage of that teamwork. They almost had it, but that was still really impressive. The fact that they got so close, just that little thing, that little touch-ups, those little small things, they can definitely fix. And just like that, they could have easily taken this home. So don't be discouraged. They could definitely, like, you guys could definitely bring this home. Like, it's just a few mistakes here and there, and it's not like 5 big mistakes. It's just like 1 or 2 things here and there, and you guys could be like a top-tier team beating out Omega next time. Well, yeah, Miki, you got any final closing statements before we
I
head
just
out?
want to say, y'all, thank you so much for coming out to watch. I enjoyed this day quite a lot because the games were very, 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 very close. And I'm talking nail-biting close, until round 3 when, there are a couple of things happen. But y'all, this is the future of y'all's NA team. So come and show some big love, big support for them. So thank you guys for being here, because you could be doing anything else right now. You could be at your cousin's pool party. You could be at your best friend's slumber party. Or you could be out on about just driving until you hit the sun.
Or you could be out doing your nails, hanging out with your best friend that is not responding.
I didn't think about the nails one. You could be out getting poop
That's
tea.
a little bit personal, Miki. But at that point, guys, nails. Thank you guys.
Net nails.
DN gonna win Call of Abyss. I know, right? These nuts.
These nuts gonna win Call of Abyss.
They're gonna win. Alright guys, with that being said, thank you all so much for coming along. Miki, thank you for co-hosting with me.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being patient with my studying habits.
We will all see you next Friday, I believe. I think for Friday, or I don't know. We'll have to come back and see at the schedules, because we don't have the schedules yet. I don't think for like next week. We'll be back next weekend for, I think, the quarterfinals. I think that's everyone. I think we've covered every single. Has there been like any brackets we didn't cover yet? We did Capital, we did Omega, Capital, Ultimo Aliento, NFZ, Ghost, SEX. I love that one. DN.
SEX.
Also, this bracket is outdated because it says DN was supposed to go against SelfMade and Capital was supposed to go against OM, which we actually saw the bracket before. Capital going against who was that? I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot. Anyway, guys, you guys can check that out later. We thank you all for watching sincerely. Maybe Ali can tell me when the next tournament is. Next tournament is Saturday, quarterfinals. We will see you all Saturday. Times will be discussed, I guess. I don't know the times.
Yep, that's right. Don't change your schedules. Don't make plans, y'all. Be here for quarterfinals.
Absolutely. We will see you all later, guys. Take care. This is Sikey and Miki.
This is Miki.
And we will all take care. We'll see you all later on Saturday. Peace.
Bye, everybody.